Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The Pope's coffin has been moved to St. Peter's Basilica, where it will remain in an open casket for the public to mourn over the next 3 days. Talks in London on ending the Ukraine war are downgraded as US Secretary of State Marco Rubio withdraws. Tariff optimism is fueling gains on Wall Street following reports that the White House is considering slashing China tariffs. And Pakistan deports over 100,000 Afghans since the beginning of the month, citing drug crimes and terrorism. The body of Pope Francis was moved earlier today from his residence in the Vatican to St. Peter's Basilica, where it will lie in state. Thousands of mourners have been paying their respects as they pass by the open coffin, which will remain on display for 3 days of public mourning. The world bid farewell to Pope Francis on Easter Monday after he suffered from a stroke. His funeral will take place on Saturday and will be attended by leaders from around the world, including US President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron. Earlier in the day, as the coffin crossed St. Peter's Square, a crowd of several thousand well-wishers broke into applause, a traditional Italian sign of respect at such events. Correspondent Tricia Thomas is in Rome and has more details on the procession.
An emotional and majestic ceremony this morning. Pope Francis's body was taken in a procession, leaving the Santa Marta residence where he lives, and a whole row of cardinals, followed by pallbearers, 14 of them holding the casket on their shoulders, and they were surrounded by Swiss guards, snaked through the back of the Vatican into St. Peter's Square, through St. Peter's Basilica, to leave him at the altar there.
For more on this, I'm joined by the co-founder of Catholic Voices, Jack Valero. Jack, thank you so much for joining me on the show. Tens of thousands of mourners are queuing to pay their respects and see the Pope lying in state. What does this moment mean to these people?
Yes, Pope Francis was a very much loved Pope. We've had a roller coaster papacy. And although some people in the church didn't understand him, or didn't know what he was doing and why he was doing it, the vast majority of Catholics really loved him. And now this will be shown by the people who go to see him. For me, what I take from this papacy is the closeness to people. You know, he had total dedication to the church right to the last day, where we saw him on Easter Sunday going around the square. With the people, even though the doctors had asked him to rest. But his closeness to people, especially people who suffered, you know, prisoners, migrants who were dying in the Mediterranean, trying to cross into Britain, the poor, the homeless who lived around the Vatican, who he invited to parties for his birthday and other days, and he treated them very well. People who were discriminated against, the gays, the trans, you know, he was very much close to people, showing us, in a way, the closeness of God. You know, God is not a God who punishes or who is there like a policeman, but somebody who loves us unconditionally, to distraction. And the Pope is somehow the messenger of this love of God, loving us one by one and being close to people. So what I'm left with is this closeness to people and the doctrine that he has been teaching us, that God's love comes first. And if we understand that, then we will understand the rest. But if we don't understand this, then the rules about marriage and about sex and so on, they won't make any sense.
So the closeness to the people is how you've described him, but he was arguably also a liberal pope who really tried to change how the church operated in some respects. Can you explain why this did frustrate some conservative Catholics?
Yes, I think the labels liberal, conservative, right or left, don't do justice to Pope Francis, or indeed in the church, because these terms come from the French Revolution. The church is much older. But really, I mean, the Pope was a very devout Catholic who prayed the rosary, who went to visit shrines of Our Lady. You know, they did all the pious things that pious Catholics do, who held to all the doctrines. But he gave us a different emphasis to the doctrines. He didn't deny any of the traditional doctrines, but he gave them a different emphasis. He said, well, the doctrines are there to help people get to God, not to stop them from getting to God, not to make their life difficult. Now, this project of bringing God close to the people was not understood by some people. And in fact, for example, some were very attached to the Latin Mass, the traditional Latin Mass, which had been abolished by Vatican II much before Pope Francis, in the 60s. And he said, look, we must unify in the new Mass and so on. Some people didn't understand it, didn't like this. They liked more traditional things. He was a very traditional Pope, but some forms he changed in order to show that God is close to the people. And, when he became Pope, there were lots of people in the church who were alienated, lots of people in the world who were alienated from the church, who had left or who had rejected it, or who were not interested because they didn't think it was relevant anymore. And he somehow explained things in a new way that made it relevant. So I think there's a lot of continuity between John Paul, Benedict, Francis, but the style is very different. And some people got a bit disconcerted by this.
So you've just been explaining there how he was definitely a pontiff who pushed the limits, but preparations have now begun for conclave to happen, the process by which cardinals will elect the next pope. How different is this conclave to the other ones that we have seen in the past?
I think it will be different, because one thing this Pope has done, which I think is wonderful, is he has named cardinals from far-flung places that didn't have many Catholics, that never had a cardinal before. So whereas before there were lots of cardinals in Europe, especially in Italy, now the number of those has gone down, and we've got cardinals in places like Sweden, where there are hardly any Catholics, that's in Europe, but also outside of Europe, in Mongolia, where there are hardly any Catholics, in South Sudan, in Rwanda, in Tonga, in Myanmar. We've got cardinals in all these places where there've been no cardinal before. And so the cardinals who are coming now to Rome to discuss the election of the new Pope are from very different places from the last time they met. And many of them don't know each other. Many have never been in a process like a conclave. So I think this will be much more diverse, and bring in lots of elements that we hadn't had before, where, let's say 200 years ago, it was all Italians, then it became more European, and then it became more worldwide. And now it's become really, really worldwide. And that's wonderful. I think for a church that's Catholic, which means universal, applying to the whole world and 1.2 billion Catholics, especially where the church is growing in Asia and in Africa, and they're now getting their cardinals to tell us what being Catholic there looks like. So I think this conclave will be exciting.
Thank you so much for joining us, co-founder of Catholic Voices, Jack Valero. Great to have your insights. I hope to speak to you again soon.
Thanks for inviting me.
Staying with our top story of the day, among the mourners were nuns who praised Pope Francis for his efforts to support women. Throughout his tenure, he consistently called for a greater role for women in church governance.
He's starting to get the responsibilities to the women in the church. An example, for the first time in the history, he entrusted a prefect to a sister of the missionary of Consolata, and then the governor, to lead the Vatican governor, he entrusted to a sister.
He cared with the women. That before less people talk about the women, but now more with the thanks to this Pope that he raise up the women, that the women not live outside at the side, but need to involve with the life of the church.
Now, in a last-minute move, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has halted his trip to London, prompting the high-level talks on ending Russia's war in Ukraine to be downgraded. In light of this, the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy also made the decision not to attend the summit as previously planned. Despite Rubio's no-show, discussions will continue among senior officials, with US envoy Keith Kellogg stepping in. This change comes just days after President Trump warned the US might pull out if no deal is reached, and after Russian President Vladimir Putin signaled a renewed willingness to engage. The US State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce said that Marco Rubio was not attending the London talks on Ukraine, and that was due to logistical reasons.
Regarding the meetings, it's a statement about logistical issues in his schedule.
Meanwhile, we also heard from the US Vice President J.D. Vance, who is also warning that Russia and Ukraine must strike a deal or Washington may end its efforts to reach a ceasefire.
Ukrainians and the Russians are both going to have to give up some of the territory they currently own. There's going to have to be some territorial swaps. We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process. We have engaged in an extraordinary amount of diplomacy, of on-the-ground work. We're going to see if the Europeans, the Russians, and the Ukrainians are ultimately able to get this thing over the finish line.
For more on this, I'm joined by military analyst Sean Bell. Sean, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. So how significant is Rubio pulling out of the talks right at the last minute? Some argues it's beginning to raise questions over how much progress was really being made.
Issues here is President Trump famously said he was going to solve this war in a day. His people then turned that to 100 days after his election. But the 30th of April marks the end of that 100 days. And it's pretty clear that despite American best efforts, there is no foreseeable way of bringing this war to an end anytime soon, because bluntly, we can go through the details of the proposal, but unless Ukraine has some sort of guarantee about the rest of its territory and the security for that, or President Putin decides he's achieved his ambitions and is ready to stop, neither side is ready for a truce yet, despite whatever America might want to happen next.
So if we have a look at these proposals, they've been outlined vaguely, but what are the main sticking points? Is it still territory, Sean?
Well, the Russians would have you believe it's just territory, as would the Americans, because basically they're talking about the American proposal says that the Russians will not take all of the four regions, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, but they will take ownership of Crimea. They would have to move to the east of the Dnipro River. There's a couple of minor bits and bobs. But of course, what actually Ukraine probably would be prepared to cede territory, but the one thing it can't do is leave itself open in a year, 2 years, 5 years' time for Russia taking another bite of the cherry. So it needs to have security guarantees. Without those, bluntly, it can't agree to ceding Crimea. It can't agree to ceding the other territories, because that would simply give Russia a foothold and ready to actually pounce in the future. And of course, there's a point of principle here that no nation is comfortable after the Second World War to tolerate nations taking territory by the use of force. So quite bluntly, it does appear a little bit naive for everybody to expect this to deliver peace, particularly given that Putin is on the front foot, he is winning at the moment, and therefore why would he stop?
So, Sean, J.D. Vance has said the US will walk away if Russia and Ukraine don't agree. We've also heard this from Marco Rubio. But how serious would this be if the US does decide that they're no longer involved?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's inevitable, because I don't think there's going to be an easy solution to this. What I hope is that we move away from this Trump idea that he can just do a deal. It's very naive, I think, to believe that's possible in these circumstances. I do think America has a crucial role to play in helping bring this war to an inevitable end, but it is going to be more than just playing cards, which is what President Trump implied. My bigger worry is that actually what does America do next in terms of support for Ukraine? Because if it abandons Ukraine altogether and actually withdraws some of the security and intelligence data that it provides, that will be very difficult for Europe to fill that gap. That will embolden President Putin. And unfortunately, the cracks could start to appear and Ukraine could end up being embattled for quite some time to come.
So these talks are happening in London today. We know Rubio's not there and the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy. So what is exactly going to be discussed? Do you think Europe could step into the shoes of the US if they decide to say, as you said, withdraw some intelligence and military?
It will be very difficult to replace the Americans, but one of the initiatives that's being driven by the UK is this coalition of the willing. Problem is, to date, the West has provided enough intelligence and war material to stop Ukraine losing, but not enough to help it win. If you take away a huge segment of that American support, it'll be incredibly difficult in the near term for Europe to step up. The defense industrial base just doesn't exist. And I think one of the things that Europe will be looking at very closely is, do they have no choice here but to step up their military involvement? For example, imposing a no-fly zone. Why would they do that? Because actually a more vulnerable Ukraine means a more vulnerable Europe. An emboldened Russia could present a threat to the rest of Europe. And Europe, therefore, has to decide what it does next. And I believe that's what some of these talks will be looking at in London and across Europe in the coming days.
Do you think there's a huge disconnect on what's been discussed in these peace talks by other nations and the reality, Sean, of what's actually happening on the ground?
Well, I've visited Ukraine twice, once most recently just a few weeks ago, and I think it's very easy to forget that on the European continent there's a major war blazing. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, Russia is in the ascendancy. It is advancing. It's paying a huge price in terms of people, but it is winning the war. And therefore, given that Russia believed that it wanted to subjugate the whole of Ukraine, I genuinely wonder why, as a military guy, why on earth it would stop unless it's either forced to stop or it runs out of steam, in which case it will pause for a few years, get itself re-equipped, ready again to push again, and then start again. And that's the root cause of the worry here. It's not about a short-term fix to bring this war to an end as a pause. There has to be a long-term solution. If Russia is to be stopped from pushing forward and taking the rest of Ukraine in the future, there have to be powerful deterrents in the way. That's probably going to involve Europe, and that's unpalatable for Europe at the moment. That's why they're wrestling with what their options are and how they might provide greater support to Ukraine.
So, Sean, we do know that the Pope's funeral is taking place on Saturday, and we also know that Zelensky and Donald Trump are both going to be in attendance. Do you think Zelensky will try to get some time with Trump during this to try and figure out where they stand?
I'm not sure if I was a military advisor to President Zelensky that I would invite him to have that conversation. I think President Trump has got himself into a rather difficult political situation. He pledged that he was going to solve this very quickly. He's not been able to. His frustration is very evident. I'd want to keep out of his way if I was President Zelensky, for fear of him attracting the ire of the American president. Let's be quite clear. This is Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia is responsible for the illegal invasion of Ukraine and for the huge losses. And it's only Russia, bluntly, that's going to bring this to an end. So I would actually probably advise President Zelensky to steer well clear until the dust has settled. President Trump has recovered from the somewhat ignominy of not being able to solve this, because ultimately America will be a key part in helping bring peace, but it will have to be properly motivated with the right incentives, and that is not going to be a simple task.
Military analyst Sean Bowell, I hope Zelensky does take your advice there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. An Israeli airstrike on a school sheltering displaced families in northern Gaza has killed at least 10 people. A separate strike has hit a children's hospital. The Gaza Health Ministry said the missile damaged the intensive care unit and destroyed the solar panel system that feeds the facility with power. China is set to launch a new crewed mission into space this week. It's part of its long-term goal to land astronauts on the moon by 2030. The mission will transport 3 astronauts to the Taigong space station for a 6-month stay. Security forces in India have launched a hunt for militants suspected of killing 26 men at a tourist destination in Kashmir. At least 17 people were also injured in the shooting that took place on Tuesday. It was the worst attack on civilians in the country in nearly 2 decades. Now, over 100,000 Afghans have fled Pakistan in the past 3 weeks after the government kicked off a mass eviction campaign this month. Islamabad blames Afghans for militant attacks and drug-related crimes. With over 1 million refugees still in Pakistan, many are now fearing they will be forced to leave, sparking worries about a looming humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. For more on this, I'm joined by Michael Semple, who is the former Deputy EU Envoy for Afghanistan. Michael, thank you so much for joining me on the show. Can you give us some background on why Pakistan is deporting these Afghans?
Well, this really is a saga that I've been following pretty much as as long as I've had a professional career, and I've got grey hairs now. The Pakistanis adopted their latest policy for expulsion of what they described as illegal migrants at the end of 2023, and this is a second round of it. They blame the involvement of some of the Afghan refugees in security incidents and in crime, and more generally say that they've overstayed their welcome, that they are illegal in the country.
So one of the main problems is that Pakistan is accusing the Afghan Taliban government of sheltering and supporting militants that do attack Pakistan. Kabul is denying this accusation, but what is the actual reality of the situation?
Absolutely. As an analyst, I would say that it is absolutely clear that violence in Pakistan has increased greatly over the past 3.5 years since the Taliban came back to power in Kabul. It has been, now we're at sort of a decade long peak of violence, both from the TTP organization along the east side of the Afghan-Pak frontier and Baloch separatists in the western sector. And those of us who follow events inside Afghanistan closely can see quite clearly this is the TTP launching attacks in Pakistan from bases in Afghanistan is only possible with the support of the Islamic Emirate authorities in Afghanistan. So the point that the criticism that Pakistan makes is sound. Where it's problematic is saying that this has got anything whatsoever to do with the presence of refugees. Refugee populations, have been there for almost 50 years, and they're entirely separate from the TTP militants operating from bases in Afghanistan, crossing over into Pakistan and carrying out attacks.
Michael, for those Afghans who have left Pakistan or are actually preparing to leave, what situation and living conditions does await them in Afghanistan?
Really, if you were trying to choose anywhere in the world to start a new life, Afghanistan would be about at the bottom of the list. It is true that there is less armed conflict there in Afghanistan than during the years that the Taliban were running an insurgency. But apart from that, pretty much everything else has got worse. Economically, the situation is very difficult. The humanitarian aid budgets have been cut. So there are real questions about how will people get back on their feet. But of course, if you're a girl or a woman, what have you got to look for? You're going to a country which has imposed the most draconian restrictions in the world, leaving a country which is equally an Islamic republic, but where women have enjoyed relative freedom. So it's a really difficult and uncertain future for people pushed across into Afghanistan.
Why aren't we seeing other countries step up and support and open their borders to help the Afghan refugees?
Excellent question. The two countries which over the decades have received most of the Afghan refugees, and here we're talking in millions, not in thousands, are Pakistan and Iran. And although the Iranians have they've packaged their policies slightly differently, there is just the same amount of pressure on Afghan refugees in Iran. They are being pushed out to Afghanistan. I think there's a sense that in the region that countries have they've just done enough, that they've been at this long enough, and so rather than the Iranians saying, "Oh yes, we're quite happy to receive people who've been pushed out of Pakistan," they're applying equivalent pressure to push people out of Iran and back towards Afghanistan.
Michael Semple, former Deputy EU Envoy for Afghanistan. Fascinating insights. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, staying with our story on Afghanistan, we can now hear from Ibrahim Humandi, head of program at Islamic Relief, who explained that for many Afghans, returning to their hometowns will feel like starting life over from scratch.
It is now a new life will be for them, and they are starting this with very less utilities, belongings, cash, support. They can have it. And we know also that even in their area of return, the community will be welcoming them, will be supporting them. Those are their host community, those are their family. But we know also the community are already suffering from the situation in Afghanistan.
And an Afghan migrant who was also forced to leave says Pakistan has always felt like home to her.
After my husband passed away, he left this world and left me behind. He was buried in Pakistan, but now there isn't even any space left in the cemetery. Otherwise, I always wished to be buried there. I truly love this country. It feels like home to me.
Let's take a look at some other stories making the headlines today. The disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein's retrial has begun today after his landmark 2020 rape conviction in New York was overturned. He's been retried on charges of rape and sexual assault, which he was found guilty for back in 2020 and sentenced to 23 years in prison. He has pleaded not guilty. Now, a New York woman who pepper sprayed her Muslim Uber driver has pleaded guilty to aggravated harassment. According to the New York Post, she will serve 100 hours of community service. Residents in Ocean County, New Jersey, have fled their homes as a fast-moving wildfire has swept through the area. Around 3,000 people have been placed under a mandatory evacuation order on Tuesday. Officials have now said the order had been lifted, but shelters had been set up at 2 schools. And about 3.6 million babies were born in the U.S. last year. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the fertility rate was highest among women in their early 30s. The data showed the 1% increase comes amid a long-term decline that began during the Great Recession in 2008. Asian and Hispanic women contributed to the rise in births, whilst the number of births slightly declined among black women and also white women. And a 6.2 magnitude earthquake has hit Istanbul in Turkey. The quake was felt in several neighbouring provinces and in the city of Izmir. There were no immediate reports of serious damage or any injuries. U.S. stocks are extending gains following a report that suggests the White House is considering slashing tariffs on China to de-escalate the trade war between the two countries. President Donald Trump echoed that sentiment by saying he won't play hardball on trade and is optimistic that he will make progress with China. Take a listen.
145% is very high, and it won't be that high. It's not going to be that high. It got up to there. We were talking about fentanyl, where, various elements built it up to 145. No, it won't be anywhere near that high. It used to be zero. We were just destroyed. China was taking us for a ride, and just not going to have. It's not going to happen. We're going to be very good to China. Have a great relationship with President Xi, but they would make billions and billions and billions of dollars a year, and they would build their military out of the United States and what they made, so that won't happen. But
for more on this, I'm joined by Al Arabiya's senior correspondent, Karina Camel. Karina, always great to have you on the show. Okay, U.S. stocks are having a really positive day so far, a relief for many on Wall Street. But what is driving this massive surge in markets we're seeing?
Well, there are two main factors driving what we can consider a relief rally today on U.S. markets, but also global markets in general. And the two key factors are the sort of de-escalation we've seen in the comments coming from both President Donald Trump, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and other sources close to the administration with regards to the China trade talks. So that's one element that's reassuring markets to a large extent. And also perhaps a dialing down of the criticism against the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. So these two factors have led to a lot of the assets that we saw sold off over the past few days regaining momentum. In fact, the markets actually turned positive yesterday just on the mention of some positive comments that were leaked from a private meeting attended by the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. It was a closed meeting. There was no media there. And just the leaks of some of the comments he made were enough to drive the Dow Jones Index of equities up 1,000 points. That was yesterday. The rally continued throughout yesterday's session, and it has gained momentum today on the back of a number of factors. So first of all, we had this comment from the Wall Street Journal reporting that tariffs, which are currently at 145% on Chinese imports, could be dropped to as low as 50 or 60%. Then we got some comments from sources close to the White House House, saying that perhaps as a sort of opener, the U.S. administration could actually lower tariffs to encourage China to come to the table. So we're talking about a sort of carrot versus a stick approach. And then we had more positive comments from the president himself last night, saying that the tariffs he expected would be much lower on China than they currently are. And then again today, more positive comments saying he expects a fair deal. Scott Bessent indicating that the current situation is unsustainable. So essentially, all the noises coming out of the White House are very positive on the China trade story.
We also saw the dollar leap after Trump walked back threats to dismiss the Fed Chair Jay Powell. How is the dollar faring right now? And why have there been such moves in the currency of late?
Well, in general, what we're seeing in markets, be it the currency markets or the equity markets, is what we call a high sensitivity to headline risk. What that means is that we see these sort of knee-jerk, almost extreme reactions, whether it's in equities or in currencies, to news coming out. Any kind of leaks, any kind of breaking news, even before it's confirmed sometimes. And that tells you a sense of just how jittery markets are, that they're so sensitive to this so-called headline risk. So the U.S. dollar has reacted positively. From the beginning of trading today, we saw it up versus the Japanese yen. It was up versus the Swiss franc. We'd seen the dollar sell off massively over the past few days. It was at a 3.5-year low against a basket of currencies. And it's when we think about the US dollar and we think about the Federal Reserve, confidence in the Federal Reserve and its credibility and its independence and its ability to do its job to sort of police and manage the global financial system, indeed the U.S. financial system, confidence in the Fed is intrinsically linked to confidence in the U.S. dollar. And if we've seen a dialing down of the criticism against Chairman Jerome Powell, today Donald Trump saying that he has no intention of firing him. In fact, Scott Bessent refusing to comment on that specifically, but referring to maybe Donald Trump actually intended to say that he was going soon, as in his term is ending in May 26th. So just sort of walking back some of that heightened rhetoric we'd heard yesterday, that was enough to reassure investors that Powell is staying, the Fed will be able to carry out its job as markets expect, and therefore it's restored some of the confidence in the dollar, and the outflows, investors were pulling their money out of the dollar, are flowing back in again.
And Karina, just very, very briefly, Tesla shares are actually higher today, and that's following yesterday's earnings, which were not great. Pretty much a disaster, some people are calling that. Why are the shares up today?
You know, this is so interesting because essentially the brand of Tesla is also linked with the idea, the image, the brand of Elon Musk himself. You almost can't separate the two. And the earnings today are the best indicator of that kind of link between the two, because we've seen net profit drop about 70%. It's a very bad result for Tesla. It was so bad that Tesla said it actually can't even give us an outlook for the rest of the year till the second quarter because of all the challenges it faces on the tariffs, on a massive drop in car sales in Europe, even in the United States. But the fact is, yesterday, Elon Musk indicated in the earnings call that starting from next month, so very soon, he is going to be reducing dramatically his role in the U.S. government, in the DOGE efficiency department, and focusing a lot more on his company. And that alone was enough to drive the stock up dramatically today. In fact, the news came last night and the stock was trading higher almost after we heard that news. And that tells you that markets are happy that he will return his focus to his own company. The only question remaining now is how much damage has been done to the sort of Tesla brand, and can Musk's return actually restore the strength of that brand and indeed the performance of the company going forward.
Karina Camel, always great to have you on. Thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure.
Let's take a look at the top business news. Apple was fined $570 million and Meta $228 million for a breach of European Union law. This comes after EU antitrust regulators handed out the first sanctions under landmark legislation aimed at curbing the power of big tech. The companies have been given 2 months to comply or face the fines. Saudi budget carrier Flyer deal has confirmed an agreement to order 10 Airbus A330neo wide-body passenger jets. The kingdom's aviation sector is expanding as it invests billions of dollars into its Vision 2030 plan to diversify its economy away from fossil fuels and boost its private sector. Turning to the sports news now, Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola has called his team's season bad, even with the Champions League within reach. City took a big step forwards towards securing European qualification with a 2-1 win over Aston Villa on Tuesday. Guardiola's men climbed 2 spots to third in the league table, but they're still 18 points behind the leaders Liverpool. And Conor Benn has vowed to retire Chris Eubank Jr., saying personal reasons are at the heart of the pair's feud. This comes ahead of their grudge match at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium this Saturday. The bitter rivals were meant to fight in October 2022, only for the match to be cancelled when Benn failed 2 voluntary drug tests. A reminder of our top stories. The Pope's coffin has been moved to St. Peter's Basilica, where it will remain in an open casket for the public to mourn over the next 3 days. Talks in London on ending the Ukraine war are downgraded as US Secretary of State Marco Rubio withdraws. Tariff optimism is fueling gains on Wall Street following reports that the White House is considering slashing China tariffs. And Pakistan deports over 100,000 Afghans since the beginning of the month, citing drug crimes and terrorism. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. That's followed by Riz Khan from Turkmenistan. Then it's Hadley Gamble's exclusive interview with the new Minister of Finance of Lebanon, Yassin Jabbar. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's a upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The United States presidency, a role steeped in history, tradition, and since 1951, a firm 2-term limit. But with President Donald Trump once again hinting at the idea of a 3rd term, a question many thought was long settled is back in the headlines. Can he actually do that? I'm Joanne Soria, and this is Pixel.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Yeah! We're going to beat this coronavirus, or whatever you want to call it. Congratulations.
Let's start at the beginning with George Washington. After serving 2 terms as president, Washington voluntarily stepped down in 1797. It wasn't required by law, but it set a powerful precedent that U.S. presidents shouldn't hold on to power indefinitely. That unwritten rule held strong for over 150 years. Presidents like Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe all followed Washington's example. In fact, it became so ingrained in American political culture that no one even seriously tested it until the 1940s. Enter Franklin D. Roosevelt. Elected during the Great Depression and leading the nation through World War II, FDR was elected 4 times, the only U.S. president to ever do so. His extended presidency raised concerns about the concentration of power in a democracy. And so after his death in 1945, Congress acted. The result was the 22nd Amendment, ratified in 1951. It states no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. That sounds pretty clear, right? 2 terms maximum. Despite that, Trump does have a habit of dropping hints about a 3rd term.
So many people are saying, you've got to run again. They love the job window. Most importantly, they love the job window.
In 2018, he praised China's President Xi Jinping for making himself president for life.
And Xi is a great gentleman. He's now president for life. Maybe we'll have to give that a shot someday.
Was the comment on giving that a shot one day a joke? Maybe. But he's kept the idea alive. By 2020, he floated the idea of postponing the presidential election, raising eyebrows nationwide. And more recently, in interviews, he said he's not joking about wanting a 3rd term.
I'd love that. His 3rd term. Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that.
This has fueled speculation, not just in the media, but among constitutional scholars and political observers alike. So how could this happen? One theory says Trump's running mate, say J.D. Vance, wins in 2028, with Trump as his vice president, then steps down, allowing Trump to return. But legal scholars point to the 12th Amendment, which bars a twice-elected president from being elected as vice president. Could Congress repeal the 22nd Amendment? Technically, yes, but it's a long shot. Amending the Constitution requires a 2/3 majority in both the House and the Senate, plus ratification by 3/4 of the states. That's a steep hill to climb. Over the years, other presidents have hinted at a 3rd term. Ronald Reagan, popular in his day, reportedly joked about it. Bill Clinton once said he thought he could win a 3rd term if it were allowed, but none seriously pursued it. So is Trump actually planning a 3rd term? Or is this just classic Trump keeping the media and his supporters on edge? Some believe he's testing the waters, gauging public reaction. Others say it's all part of his brand, provoking controversy and staying in the headlines. For now, the Constitution is clear. But could Trump try to change it? Maybe. But history and the law suggest he could be up against an uphill battle. I'm Joanne Soria. See you next time on Pixel from Al Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Is free trade the enemy of America? Donald Trump seems to think so. He says his tough, broad-brush tariffs will make America wealthy again. But to achieve that, he seems willing to contradict the vast majority of economists, bully his neighbours, threaten existing trading partners and risk a global trade war. So, are Trump's tariffs worth the cost? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Tariffs. Donald Trump says it's the most beautiful word in the dictionary.
For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen.
He believes this economic weapon will fire up American manufacturing and fill government coffers with cash. The leading voice in US tax policy estimates it could generate an additional $100 billion in tax revenue. But at what cost? According to multiple top economists, it will cause higher inflation, higher consumer prices, and a higher risk of recession. The geopolitical ramifications, though, are harder to quantify.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over. It's my solemn promise that when President Trump threatens us again, we will fight back.
A global trade war is brewing. You know you're in turbulent times when communist China supports open markets more than capitalist America, who's pushing for protectionism. Old rivals are even looking to work together against the US. South Korea, China and Japan have held their first economic dialogue in 5 years. I'll ask my expert panel if tariffs can really make America wealthy again, whether Trump's economic bullying is just his latest negotiating tactic, and if the US is economically strong enough to weather a global trade war. Welcome, and to go deeper into the Liberation Day tariffs, I'm joined by Steve Hanke, a professor of applied economics at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. He was also a senior economist on President Ronald Reagan's Council of Economic Advisers. And we also have with us Thomas Phillipson, former member and chairman of the Council of Economic Advisers in the first Trump administration and current Daniel Levin Chair in Public Policy at the University of Chicago. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Donald Trump says he has inherited what he calls a sick patient. He says the US economy was in a terrible state when his administration took over the White House, and that this early negative market reaction is to be expected. But he has no doubt that manufacturing will soon boom and all Americans will prosper. So, Thomas, I'd like to start with you. Will these tariffs make America wealthy again?
I want to start with the background, which is that the U.S. is really the victim versus the criminal before this started, essentially, in international trade policy. We documented that in an annual report that came out of the Council of Economic Advisers in 2018, how much worse we're treated abroad. Our companies are treated abroad than we treat their companies at home. So obviously, that's the impetus for all this, to try to change that imbalance. And when you do have a change in that imbalance, you're necessarily going to generate uncertainty. The market is not going to fully understand where the change is going, and I don't think anyone knows where the change is going. But what the April 2nd announcement does, part of it does, the reciprocity, is basically put people now put them under pressure to start negotiating down. That's what I like about the reciprocity of the agreement. I'm not so much in favor of the floor of 20 or 10% floor that they have on the tariff, but the reciprocity basically puts pressure on these countries now to start coming down. They've been talking about we could have just come down without this, but they haven't done that for decades. So that's just sort of what economists call cheap talk. Now, this is really an opportunity for them to benefit from coming down. And that's why this leverage was essentially put up. So for me, it's all about what happens going forward here. We don't know that. The market doesn't know that. And market obviously hate uncertainty. But we will have Israel, Vietnam, India, and Switzerland have already started to come down. And the question is how many other countries will follow in that path.
All right, Steve, what's your take?
Well, my take is that I don't think we've been victimized in the United States. The trade deficit results from a very fundamental identity in economics. It's a savings investment identity. And the deficits in the United States aren't caused by foreigners ripping us off and giving us a bad deal. They're homegrown. The savings in the United States are deficient relative to the investment, and that deficiency, that gap, is filled in with trade. It's just a simple identity in economics. So the idea that somehow foreigners cause this is just incorrect. It's just absolute nonsense. Deficits or surpluses, whatever the imbalances are in the international accounts, they're created domestically, not by foreigners. Why does China have a huge surplus? Because they have a surplus of savings relative to investments. Switzerland, exactly the same thing. Any country with a surplus has a surplus of savings relative to investment. Any country that is witnessing a deficit has a deficiency of savings relative to investment. Now, it turns out the deficits in the United States, Trump thinks foreigners cause them. Well, he's wrong about that. We create them ourselves, and we primarily, by the way, create them. That savings deficiency is caused by the fact that the U.S. runs a fiscal deficit in almost every year. So as a result, since 1975, we've always had trade deficits in the United States, and they're good for the United States. They're a good deal for the Americans because we have very thick capital markets. We have the international currency. Everyone wants to be in the U.S. dollar, in America, so it's very easy for America to finance these deficits.
Whether or not they're created by the US, whether they're created by the foreign trading partners, do you think, though, that the policies announced on Liberation Day, as it's being called by President Trump, will make Americans wealthy again? Is it going to work?
No, they're going to make America poor again. It's a doom loop day. It's probably the stupidest economic policy we've had now for almost 100 years, because you have to go back to 1930, March of 1930. That's when the Smoot-Hawley tariff was put in, something similar or akin to what's going on now. It was a little clearer, actually, than what's going on now, because, as Thomas mentioned, we have uncertainty. Now, let me just make a remark about that. It isn't just plain old-fashioned uncertainty that we have with Trump. We have what's called regime uncertainty. That is, the whole regime is changing. All kinds of things are changing. It's exactly like the New Deal. Remember the propaganda around the New Deal when Franklin Delano Roosevelt came in? Happy days are here again. Well, that was just propaganda. It was a disaster because when the New Deal started, there were so many changes going on in Washington, D.C., that something called regime uncertainty reared its ugly head. And when regime uncertainty rears its ugly head, investors hunker down and don't invest. So we went from 1929 to the end of World War II. There was virtually no investment in the United States because people didn't know what was going on. Remember, Roosevelt made it illegal for Americans to hold gold. And he did a huge devaluation, by the way, and
Thomas,
took away
what do you think about Steve's comments there? Is this the stupidest decision since the 1930s?
Well, I agree with Steve fully. I think most economists agree with Steve that trade deficits is not a measure of something where someone is a victim versus a criminal. Obviously, I have a trade deficit with my grocery store. I only buy from them. I don't sell anything to them. Presumably, that's a good relationship. So that's not the issue. The issue is the policies, and that's what we documented in 2018. No one can disagree with that. China, for example, requires, they own our companies to enter there. Sometimes they rip off our IP, etc. No one can disagree with that. Europeans have higher tariff policies. Forget what the trade deficits is resulting from that, but that we are treated worse in terms of trade policies. That gets reflected, obviously, with it's not only consumption and investment, but also how easy it is to get into those markets that do determine trade deficits. And that is the issue at hand. I think the White House is a little bit too focused on the trade deficit as a measure of that, particularly on the April 2nd when they came up with the reciprocity and tariffs.
Steve says that this is going to make Americans poorer. Do you agree with that?
I think if we open up foreign markets, like I said, India, Israel, Switzerland, and others are now opening up their markets more towards the U.S. And if we respond by opening up our markets to them, then presumably, if you believe in free trade, that's a good thing. And if that's the result of this, this is a good thing. I'm not so sure that these floors are a good thing if they're not going to be negotiated down. I'm all for setting up leverage to generate more free trade. And that's initially what this was about. It was setting up leverage to get more free trade.
Let's look at manufacturing, because that's one of the big things that President... Go ahead, Professor.
Just one thing to follow up on what Thomas said. The idea that opening up foreign markets somehow is going to change the trade balance is not correct. As I said, the trade balance is determined by a gap between savings and investment, period. It's domestically produced. It's created domestically. That's why we have the imbalance that we have. And it happens, it's a very good thing to have in the United States because it's very easy to finance. We have no problem financing it. And it allows Americans to do what? To consume way more than they produce. It's a good deal.
Well, if we're talking about consuming more than US producers, if we look at manufacturing, 40% as an estimate from what some industry sectors are saying, 40% of US imports are what they call inputs, meaning they're the components that US manufacturers need to produce products on US soil. So if even those inputs are going to cost more, doesn't that just mean manufacturing is going to cost more? How does President Trump think all of a sudden manufacturing is going to be cheap in the US? Thomas, why don't you take us...
language. Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Well, I think his language is that manufacturing will be moved into the U.S. That's the way he portrays this will become cheaper, because there's a conditional tariff rate only if you produce abroad, as opposed to you have a zero tariff rate when you come here. And that's basically how the White House is selling that this will lower prices, even though I think, it's the reason it's abroad is obviously many times because it is cheaper. But it's not going to be the same pattern of imports of inputs after this agreement. So taking the current 40% or whatever the exact number is misleading, because that's not going to be the one going forward.
Steve?
Well, I think the important thing is to get back to kind of the basics a little bit. And what are tariffs? Tariffs are a tax on international transactions. So if you tax something, you're going to get less of it. And if you get less international trade, particularly given the benefits that exist from international trade, why do you think we have international trade? Because a buyer thinks they're getting a good deal by trading with some foreigner, and the foreigner thinks they're getting a good deal by selling it to somebody in America. So it's a good deal. Obviously, there are benefits. Otherwise, there wouldn't be trade. Now we have the government coming in with these wacko tariff taxes that they're putting on something that's beneficial. It benefits the seller. It benefits the buyer. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any trade. And now the government's coming and saying, no. We don't like this pattern that's developing, and we want to tax you. This is just supply side economics 101. It's the same as any other kind of tax, only it is on international transactions. If we go back, by the way, and the market, what's going on in the market, it does relate to something I mentioned earlier. March of 1930, it was announced that we were going to have the Smoot-Hawley tariff imposed in the United States. And it's something akin to what's going on now, because what was the environment in 1930? The money supply was contracting. That caused a slowdown in the start of the Great Depression. Then, on top of that, you had the announcement of the Smoot-Hawley tariff in March that went into effect in July. And what happened? The market crashed. And the market, from the time of the announcement in 1930 at March until June 1932, the low of the market, it lost 83%, the Dow did. So I think we're in for rough times. We've seen this movie before. It's clear that the people around Trump have no clue of what's going on. Trump acts like it'll be a little blip in a couple of days and so forth. If this doesn't change, we're in for a lot of trouble.
Thomas, I want to ask you...
And I would say diplomatically, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. The U.S. is just creating enemies.
We're going to come to the diplomatic effects.
We almost have no friends.
We're going to come to those diplomatic effects in a very short moment. But before we move on to that section of our debate, I just want to ask one final question to Thomas. You have said that part of tax revenue from tariffs is better than income taxes, that money in the federal coffers is better to come from tariffs than income taxes. What guarantee is there, though, that income taxes are going to come down across the board? What's stopping people just pocketing this money, the big corporations, and the government not passing any of it on?
I think I just want to agree with Steve first that free trade is valuable, certainly. And it's not only tariff, it's also non-tariff measures, regulations typically that favor the domestic companies over the foreign companies that are barriers to that trade. My hope is that if you have now pressure on these, so other countries have prohibited, well, not prohibited, but have raised more barriers to free trade than we have, them coming into us. So if other countries followed the countries I mentioned, such as Israel and China or India and others, and are reducing that barrier to free trade in response to this, if they want to negotiate down, that's why I like the reciprocity. If that puts pressure to them to open up for more free trade, I like that. I don't like the floor so much, regardless of what you do. But if you respond by opening up free trade abroad, we will do the same now, and then eventually we can bargain this down. I mean, completely free trade is possible under full reciprocity, meaning 0-0 on both ends in that case. That would be, I think Steve and I would both agree, that would be a good outcome if that was actually the case. And I don't know where this will go. Maybe some countries will respond upwards, some countries will respond downward, like we have seen already. But that's the real question for me. Will this actually put pressure on foreign countries to open up their markets, which I and Steve, I believe, agree is a good thing.
Steve, do you want to respond to that before we move on?
I think Thomas is engaging in a little bit of wishful thinking. By the way, as a free trader, somebody like, for example, Milton Friedman always used to say he never could understand why people thought trade deficits were a bad thing. It was a complete mystery to him. Well, it is a little bit of a mystery to me too. But back to the wishful thinking part of driving all these interventions on international transactions away, zero tariffs, no non-tariff barriers, no quotas, and so forth. Yeah, that would be wonderful. I'm a free trader, so I'm always against all sanctions. Sanctions are a form, by the way, of protectionism, and they're in the same family as tariffs, as quotas, and non-tariff barriers. Sanctions are, and they're widely used by now. Virtually every politician in Washington is all gung-ho about sanctions. So it's easy for them, some of them, to slide into this tariff deal. Now, let me go to the other side of the coin from the wishful thinking, getting everything fixed. If you impose tariffs, you end up, that's a beggar thy neighbor type policy that was actually something that was coined by Joan Robinson in the late 1930s, famous Cambridge economist. And the point is that when you do impose these, there's a counterattack. Just look at what China did. Thomas is talking about this nickel and dime stuff with Israel and so forth. Big deal. It's irrelevant. What's relevant is what's going on with either the second or first biggest economy in the world, and it happens to be China. China is the elephant in the room, and they counterattack. And by the way, they have technocrats who are a hell of a lot smarter than most of the technocrats in Washington, D.C., and I think they know exactly what they're going to do. They know the chess game, and they have it all laid out. So this is going to be pretty rough going.
It's going to be brutal. We are going to talk about China.
I think China is a separate case where you have a military or geopolitical adversary that you're dealing with. So coming back to my simple example of my grocery store, I have a trade deficit with it. But if my grocery store hires a hitman to go after me with the purchases I make from them, I'm not so interested in having a trade deficit with that grocery store. I think the Chinese case is different from our geopolitical or military allies. And China is an adversary, so us funding them building up their military is an issue. Which is it's not the standard issue in terms of tariff policy, I think, that we're concerned with, because they are necessarily getting richer off our purchases. And then the question becomes, is that a good thing or not in the long run?
Seeing as we're talking about...
What are you suggesting, Thomas? You're actually for going to war commercially with China?
No, I just think restricting China everyone understands that China is an adversary. So there is something about building up their military with unfair trade policies that people don't like.
That's an assumption. I think you've been around Washington, D.C. too long. I don't view China.
I mean, that's not a good argument. You need to argue on the facts and logic instead of that argument, Steve.
Well, you say they're an adversary. You define them as an adversary, so you want to do things that you think hurt them. You also have to ask, how much is that going to cost the Americans?
What do you think, Thomas? I mean, when we talk about China, if we consider that in 2001, most countries in the world traded more with the US than they did with China, whereas now more than 70% of the world's economies trade more with China. So isn't there a risk, Thomas, that these moves could just strengthen China more, that the US isn't whether this global trade war it started?
I think, I mean, like I said, I view China or economically building up a foreign adversary as different from our allies, Canada, Mexico, Europe, etc. That's a different type of trade-off for me in setting economic policy against them. I think the issue with, if you go country by country here, Mexico had a lot of concessions on the border without any real tariffs taking place. And we got that through having that leverage on them, which they didn't do without that leverage. So there was zero tariffs, and Mexico reacted very strongly in trying to clean up the border. That's the ultimate, in my view, that's the ultimate value of this, is essentially using it as an unused threat. We did that with the military, obviously. We had nuclear bombs that were never used after World War II, but we had an enormous influence by having them, even though we never used them. I think that's the intent of some of this threat of not trading with our economy. If it doesn't get used, I'm all for it as a threat. When it gets used, I want it to have beneficial effects, which is that it ramps down or opens up markets abroad more for free trade.
Steve?
Well, let's do walk through the logic of this thing, Thomas. You clearly think tariffs hurt the foreign entity, foreign country, once they're imposed on the foreign country. And that's why you like tariffs against China, because you say they're an adversary. So I would just ask, why do we want to hurt our allies then? Why are we hurting our allies? Why are we basically, why are we pissing off the world? That's the bottom line. Because China, okay.
I think they're military. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead.
I think they're military allies, clearly. They're not economic allies in the following sense. They're treating us entering their markets a lot worse than we're treating them coming into our markets. That's been documented. I think everyone agrees on that. So if you're a free trader like you are, Steve, the question is, how do you rebalance that so that U.S. companies experience less trade barriers abroad, just as we have before April 2nd, we had much lower trade barriers coming in here. That's the negotiation that's been going on for, decades, and no, it hasn't moved. They're still treating us worse. So what do? You just sit there and accept it, or you try to fix it, which this is an attempt doing.
Well, I think generally, if you look at the data, and forget the stupid chart that Trump had in the White House with what he claimed were the levels that tariffs would have to be to have reciprocity. That was a hokey number. Everybody realized that it was just fiction. Actually, what's happened with trade, with tariffs and trade barriers, they've gone down throughout the last decades, and they're pretty low. They're not excessive in most places. I'm not saying they're perfect. I would prefer none, zero. But the fact is that things have been getting better, and they're very low. Tariffs amongst our allies are extremely low, and tariffs prior to, shall we say, maybe going back to Trump 1, they were pretty low in the United States too, quite low. Now this is all upsetting the apple cart. The whole thing is being changed.
We've talked about the costs, the economic costs, the numbers, but what about the unquantifiable costs? The US appears to be forcing old rivals to come back together. One only has to look at the recent meeting between Japan, China and South Korea, holding their first economic meeting in 5 years. So two historic US allies together with Australia's top competitor. So Thomas, America's top competitor, do you think that the US should be worried about these kinds of alliances building up against them?
I think it's a concern, certainly. I'm not a foreign policy expert, so I leave that to the experts, essentially.
Economically, is it a worry if you've got these big economies ganging up, in effect, potentially against the United States?
I can fully hear you. The volume is a little bad on my end. Can you repeat the question?
I just said, even if we look away from a foreign policy point of view, if we look at an economic point of view, is it a concern when you see these kinds of economic powerhouses effectively appearing to be ganging up on the US?
Well, I would think that's a concern. My hope with this is that they go the Indian route, which is India is going to be a big trading partner in the future. They have enormous trade restrictions with the US. I mean, hundreds % or more in tariffs sometimes. That's the route which, we hope this will lead to, that we now have a leverage to actually change that relationship to one where we have more open markets for our companies in those countries. You're talking about the opposite, where people are now responding upwards. We'll see what happens, but I think, you know, there's certainly many countries who are very interested in now coming to the table and negotiating down, and I view that as a very beneficial outcome if the U.S. does the same. And also, I think the key for me is this reciprocity makes a lot of sense. What doesn't necessarily make sense for me are these floors, regardless, even if they do what they do, which is what Israel do. I agree with Steve, that's a small market in the world, but they basically come down fully and are still tariffed with 10%. I think that's the mismatch, I think, for me in the reciprocity argument, which I do believe in, could potentially put downward pressure on many countries.
Steve, I want to ask you, as we mentioned at the top of our debate, you were a senior economist on President Ronald Reagan's Council of Economic Advisors. I wonder how you think Ronald Reagan would feel if he was here seeing these developments, where you have communist China appearing to be more of a public cheerleader of free trade than capitalist the United States.
Well, I think number one, Reagan was like me. He was a free trader in principle. Trump is not. He's a mercantilist, period. And the reason Trump is a mercantilist is quite different than free trader Ronald Reagan. Let me get into that. He's like many businessmen. Many businessmen like surpluses. They like a profit. They think deficits are bad, because if you have deficits year after year, you're probably going to end up going bankrupt. So what businessmen do, there's something called the fallacy of composition. They think the economy runs like their business, so that if you have an international imbalance and a trade deficit, they think that's bad. They think it's like a deficit in a business. This is just utter nonsense. And this is the way Trump and many of the people who are surrounding him and giving him advice, that's how they think, like a businessman. So they make a big mistake in that area. Now let's go to Reagan. It turns out that Reagan had a very good record in economics in terms of free markets, deregulation, stable money, and all of that. But when it comes to he was a free trader, but the picture was a very mixed one that we had. His record was mixed. And the thing that was going on then in the 1980s, it wasn't China, it was Japan. Remember, Japan was the enemy in terms of the international trade thing. And there were a lot of Republicans on Capitol Hill, as well as his Secretary of Commerce, Malcolm Aldridge, who are putting tremendous pressure on Reagan to intervene with various protectionist things. Remember the voluntary quotas we put on Japan for automobiles? It turned out, by the way, that kind of backfired, because the Japanese said, oh, okay, well, we'll limit the number of cars going into the United States. And what they started doing, instead of selling us cheap Hondas, they were selling us high-end Toyotas and Lexus and other expensive cars that had higher margins, and they actually made out like bandits with the voluntary restraints that they agreed to enter into. So this gets into the reality of things. So Reagan's a free trader. He's against all of this, but the political reality, he wasn't signing executive orders on these things. The political reality was that he was getting a lot of heat and did a lot of things that he didn't want to do, but he really politically almost had no choice. But he was a different breed of cat than Trump. He had nothing to do with Trump whatsoever. Completely different ideas. What Trump wants, it gets back to what Thomas was saying. Thomas always prefaces whatever he says. He says, I hope this will happen. He always says, I hope that they will come to the negotiating table of foreigners and reduce their tariffs. Well, that's another aspect of Trump's personality. He's a little like Louis XIV. He's the king, and everyone has to come and kneel before the king, no matter if you're the head of state or whatever. That he loves this kind of stuff.
He does indeed, and also loves a chart, as we've seen. Okay, we're coming to the last segment in our debate, so I want to keep us moving on.
I would add to Steve's comparison with Reagan and Trump. They're very much aligned on tax policy and deregulation. In fact, we documented again in the economic report of the president that Trump were even more deregulatory than Reagan in terms of lifting regulations and abandoning old ones, essentially. And also the tax cuts were they're very much aligned. I think on foreign trade, trade policy, they're not the same breed, I agree. But on tax policy and deregulation, which is much more important for our economy because our domestic economy is, we trade a lot more within our country with ourselves than other countries do. We have lower import and export quotas ratios than other countries do. So the tax cuts and deregulations are much more important for reducing prices than tariffs are for raising them.
Right. I don't want to get bogged down too much in the history. Let's look to the future. So I'm going to move us on. In the weeks leading up to Liberation Day, there was a lot of uncertainty about how the tariffs would be implemented, how far Trump would go. And he has ended up targeting both friend and foe, but accusing friends sometimes of being worse than the US's enemies. So, Thomas, I'll ask you first about trust. Is the US still a reliable and trusted trading partner?
What he meant by that is you have to differentiate geopolitical enemies and adversaries, or military enemies, or allies or adversaries, versus economic allies and adversaries. And sometimes our military or geopolitical allies are treating us very, very poorly in terms of opening up their markets for our companies. I mean,
But that aside, do you think friend or foe, whether they are foreign or economic or geopolitical allies or enemies, do you think globally the US is viewed as a trusted and stable trading partner?
Well, I come back to this, that U.S. is the victim, not the criminal before this started. So they're trying to change that in terms of opening up markets for other countries. We're trying to change that. And the international press and the U.S. press want to paint us as being the bully when we're responding to being unfavorably treated. I think that's not necessarily an accurate representation of what this is all about.
Steve?
Well, I think Thomas is framing the thing as Trump is framing it. You know, we have all these foreign criminals, that are ripping us off. And this gets back to the fundamental thing that I'm certain Thomas would agree with, because it's basic economics. You even teach us at the University of Chicago, or at least you used to in the old days when Chicago was Chicago, which it isn't anymore. But at any rate, the bottom line is trade imbalances are created locally. They are due to the savings investment identity. End of story. Forget the foreign criminals and we're being treated badly and all this other stuff.
I'm not saying we measure this with trade deficit, Steve. I'm not saying we measure it. I'm not saying trade deficit is the measure of what's going on. You put that in my mouth. That's not my argument. My argument is that we're treating differently in policy.
That's Trump's argument. That's Trump's argument. I'm not putting anything in your mouth. I'm just telling you that Trump views trade deficits as something that's bad, and they are created by who? By foreigners. No, trade deficits in the United States have been good. They're easy to finance, and they're created by Americans, because we have a savings deficiency. I went through this very carefully. The only careful study that's ever been done in a 2019 article in the Journal of Applied Corporate Finance. You can check it out, Thomas. Ed Lee and I worked, we have all the numbers and everything in there. And as it turns out, by the way, if you disaggregate the savings and investment pattern, the private sector in the United States actually generates a surplus. So you'd say, oh, well, that's savings greater than investment. That's the private sector. The public sector swamps it by having state and local governments plus the federal government. They have a savings deficiency, savings less than investment. If you add them both together, the aggregate is a deficiency in savings, and that deficiency is, as we would expect, given an identity in economics, it's exactly filled in by the trade deficit.
If we move on from trade deficit, Steve, I want to ask you, if we look at many of the countries on President Trump's list, showed that they had much higher tariffs than the US was imposing. So is there any way you can see some sense, some justification in what the president has done in order to get those countries to lower their tariffs?
No, because you indicated what you were reading off that board that Trump had. That board was utter rubbish. Any economist, even a freshman taking economics 101, could rip that thing into shreds. It's a joke. It's an embarrassing joke that he put up, and anyone should be ashamed of being associated with that kind of rubbish.
Thomas, I want to ask you then, when we talk about those charts, you've been talking a lot about reciprocity in your responses, but economists on both sides, for and against, have been, in their analysis, very confused and baffled by the White House's equation for reciprocity. Do you think they've got the maths wrong?
They're using a trade deficit, which I think is misleading. I agree with Steve there, of course, but by country, particularly misleading by country. But I think that the evidence is not the trade deficit. The evidence is in the actual policies, tariff and non-tariff policies, that we are treated worse than other countries treat us. That has nothing to do with trade deficit. That has to do with how open are their markets to our companies versus our country is open to their. There's direct measures which have been documented on tariff and non-tariff policy that there is a large imbalance. And that's what, in my view, the reciprocity is good for, opening up markets worldwide for our companies. That's a free trade effect of if this gets negotiated down by other countries. I think the measuring it by trade deficits is misleading. I don't know what the alternative would be to kind of quantify it according to policies that they have, but that would have been an alternative way of doing it.
Even some people who support reciprocity and reciprocal tariffs have said that this is an ill-advised way to go about it. Thomas, what do you think about that?
I don't know what the alternative is. We have done nothing. This is one method of going after it. You can't just go over and have diplomacy. That has failed for decades. For Germany to lower they have 4 times the tariff on our cars that we have on their cars before this started, essentially. So, you need something to change it. This is one way of doing it. We'll see what happens if the future has downward negotiations or upward. But clearly what we've tried in the past has not worked, and clearly doing nothing would not work.
We are almost out of time. We've got maybe 2 minutes left, and I want to get a response from both of you. So if we can keep it short. Steve, I'm going to go to you first. A prediction. Where do you think the US economy will be in 6 months' time?
It'll be in the tank. And it'll be in the tank for 2 reasons. One has nothing to do with Trump whatsoever, and that is monetary policy in the United States has been ultra tight. And since the summer of 2022, the stock of money is actually lower now than it was back in the summer of 2022. So once you have a contraction in the money supply, you eventually, with a lag, will end up with a slowing economy. We've only had a contraction in the money supply 4 times since the Fed was founded in 1913. Every one ended up in a recession. So that's kind of baked in the cake, even before Trump comes in. And that was like the Great Depression, by the way. Same thing. Now Trump comes in with probably one of the worst, I think the worst economic policy with these tariffs that we've had in 100 years. And that's going to be put on top of what naturally will be a slowing economy. So that's why I say we're going to be in the tank. Mm-hmm. And by the way, the stock market will be in the tank because we have a tax being put on international transactions. And that means that after-tax profits will be less than they were before. And if after-tax profits are less,
right,
stock prices go down. Stock prices go down.
Thomas, what do you think? In about one minute, if you can wrap it up, in 6 months' time, what's your forecast for the economy?
Well, it depends a little bit what happens with Congress as well. I think the tax cuts that are on the table now are going to be very, very beneficial for us. I think the deregulation that they're doing is going to be very, very beneficial for the U.S., particularly in the energy sector. I think those are more important forces for the U.S. economy than 15% of imports being affected potentially by tariffs. I think I'm more optimistic on downward negotiation, obviously, of opening up markets abroad than Steve is. But if that occurs in conjunction, those are positive forces. I do agree with the money supply argument, but I think overall economic policy of the administration gets missed because of all the tariff focus. There's a huge tax cut, or not tax cut, but tax relief of not raising the taxes from the previous tax cuts, but also additional tax cuts coming in, and also an enormous deregulatory effort. I also think that DOGE is doing the right thing and trying to reduce spending. That ultimately has to do with entitlements, Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, essentially. But they're going in the right direction. We'll see what happens to those kind of issues before I take a stance of it's going to be good or bad going forward.
This has been a very interesting discussion. Gentlemen, I'm sorry Okay, Steve, wrap it up fast for us.
The thing that Thomas was talking about, the tax bill that's going through, actually, it isn't a tax cut. By passing the tax bill, we will avoid a tax increase. And if that tax bill doesn't pass, we'll have a tax increase. Well, that'll even put us further in the tank if it doesn't pass. So I'm all for this thing passing because a tax increase is the last thing we need. The tariff tax is bad enough.
Gentlemen, we could continue to debate this for another hour, but unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there. Your analysis, your expertise is so appreciated here on Counterpoints. Steve Hankey, a professor of applied economics at Johns Hopkins University, and Thomas Phillipson, the Daniel Levin Chair of Public Policy at the University of Chicago. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thanks to you at home for joining us here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember to subscribe to Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok so you don't miss out on any more of these lively discussions. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
On this edition of the Riz Khan Show, I've travelled to Turkmenistan, the Central Asian nation with a population of 7 million and borders that include Iran and Afghanistan. At a time when the world is struggling to resolve conflicts from Europe to Africa to the Middle East, Turkmenistan is marking the 30th anniversary of its principle of neutrality, a status reaffirmed by the United Nations for 3 decades. It's a principle that's enabled the government in Ashgabat to maintain friendly relations with both East and West, and is a central pillar of Turkmenistan's foreign policy. With one of the world's largest reserves of gas, the country is developing pipelines to Afghanistan, Pakistan and India, as well as China, furthering its ambitions as a major player in global energy. And the country has been reaching out to the world in other ways, as part of the International Year of Peace and Trust, supporting peace initiatives and supplying medical and humanitarian aid to women and children in need across the region and beyond, including Palestinian families. At the centre of those programs is the Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov Charitable Foundation focused on children. I sat down with the foundation's Vice President for Medical Activities, Oguljahan Atabayeva. Madam Atabayeva, thank you so much for making some time for me. It's good to see you here in Arkadagh.
First of all, I would like to sincerely welcome you once again on behalf of the Charity Fund providing assistance to children in need of guardianship, named after Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov in Turkmenistan.
What was it that drove your attention to this particular topic, you personally? What was it that really made you want to pursue this?
Protection of motherhood, childhood and care for younger generation is in line with Turkmenistan's priorities. These priorities are not only a central part of our national policy, but they're also pillars of our identity. In this regard, I would like to underline our firm position, which emphasizes that states' material and intellectual resources should be directed to support a younger generation's physical and spiritual development. We also understand that in present conditions, achieving this goal must be supplemented by wide international collaboration, close cooperation with United Nations agencies, as well as international institutions on bilateral and regional level. This would give us the opportunity to combine the efforts to exchange practices and experiences and set them preconditions for political and diplomatic support for child-related issues and mobilize the resources.
It's interesting, having known Central Asian culture now for about 25 years, traveling to this region, I see how important children and families are in terms of culture. Many people say a lot of that is lost in the West. It's something that's still very valuable here, isn't it?
The activities of our charitable organization are based on centuries-old philosophy of Turkmen people, on their rich spiritual culture, customs, and traditions. At the same time, our priorities, guiding priorities and principles are human values, ideals of peace, kindness, justice, and humanism. In this regard, the activities of our charitable foundation is based on implementing the activities, projects, and programs to assist children, to provide everything what they need to protect their rights and interests and cover the needs. And this includes medical aspects, access to quality education, healthy nutrition, environmental well-being, and much more. And this is a comprehensive task.
I have to ask you, Madam Atabayeva, what was the the thing that started this foundation? What was the incentive for going forward and creating this foundation?
It's our values.
But what was the trigger that someone must have said, it's time we did this?
This foundation has been established by our national leader, Arkada, on 29th of March 2021. And this year we celebrated our 4th year, and this international conference was also dedicated to that.
I was wondering about examples that you can give from that you have witnessed as someone who is so active in the foundation. Examples of the kind of work, the things you see, the things that encourage you that everything is going in the right direction with the foundation.
Hundreds of sick children have been operated throughout Turkmenistan with the help of the fund. UNICEF participates and takes some practically significant projects, creating favorable conditions for children in the field of education and healthcare. And also a joint project with the United Nations Development Programme, provisions of medicines for prevention and treatment of non-communicable diseases, and protection of maternal and child health in Turkmenistan is currently underway.
In the time since the foundation was set up, obviously it sounds like you're filling a gap that was there. Are you seeing the difference in terms of the results?
I can only say that the whole work of the fund is developing consistently and actively. The fund provides assistance not only to children in Turkmenistan who needs assistance, but also on occasion we provide assistance to children from other countries, but on behalf of the Turkmenistan. And here I can say that overall our charitable organizations, international efforts are developing actively. And the fund, for example, the fund provide the humanitarian aid consisted of medical and healthcare supplies. Some textiles and food products have been sent to the children of Turkey who suffered from tragic earthquake, to children of Ukraine, Palestine, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and also to children of Primorsky Krai region, the Russian Federation. So here I can say that our fund actively participates in Turkmenistan's international humanitarian activities as well.
That's what I was going to ask you about. The foundation has been looking to expand its international cooperation. You mentioned UNICEF, you mentioned UNDP. So I guess you're looking to get more partnerships globally, correct?
Oh yes, our geographical and the thematic relations is expanding. And recently the contacts have been established with charitable and humanitarian organizations in Europe, Middle East, and Asia. And we also would like to express our intention to further strengthen the cooperation with Gulf countries as well.
Is this quite new for Turkmenistan to reach out like this to international organizations?
Well, I can say that I started my duty as a Vice President for Medical Activities in our charitable organization last year, precisely in December. So as soon as I started my duty, I started thinking about expanding our relations, not only because the fund does very huge amount of large-scale work in Turkmenistan, and also on behalf of the Turkmenistan, we do a lot of work, to humanitarian work, and as a Vice President for medical activities, I thought we need to go further with the relationship with other charitable and humanitarian organizations. And I think we share same values.
I think they would be receptive, of course, because the collaboration will help in the long run for the children themselves. Have you found most of these countries and most of these organizations that you've reached out to, they've been happy to collaborate, yeah?
Oh, yes. We recently had a trip to Monaco, and I was really, really glad that the all charitable and humanitarian organizations, they are always very happy to cooperate, because cooperation gives us, as I said, the power of, what is the power? Power for helping to children, because I think there should not be borders when it comes to the children's, the well-being of children. It doesn't matter if it's like healthcare or education or other aspects or nationality of children. Children are children, so that's why it's really, I actually met only understanding and support.
You know, it's interesting, the West has largely dominated much of what is put out in the media in terms of humanitarian aid, and people often forget that so much is done outside the West as well. And, you know, for a country like Turkmenistan, many people don't know the name. When you say, you know, I'm from Turkmenistan, how do they receive it?
Today, I am very glad that when I say I'm from Turkmenistan, or I'm representing Turkmenistan, or I'm representing the charity fund from Turkmenistan, everyone knows. Everyone, they say, like, we would like to go and see the Turkmenistan, and they're just happy to cooperate, and that's true.
As I learned more about the country coming here for the first time, I discovered also, of course, its stance of neutrality for 30 years now. I'm sure that must help as well, because as a country, you remain neutral.
Yes, this coming December, we will celebrate 30s of neutrality of Turkmenistan, and we're a neutral country. And our ideals is peace and constructive dialogue. That's the way how we work, the way how we see it. And Turkmen people, we like to solve the problems, if there is a problem, only in a peaceful way, only with constructive dialogue. And we don't see any other ways, like, for example, some aggressive ways. We don't, it's in our blood and culture.
Especially is good when you live in a neighborhood that is so diverse as well. You know, coming to Arkadag for the first time, the new city, just 30 minutes outside the capital, Ashgabat, the foundation's based here. Tell me about the facilities. You mentioned a few things. Tell me about the facilities.
Oh, yes. We are in the headquarters of our charitable organization, and we have not far from here, just we can walk. If you wish, we can go and see after. We have a rehabilitation center here, which on an everyday basis, children go for inpatient treatment. And they get the rehabilitation treatment and many more consultations with consultants, diagnostics, and so on. And also we have a nursery for 150 children, and we actively practice the early inclusive education. And I think it's, I every day go there and chat with children, and I see inclusive education is gives a positive, and I can see the results. It's really nice to see the children like experiencing something new. And but in the rehabilitation center, I can say that the field where I work in, it's a field where, in general, I think it's a contribution to the future. And when I go to the rehabilitation center and I see the children who goes on a daily basis through rehabilitation and some treatments and diagnostics, but they're still happy. The big smile, like they can hug the whole planet, gives just, I don't know, it's like so, gives energy and happiness to just keep going forward and work in this field.
I think for people who have families and realize the value that children bring, we realize two things. We teach children but they also teach us.
Of course.
What do you think is the biggest lesson you've learned from these children?
Oh, the biggest lesson, I was just thinking about it yesterday. I had a trip to a place, it's a different place where the children with some disabilities, like with the musculoskeletal disabilities, and as here I would like to mention that hundreds of sick children have been operated throughout Turkmenistan with the great help of fund, including complex treatment for cardiovascular and musculoskeletal diseases, as well as diagnostics and some therapeutical procedures as well. And when I see those children still smiling and working hard in order to make some small achievements, like that is something, that is really something that you can think about that.
Seeing how much you've managed to do, and as you described, the success, seeing the positive impact it's had on these children, where do you see the foundation maybe 10 years from now? What would you like to see happen?
I don't plan, but of course I have my wishes, yes. Of course I would like to see in 10 years' time the foundation, the work capacity and volume of the work which we provide at the moment. I would like to expand it, because the more we help the children, the more we are happy, and that is our main duty, to help assistance to children who needs care, who is in need in care, and we provide assistance. And in 10 years' time, I would like to be able to help more children, maybe not only in Turkmenistan, but worldwide.
That's what I was wondering, how much you see the role of the foundation expanding globally.
Yes, globally, that is the correct word. So all children are children. So if they need help, we need to be able, we need to be ready to provide assistance. It doesn't matter where are they, in which conditions, and what kind of help they need. So we just want to be ready to help worldwide.
So through this interview, for example, if you're reaching out to the global community, what would you ask for them in order to support the work you do?
As I said, this forum showed us already we have international strong support and understanding. And of course, again, my message is just to be ready to be able to offer any kind of assistance to children. As I said, to provide everything necessary what they need. And this is a message to whole planet, the whole organization, the whole humanitarian organization, and to the world.
In terms, because obviously, you know, when you set up an organization like this, you need to bring in expertise. You can perhaps offer expertise from your experiences. And I wonder if you can discuss that a little bit, how much expertise perhaps you need to come in, and perhaps what expertise you can give to others now.
Yes, on this international conference, there are a lot of, as I said, like the level of representatives was like very high, and we had every meeting I was just having conversation about the exchanging with the expertise and experiences, and sometimes we need to learn something, and sometimes we can offer some help. And that was like main the topic of the conversation with the representatives of other countries who came for our forum. So that was yes, I can say that it's very important to be able to offer help with the consultants, with expertise as well, because sometimes in some countries, even we sometimes feel shortages, for example, because if you children, working with children, it's very interesting. And at the same time, it's very challenging. And we need to have the people from educational field, from medical field, from different fields. And we are always interested as a fund to send our specialists somewhere to learn more, to like high up the level of their knowledge, education. So every time if I have any meeting with representatives of different countries, I always use this opportunity to ask if we can exchange expertise or expand the knowledge.
So as we kind of wrap up on this interview, I have to say it's been an honor for me to come for the first time to Turkmenistan and, had a chance to discover some of the history of the country, of the Turkmen people. It's quite remarkable. It's a story I hadn't really heard. I went to the National Museum and saw everything there, and it was quite an eye-opener to discover this.
I'm so happy to have you here, and I would like to wish you all the best and success in your work.
Thank you, Madam Atbayeva, and thank you also for taking the time. I wish you luck with the Foundation's work.
Thank you.
And that's it from Ashgabat. From me and the team, thank you for watching. We will see you soon.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much for coming and for giving me this opportunity to be with you.
I want to ask you about essentially how you're going to restore a feeling of security and confidence in the financial sector in Lebanon.
This is an uphill struggle. It's not easy, but it's doable if we really do the work properly. Unfortunately, in Lebanon, usually your priorities go vertically. Yes. In Lebanon, the priorities are horizontal. So you really have to deal with everything at the same time. That's what we are trying to do. I thought from the beginning that I have to start with a deal with the IMF. Everybody has standing on the sidelines, watching. Are we really going to be doing reforms? I mean, governments before have promised. We have so many laws that are actually structural reform laws that for years haven't been implemented, that will really deal with the very important sectors in Lebanon. So we have these, low-hanging fruits that we are starting to use to actually appoint. The government has made a very transparent process of how to appoint, officials in many places. We're starting to appoint regulatory authorities that will have to start the job of restructuring these sectors. The first thing I did, I had a meeting with the IMF representative in Beirut. We had a big chat for an hour. And then that afternoon, I was happy to receive a communique from IMF that they're ready to engage. And that's how it started. So we have had 2 meetings so far. We're having meetings here.
Now, Morgan Ortagus, the U.S. Deputy Representative for the Middle East from the U.S., suggested just a couple of weeks ago in an interview with me that Lebanon was going to come to these IMF meetings prepared to take an IMF deal.
We are on the road. There was a requirement for us to start actually restructuring the banking sector, which, you know, Lebanon, unfortunately, for the past 5-6 years, has been hit once again and again and again. So we had a crisis in the banking sector back in 2019. Nobody did anything about it for the past 5-6 years. So that's also where we wanted to start. So we passed, and this is the first time the government actually passes a bank secrecy law, amendments on the bank secrecy law, which opens the door for the Bank Control Commission, the central bank, to really have nothing objecting to its access to all accounts.
Is it retroactive?
Yeah, 10 years back.
10 years.
10 years back. And this.
So you're really going to name and shame?
The banks, the judge is not me. But I mean.
But you're pushing for that to happen.
No, we are actually doing the right thing. You know, this has to happen. This has to, because many people probably took very high interest rates. There was all this talk about it. But just to make sure that no wrongdoing has been done, this was necessary. This was passed in the government last week. We managed to actually pass it in the joint committees. And the speaker today, actually, as we speak, today, this morning in Beirut, he actually called for a General Assembly. It's going to be on the agenda on Thursday. So that, I am sure, is going to be done. We also passed a new law to regulate the banking system. And this has also been passed in government. And this morning it has been passed over to the Finance Committee that will have a look at it and then will approve it in Parliament. We are a democracy, so we have to go to that process. We cannot just sign it in and it's a law. It has to go through a democratic process. But I'm sure it's going in the right direction. So the government has done.
So you're getting close.
We're getting close. We are in the process, and it takes a bit of time, but hopefully it will happen. I'm confident it will happen.
I want you to walk me through that banking secrecy legislation, because you're saying it's retroactive as much as 10 years. This should catch in the net those who made out like bandits in Lebanon.
Look, everybody who's been doing the right things have no problem. But if somebody has doing, wrong things, he probably will have to pay for it, because what is actually, all this relates to people's money,
yeah,
deposits. You see, so people want to know what happened, and the process is going to happen. Now, who is going to do it? You see, we are actually, by making these laws, we are providing the tools for the central bank and for the Bank Control Commission to start doing its work properly. They haven't been able to do it before because they were vague sentences in the last alterations in the bank secrecy law in 2022. It wasn't very clear what they could do. Now it's very clear that they have full access to all accounts with names and amounts and everything.
Do you think some people ought to be worried?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not the judge. You see, I'm not. We have to do.
But the thought process is that so many people behaved badly across all sections of Lebanese life that it could be a bloodbath if that information is released.
But why don't you wait and see? I mean, you see, we are a democracy. We have a judicial system, and we have a banking commission. And maybe you would be happy to know that also the...
And you're saying it works now.
It's going to work because there's a new law for independent judiciary. This law will be soon on the agenda of the Council of Ministers to approve and send it also to Parliament. It was in Parliament. It was withdrawn by the Minister of Justice last year to have another look at it. The government took it back now and is going to be approving it soon, and it will go to Parliament for approval. So you will have, from now on, hopefully, an independent judiciary. You see, it's unfair for a person in any position to make prejudgment on anybody. Maybe there's been wrongdoing. Okay, we'll find out soon.
The question that I hear again and again is, when are we going to get the money back?
Yeah, depositors.
Depositors. Can you tell the Lebanese people that money is coming back?
We have been telling them. We have been telling them.
All of it?
We have been telling the depositors from day one when we took over as a...
But not everyone's going to be made whole.
No. I mean, let's wait and see. First of all, we are saying that there's not going to be, let's say, cancellations of deposits. We're going to start a process of giving the money back. It's going to be gradual. First, we'll start with the small depositors that are 84% of the depositors. And that's agreed with the IMF. This is the process that has been agreed. And then we'll move on to higher deposits and then higher deposits. There will be a kind of issuance of bonds, arrangements. There's no banking system in the world that can give all the money to all the depositors at the same time. It doesn't happen. The mistake that took place in the 2019 is failure of Parliament or central bank to issue a bank control arrangement or law. And there was a rush on the banking system. And I repeat, no banking system in the world. So hopefully, this is the second step after we have done these two laws, given the tools to central bank to start the process of really finding what happened, what is going to be available, and putting together a plan. We have, by the way, a new governor who just was sworn in a couple of weeks ago. He's with us here as well in Washington.
I'm chasing him for an interview.
He doesn't like to give interviews.
He told me.
He from day one. From day one, he said he's not going to be giving. He's in a position. He needs to be silent and he needs to do his work very carefully. We're also changing all the. There are going to be appointments next month for vice governors and for the Bank Control Commission. So there'll be a new team. And so they have the tools now. They can start the process of really looking, without any constraints, to what happened.
So we can look forward in Lebanon to a day of reckoning for bad actors.
It's going to come. Well, it should have come maybe earlier, but it is going to come.
Tell me this. When you take a step back and think about what happens next with the banks, Carlos Ghosn told me just yesterday that right now the banks in Lebanon are zombie banks. They're not acting in the way that they should be. What does the banking sector look like in your mind a year from now?
At the moment, of course, their money is with the central bank. So once why are we passing this regulatory law to regulate the banking system? To get back a working banking system. I told the Banking Association when they came to see me a few weeks ago, you have to keep in mind, we are not going to allow in Lebanon any bank who doesn't have capital adequacy and who's not really adhering to all the international requirements, Basel 2 and 3 and all the requirements. So regulating them means the central bank has to go back to being a regulator. For a while during the past years, the central bank became everything in Lebanon. Lender of last resort, giving housing loans, you name it, he was doing it. And this actually...
Riyad Salameh.
Yeah, it's not the business of the central bank. The central bank should be doing its job, regulating the banking system. Lebanon, you see, some people think that we are out to really get all the banks or bring new banks from abroad. It's not true. We want actually our banking system to be back healthy and operating properly. And
but we need consolidations?
Yeah, this is a process. It might be consolidation, it might be recapitalization. Everything is allowed, you see, and it's all in the law. But we need a banking system. We are today, unfortunately, on the gray list of FATF. Do you want to be there? Of course we don't want to be there. And do you want to remain like this and go to the blacklist? We don't want to do that. But how do we get out of that list? We need the banking system because we are there. We are accused of being a cash economy. But do you think the Lebanese like to have cash at home? Of course not. It's risking your life and your money. So we want to go back to a normal banking system, get the money back. It's not only that we will get off the gray list. It's also all this money, which they say is billions, stashed at home, goes back to the banking system.
How far away are we from that?
We are in the process, you see. Nobody likes to give dates when you are just starting. We are in the process.
But you think people will put their money back in the banks? They'll have confidence once again.
If they see that the process that's taking place is actually a sincere one, is actually dealing with the problem and assuring them that these banks that are going to be working in Lebanon are safe, are under proper regulation, and have proper capital adequacy and adhering to all international requirements.
May I ask you to make the case for why Lebanon needs an IMF bailout? Because a lot of people say it doesn't. They've got gold. What is it in your mind that is so important about essentially putting Lebanon in hock to the IMF? Because it doesn't work out for a lot of countries that do it.
No, you see, unfortunately, you see, Lebanon has failed for a long, long time to do any reforms. I just told you about all the unimplemented laws and the sectors. I mean, can you imagine what happened to us in Lebanon?
I witnessed it and reported on it.
You see, we have lost billions in the electricity sector.
Yes.
For getting a few hours a day. I mean, is this comprehensible? You know, such a well-educated nation with, you know, well-educated people all over the world working.
Corruption.
It's corruption, you know, clinging to authority. In the new law, there will be no minister able to do all things himself. There will be a regulatory body that regulates the sector. We're going to get the private sector to get involved. That's the law. This is the law that was put in the drawer for so long. So, you know, we'll have a private sector going into generation. We will have private sector going into distribution and collection. And we will keep for the state the transmission.
Yeah.
So we're taking a loan now from the World Bank to spend $250 million on transmission, reduce losses on this process. And so actually...
so why do they need the IMF loan in Lebanon?
Let me tell you why. Because nobody anymore, you see, we have called wolf so many times that nobody believes us anymore. Why are we here in a big presence? You know, 4 ministers, governor of the central bank, advisors, etc. Why? We want to try and close this gap of confidence that has been created over the past years. We are going everywhere. I went to Kuwait to the conference, came here. We're only here 8 weeks or 9 weeks in government. But we are going to be all around the world, and we are going to be doing the right thing. Everybody now who wants to help Lebanon, you know, we have huge needs for reconstruction. I mean, look what happened to Lebanon. Like 2019, banking crisis.
So IMF is about restoring confidence?
IMF is actually giving you a bill of health, that you are on the right track to...
But do you want to be in debt to them just for a bill of health?
It's not only about money. It's about getting the certificate, because everybody else, everybody in the world today is on the sidelines watching. You know, I received in the past few weeks so many visitors. I make 7, 8 appointments, all international, and everybody sits on next to me. After 3, 4, 5 minutes, how are you doing with the IMF? So the IMF became a requirement to give you a clean bill of health, that you are really moving on with all your, you know, cleaning the banking system, moving on with all the reforms that you have promised many years ago, and so on. So yeah, I mean, that's why we need it. It's the door that we have to go through to go back to the world. You know, don't forget also we have other problems.
Yes.
We have defaulted on our Eurobonds, and we have to go back to restructuring that. And so it's all, everything is needs fixing. And I think the IMF is not only about money. It's about technical assistance. It's about probably giving confidence to everybody that Lebanon is on the right track.
You were just in Kuwait. Talk to me about Gulf investment, because essentially what I've heard from Gulf countries is that they're willing to put their money in Lebanon, but only when Hezbollah is disarmed. What was the message you got from them?
Yeah, they are actually, frankly, they first stress on the issue of reforms, and they say IMF. But also, on the other hand, without they saying it, we know that everybody today is waiting for the implementation of 1701, which is happening.
Yeah. How much money do you anticipate Lebanon will bring in terms of that FDI, foreign direct investment?
At the moment, I don't think much is coming at the moment. But we have to wait for...
But how much do you anticipate? Is it going to be a gold rush?
If we have total stability, like the economists say, assumes total stability, yeah, Lebanon is a small country. Lebanon could come back quickly, especially with all the geopolitical changes happening around us, We are praying all the time for Syria to really be stable. Syria is our entrance to the Arab world. We are hoping that whatever is happening in Oman succeeds, because that helps as well. So we have for many years been victims of whatever happens in our neighborhood. So let's hope that things
You're
go
optimistic?
Cautiously. I've learned, I'm an aged person, so I've always learned to be cautiously optimistic. But I'm hopeful. You see, I can see that Lebanon can easily be much better than it is at the moment. It has the potential, it has the human resources, it has the diaspora, which actually, in spite of everything, has kept Lebanon floating with the remittances, you see. So, I mean, this is the capital of Lebanon. And it's a beautiful country. You were just there, you were telling me. You enjoyed going there. Lebanon could compete easily, to be back as a country that can attract investment. Actually, we are at the moment, when I was in Parliament, I introduced a members' bill and got a law passed for regulating PPPs.
Yes.
So how do we, I know there's no appetite only for grants. There's more appetite for investment. So that's why we are going to be, we had the first meeting for the Higher Council for Privatization and Partnership. In that meeting, we announced that the airport in the north, René Mawad Airport, or Playat Airport as they call it, could be up for PPPs. The Prime Minister took a helicopter there and announced that. And already there is interest for it to become, let's say, a cargo hub and probably low-cost airline.
Tell me about taxation. How quickly are you going to sort this? Because a lot of people are worried that any retroactive taxation is going to really put them out of business.
No, we're not going to be butchering, I mean, what we want to do is we're not going to put new taxes, but we are going to make sure to collect whatever is owed. See, there are two files that I'm going to be, because I was busy in the first few weeks with the IMF issue and meeting people and all that. Now, as I go back, I have two files to really concentrate on: customs and taxation. Customs is also, I think, a priority even on taxation, because customs, that's where you pay customs and you collect VAT. So if we are able...
In theory.
No, it will happen. It will happen. We are, you see, I don't believe that you can treat corruption by just changing people. If you get somebody new, they will teach him in 2 weeks how to make money also. The greed is always there. No, we're going to change the system.
Are we talking about artificial intelligence and technology?
So what we are going to be doing customs, first of all, we are going to be putting, X-rays with artificial intelligence, but we're not going to buy them. We're going to do it on a BOT basis, because I want those who provide them to maintain them.
Yes.
Sit by them, because before we had X-rays, and what used to happen, the truck will hit it and it will go out of order, and then it'll take weeks or months to really repair it. So I'm going to put them all over, not only in the port, the other port in Tripoli and all over the land borders. And I'm going to introduce in the container terminals the pre-shipment inspection on high-value goods, you see. So all this underpricing and all that should stop. That's how you really enhance your revenues from customs and VAT. So that's in the process of being done.
Yes.
And then on the tax system, One of my priorities now is to digitalize.
Yes.
You need to, I mean, unless they can do things on paper, and so everything has to become, online and properly digitalized. Maybe I'm planning to create in the ministry a data center, one data center for everything.
Yes.
So it's under control, it's properly maintained. We get all the resources, human and other, to put them there. And we're going to try to make Lebanon, regarding the finance ministry, online. Regarding all the other ministries, also we have been negotiating now with the World Bank, a special loan to digitalize all ministries. Lebanon has the human resources to do that. I mean, our boys and girls are working all over the Arab world and Europe and Africa, and doing all these specialized jobs, And we are finding a huge response for people to come back. I'll give you an example.
One question before we move there. Absolutely, you have incredible human capital, but you also have issues with electricity and internet. So if you're going to upgrade, that requires that you're going to have to improve that internet.
The internet actually in Beirut itself is fine. It's being...
I'm there quite often. It's a bit spotty.
It depends where you stay, but unfortunately, the new minister is very aggressive.
Yes.
He's very aggressive. And
so you see this improving across the country?
Let me tell you what's going to happen. For example, we are going to be changing the board of directors of CDR. And it's being done in a very transparent way. So the OMSAR, the Ministry of Specialized in Recruitment, announced that it's going to be recruiting people to fill these jobs. You know how many candidates applied? For 8 jobs, 650. Many of them from abroad. Also, they announced the regulatory authority for the telecom. You know how many people applied? 525 so far.
So you feel the confidence in what you're doing?
People, we've improved their wages. And so as these regulatory authorities start working, for example, in the telecom and internet issue, OGERO, which is at the moment a government body, is going to become Liban Telecom.
Yes.
Liban Telecom will be given a new license for mobile phones. It's going to own the internet and the landlines. And it's going to be a company owned by the state, but it is going to sell at least 30 to 40% to the private sector, one of the big companies in the world or in the Arab world. So the private sector will be running it and offering the service, you see. So these are changes that the law stipulates that happen, but they never applied the law.
Yes.
Okay? So same thing is going to happen to electricity. I explained to you that the private sector will be building new generation, and also we're going to get the private sector in distribution and collection. So the private sector is going to get bigger and bigger role in all this.
Talk to me about the macroeconomic picture, because there's a lot of uncertainty right now.
Well, uncertainty in Lebanon, yes, there is. We are actually hoping that stability will come soon, you see. The president is working on, he's handing the file of the 1701.
Yes.
And as you saw when you visited Beirut today, you noticed a difference on the airport road, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. So things are going to start to move, towards stability. I hope that we will reach that soon.
Tell me about the gold, because there are questions about how you may decide to manage the gold, given where prices are today.
The issue of the gold, you see, gold actually provides confidence.
It does.
It does. But neither the Ministry of Finance nor the central bank can take a decision about gold. It's the parliament. If time comes when maybe there's a need, we have to go to parliament and see what they decide.
Well, some people would say that Lebanon isn't a country in debt simply because of the amount of gold you have.
We've been lucky. Gold is going up and up, you see. Let's see. I mean, I don't want to be commenting on this at the moment, you see. I mean, it's too early until we have really real figures and a plan. I would be very careful commenting on this issue.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello from the sidelines of the World Government Summit here in Dubai. Welcome to Al Arabiya News. I'm here with Alma Latour, who is the CEO of Dow Jones and Company. Very warm welcome to you. Of course, amongst other titles, Dow Jones is the publishing firm behind the Wall Street Journal, MarketWatch, Financial News. Dow Jones is, of course, owned by News Corp. So it's great to have you with us. Welcome to the region. The Middle East has seen some major transformations in recent years, economically speaking in particular. I'd just like to ask you what you've seen and what you feel when you come here in terms of that transformation.
Well, let me start right there. There is a tremendous sense of energy, of innovation. There's a real vibe of the possible that I'm picking up wherever I go here. Over the past few days, we spent time here at the World Government Summit. There's a lot of deal making happening, a lot of future forward thinking and talking and doing. And that's unique, that vibrancy. Travel all over the world. Those happen at special moments in time when there's a confluence of capital, of ideas, of a sense of the possible, and a global stage that's enabling it. And so that's really remarkable, and that's why I'm here the third time in 14 months.
And obviously diversification away from dependency on oil is a big mantra in many countries in the region. What are you reporting on, for example, in the Wall Street Journal? What sort of sectors are you seeing that transition in most prevalently?
Yeah, so for the newsroom, our reporters and editors have to decide that on a day-by-day basis. But here are the things that are important to us. Anything that moves the global business community forward. And so, of course, that's energy and all the changes that take place in the field of energy. Technology, which is a huge part here of the World Government Summit, of Dubai, of Abu Dhabi, of the region. AI within that, which has such an enormous impact on the world right now, and the region and the UAE here right now play a very special role inside that in accommodating energy, but also technology and entrepreneurship. There's a lot of capital flowing in, so we're at the core of business and finance, a publishing house and information service really to help people make decisions. And so there's a lot of capital flowing into this region, a lot of capital coming out. There's just a lot of interaction on the business scene, and that's where we gravitate. We need to be here to inform businesses here and decision makers here, whether you are in the middle of your career and you want to understand how do I advance, how do I build a business, how do I advance my career, or whether you're a decision maker running a company or running a part of a government. We are going to help you make those decisions by offering you reliable information. That's one. Two, we have to inform the outside world as to what's going on here, and you can't really appreciate it unless you're on the ground, and you know that yourself. You've been here 7 months?
Yes, indeed, but you haven't mentioned crypto, and I thought you'd have mentioned it a bit earlier on. Are you seeing this region become something of a global hub for cryptocurrency exchanges, for cryptocurrencies themselves?
Well, clearly there's a lot of activity around it, and it being an important factor in financial life. There being a lot of unanswered questions still as to what, for example, the U.S. administration is going to do around it, and whether it will be enabling for crypto to take a firmer hold, which is part of the expectation. We are going to narrate that. We're going to emphasize that. I put that under the bucket of capital and technology and innovation, and so it's definitely something that we are paying close attention to.
Okay, so that's the economic side of things in terms of the influence of the Middle East region. Geopolitically, how are you seeing the evolution of the importance of this region?
Yeah, clearly the region and the world really is at some pivot point. There's a lot of action that happened in the past couple of weeks, and we are doing exactly what we need to do, which is to report the facts, to help create an understanding as to what is happening in Washington, what the latest thinking is there. We have done that for more than a century, and so we understand, our reporters understand, our analysts understand, our employee base understands that this is a very special moment in time, and there's a lot of movement. You got, again, this confluence of circumstances where there is an administration that is ready to act, that is moving forward on the geopolitical front, but also on the domestic front. And you don't see action like this very often. And we've sensed that. You've been here all week. You've sensed that even this week in the response to various thoughts that are coming out of Washington.
Just before we move on from talking about the Middle East region, I just want to ask you whether Dow Jones and Company has any plans to expand in this region.
Oh, well, thank you for asking that. We absolutely do. We've already announced recently that we are expanding a presence in Qatar. We are bringing one of our franchises, WSJ Tech Live, to the region to help explain the tech story. We have a beautiful office here in Dubai, and there is a realization that if we want to reflect the world as it is, we need to rebalance our portfolio and make sure that the Gulf region is properly represented, which is part of the reason why I'm coming a lot, why a lot of colleagues are coming as well. And so we anticipate a very fruitful journey forward. Wherever there's action, wherever the business community is active, and certainly as intensely as here, that's where we come in. This is like our sweet spot, and so expect us to be more vociferous and more present with facts and analysis.
You are a career journalist and a media executive. You've mentioned artificial intelligence already. Is this something you think we journalists and the media should perhaps be worried about? Or does it threaten us?
I don't want to approach new technology as a threat. I've covered technology as a reporter. I've covered the rise of mobile technology and the implications, the wide implications that it has had for all of us. I was a tech bureau chief, and so I am paying very close attention to what it's doing to journalism. There are a couple of things that need to be sorted out. One, your company, my company, a lot of media companies have built up archives, have built up basically intellectual property or unique reporting. Costs money. We're investing in that. That's why people tune into you. That's why people come to the Wall Street Journal or come to Barron's. We have to make sure that that doesn't just get hoovered up by a platform for use in a learning model. And so the way we are responding to that is to say, let's make commercial deals and make sure that the value of that is addressed. If the value of that is not addressed and still we believe that our content is not being used in an appropriate way, then we will take action in court, as we already have done. That's one part, and I would say that is just a precondition, but it's not the only part. There's efficiency and then new products, and that's where the excitement is.
Yeah, but I mean, you say you've covered other technological advances over the years, but this one is so different in the sense that it can actually do our jobs for us as journalists. Therefore, you know, a lot of people will be thinking AI is a major threat to journalists and therefore to journalism.
Well, I think it will create a lot of space and a lot of efficiency. For example, I had to give a talk the other day in a different language, and normally, like if you have to translate that, or if you're fluent in language, it takes a while to translate that. To do it like that is actually very enabling. It created a lot more time, so I could make sure that whatever I was communicating, it was even more precise, more sophisticated, and it created bandwidth. Now, it's similar for working in a newsroom, whether you're translating or whether you're working on a story. You can take some monotonous jobs, make them shorter, make them faster, so you can focus on the value add. So that's what I think will work like for journalists on the ground, but that's also how it works for the value chain. Namely, if we can focus on creating premium products that have very, very deep proprietary data, unique reporting. This is not going to go away, the ability to connect human to human and extract something of real value. If you can focus on that, do more of that, and then resurface it with AI in new ways, then I believe that there's a lot of value. We've already launched several new products that are generative AI driven. Those are driving profitable business for us. We expect that to continue.
Earlier this week, of course, there was the AI summit in Paris. The UK and the United States decided not to sign this international agreement on AI at that summit. Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, was there, said too much regulation would stifle growth in this brand new sector. Is he right?
Well, it's not my job to review the Vice President of the United States. I'll leave that to our opinion pages. I'll leave it to our reporters to assess what the Vice President has said there. As a business leader, I want to make sure that we have enough bandwidth to do the things that are accretive, that are going to help our customers, but I also want to make sure that what we have built so painstakingly over the years is protected. And so those are the two angles that I would look at, but let the politicians figure things out.
So just to sum up our discussion about AI, is the Wall Street Journal, are the Dow Jones Company publications embracing it, would you say, or feeling somewhat intimidated by it?
No, we are embracing it, and people are experimenting with it, but we're also building and we're investing in it. And there's really no way to sidestep this. You cannot allow an organization to be built for the past. You got to build it for the future, and everybody's got to lean into that. That's true for us. It's true for our newsroom. It's true for our data scientists. It's true for our B2B products. And so across the board, we are very heavily leaning into it.
You joined the Wall Street Journal in 1995.
You're revealing that to the world?
The very beginnings of the internet, of course, 1995.
Yes.
And you've seen an incredible transformation of our industry over these last precisely 30 years. Are you concerned at the moment about press freedoms? And with regard to press freedoms, I'm particularly interested to see how you feel about how things are shaping up in the United States.
Yeah, so press freedom is a priority for us. Obviously, we had, as you have followed yourself, we had a reporter who was incarcerated. We believed that, strongly believed that he was wrongfully detained. I and so many others fought hard to make sure that he would eventually be released. And so that alone gave us a spotlight at a very personal level as to the sacrifices that some journalists make to tell a story and share facts. And so that's incredibly important to make sure that that's supported and underscored.
And for the benefit of our viewers, if you could just let us know who you're talking about.
This is Evan Gershkovich. He was a reporter who wrote about Russia, very accomplished, a lot of foresight in his reporting. And he luckily was released last year after a year and a half of being incarcerated.
That's obviously in Russia, but what about in the United States? Are you seeing any shift in terms of press freedoms? Are you having to do more to protect your journalists in an environment where if you say something someone doesn't like, and I'm talking about people in senior levels of governance in the country, they risk lawsuits?
Yeah, I have repeatedly said that we should not embrace hysteria around this. I think we've got to focus on the facts. We've got to focus on reporting. We got to do that day by day. There's a lot to cover. If the press or people at the Wall Street Journal, if we make a mistake, we have to correct, and that's an age-old policy, and that's what we have to live by. That's the contribution that we make to society, and we got to just commit to that. So we're investing in journalism, in fact-based journalism. We think that reliable information is just something pretty unique these days that adds value to people's lives and to their decision-making power. If people disagree with what we write, then if we believe that we're right, then we will back our reporters, back our reporting, and if that has to happen in a court of law, then we have done that many times.
And in this era of fake news, disinformation, misinformation, all of it, of course, amplified by social media, obviously accurate reporting is more important than ever before. Do you think there's been a breakdown in trust between the public and the media? And if so, what are you doing about it?
Yeah, I think the best thing you can do about it is owning up to mistakes and being factual and prove again and again that you are contributing to people's understanding, not taint factual reporting with opinion. Make clear that opinion, in our case, opinions and a forum of opinions is clearly separated from news. And so that's how we make our contribution in the area that we control, and that's the biggest contribution that we can make.
So in your capacity as CEO of Dow Jones, do you see it as your role to try and fix this breakdown in trust?
I see it as our role to contribute to an understanding of society, to make sure that factual reporting is spread far and wide. I also see that as a business leader, I see that as a tremendous business opportunity, because there's a lot of doom and gloom around media, including around trust, but the demand for reliable information is huge, which is why we had our best year in history last year, because so many people actually want reliable news. And so if you are if you are capable of delivering reliable news, then you can meet that demand, and there's an outsized opportunity. And the more noise there is, the more you stand out, and in that sense, it's very good times for us.
Okay, well, reassuring words there on the future of our industry, the media. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Alma Latour, the CEO of Dow Jones, thank you very much indeed to you. And thanks to you for watching. Do stay with us here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The Pope's coffin has been moved to St. Peter's Basilica, where it will remain in an open casket for the public to mourn over the next 3 days. President Donald Trump has said the US is very close to brokering a deal to end the war in Ukraine. The world's richest man and Tesla boss Elon Musk says he will significantly cut back his role in the US government as the electric car firm's profits plunge. To our top story, the body of Pope Francis has been moved from his residence in the Vatican to St. Peter's Basilica, where it will lie in state. Thousands of mourners have been paying their respects as they pass by the open coffin, which will remain on display for 3 days of public mourning. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett and Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst Riyadh Kawaji. Thank you so much for joining me, Michael and Riyadh. So let's start with you, Michael. Real incredible scenes today, you know, those mourners filing past the coffin, obviously paying their final respects. How significant is this for Catholics around the world?
It's incredibly significant. I mean, the Pope is the head of the Church. Unlike some of the other big religions, Catholics have that one person who represents, embodies, and helps the Church navigate issues that are at the top of the agenda when that person is in power. It's also, I would say, not just for Catholics. You know, I think that there is, and I don't say this in a derogatory way, there is a spectacle about what's going on. At the Catholic Church, I was raised Catholic. The Catholic Church, as I know very well, is full of pomp and ceremony. And it will be on display for the next couple of weeks. And I think that there's a fascination that people around the world, no matter your denomination, that people have when it comes to the rituals that take place. You know, some of these rituals have been going on for hundreds, some even, you know, a couple of thousand years. And that, I think, captures the fascination of so many people. And so there will be people who will be watching on Saturday for the funeral, who I think are watching from around the world and of pretty much every denomination.
And Riyadh, just to you, he was really a pope, and we've spoken about this a lot, and I've heard about this a lot, a pope of the people. You know, he was someone who touched a lot of people around the world in different countries that might have not had access to the Catholic Church, but he was a real advocate for peace during times of real hardship.
Definitely, he was the Pope of the people. I think this was a unanimous view of a lot of officials and media outlets globally. Moreover, he was a pope that helped level bridges, helped level walls and build bridges between civilizations. We all remember Pope Francis' trip to Abu Dhabi in 2019, where he met with the Sheikh of Azhar, one of the most senior Muslim figures in the Middle East. And they signed this joint declaration about tolerance and coexistence between religions. This was a significant, and he held this big mass in a Muslim country like Abu Dhabi. UAE, known for its cosmopolitan country that advocates tolerance and so forth, but then we have the head of the Catholic Church holds mass in Abu Dhabi that was attended by tens of thousands of people. Also his famous trip to Mosul in Iraq after the defeat of ISIS, where he went to the ruins of the church in Mosul, a famous old church, and he held mass with the objective of encouraging the Christians of Iraq and other Middle Eastern countries to hold to their land, to their roots. And this was also very significant to show his care to the Christians wherever they are, and his care for building the bridges with all the other religious or other religions globally to advocate for international peace.
No, pretty amazing man. I don't know what you make yourself of what Riyadh said, but do you agree with that? For the Catholic Church, he was somebody different in many respects.
He was, as he said, as Riyadh said, he was building bridges. And he was also trying to, I think, do a better job of connecting, you know, as I said earlier, the pomp and ceremony, the rituals of the church with the people who are of the global south. And he wanted to make sure that everybody understood that we could all play a role in this church And he wanted to lead by example. This is why I think, the actions that he took that were so humble in their origins, and he was always focused on trying to connect with people. He was making phone calls, as we've discussed before. He was making phone calls every night to priests in the Palestinian territories, either in Gaza or the West Bank. And he was making sure that he would go out on the streets of Rome, and he was interacting with the poor, the disenfranchised, and he was leading by example. And I think there is no better way for a leader, a true leader, to lead than by example.
And I don't know if you've watched the film. Have you watched the film Conclave, Riyadh? Because there's some really interesting stats out. Apparently, Conclave, the viewership went up 283% on the day of the Pope's death, which is just something that shows us how interested people are from around the world, not even Catholics.
Today, my daughter was asking me whether we could watch it together. So,
oh, wow.
Definitely. So this just here to affirm their point of view here, that it has created a lot of attention and interest across the whole world, across the whole religions, to know about this process, to select this pan that will embody a lot of meanings, religious and holiness, to the Catholic community. And also because of the intensive activity of the late Pope in building the bridges. He made many people of other religions more aware of this, the role and the significance of the papacy on the global scale.
And also, for instance, today, when people were queuing, I was watching that queue, and I don't know what you both make of this, but I thought it's 20,000 people in 8-hour wait to file past the casket, and that shows, what the Catholics believe in. It's faith, resilience, it's patience, all of those things, and such emotion once they had been able to view the Pope.
Yeah, and I think that that's natural when, you have somebody who comes to embody 2,000 years of history. And he might have sometimes shied away from the full force of the institution, and he wanted to be more of the people. But at the end of the day, he was somebody that was the leader of more than 1 billion people. And an institution that's been around, as I say, for 2,000 years. And I think that when people are put in that situation where they see somebody who's lying in state, I think it will bring, especially the faithful, to an emotional state themselves where they are fortunate enough to be in that moment where they see this. And it also, I think as a Catholic, it also makes you sort of recognize your place in the world as well.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much for both of your points there on the Pope and his upcoming funeral. Stay right there and we'll be right back with you. We're going to take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. An Israeli airstrike on a school sheltering displaced families in northern Gaza has killed at least 10 people. A separate strike has hit a children's hospital. The Gaza Health Ministry said the missile damaged the intensive care unit and destroyed the solar panel system that feeds the facility with power. The disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein's retrial has begun today after his landmark 2020 rape conviction in New York was overturned. He's been retried on charges of rape and sexual assault, which he was found guilty back in 2020 and sentenced to 23 years in prison. He has pleaded not guilty. Residents in Ocean County, New Jersey, have fled their homes as a fast-moving wildfire has swept through the area. About 3,000 people have been placed under a mandatory evacuation order on Tuesday. Officials have now said the order had been lifted, but shelters had been set up at 2 schools. And a magnitude 6.2 earthquake has hit Istanbul in Turkey. The quake was felt in several neighbouring provinces and in the city of Izmir. There were no immediate reports of serious damage or any injuries. Now, President Donald Trump has said the U.S. is very close to brokering a deal to end the war in Ukraine. He made the claim in a long Truth Social post. He also continued to put pressure on Zelensky to agree to a peace deal, saying, "We are very close to a deal, but the man with no cards to play should now finally get it done." Earlier today, we also heard from the US Vice President J.D. Vance, who warned Russia and Ukraine that they must strike a deal or Washington may end its efforts to help them reach a ceasefire. Let's take a listen.
Ukrainians and the Russians are both going to have to give up some of the territory they currently own. There's going to have to be some territorial swaps. We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process. We have engaged in an extraordinary amount of diplomacy, of on-the-ground work. We're going to see if the Europeans, the Russians, and the Ukrainians are ultimately able to get this thing over the finish line.
So, Riyadh, we just heard from J.D. Vance there, but this is something Marco Rubio has also said in the past, that they're prepared to walk away from these talks if nothing's done. We also saw that today in London, they were meant to have this high-level delegation discussion. Rubio pulled out. What do you make of all of this?
Well, it's obviously that the parties concerned in these negotiations are not all on the same page. We have to remember, there are two parties to the conflict, direct parties. One is Ukraine and the other one is Russia. But there are Europeans are very much involved in this conflict. They were all behind Ukraine because they feel or they regard the Russian attack on Ukraine as a threat to the whole of Europe. Because based on the outcome of this war, Russia could move one way or the other. And here we can see that the great concern emanates from what was revealed in the proposal. And according to the mainstream media, like today the New York Times is saying that the U.S. proposal favors the Russian position too much. And even the Telegraph, the UK, the same position, and it goes further by warning that if this proposal goes through, it will resemble a great threat. It will lead to more wars in Europe and globally, where the major power, or the big powers, are going to try to prey on the smaller powers and take chunks of territory from them. It's a return to imperialism. So this is the main concern here. That's why Ukraine and Europe both have voiced strong reservations on the proposal.
Do you agree with this?
I do agree. I think that if the U.S. walks away from this, they are formally abdicating the role that they have held since the end of the Second World War. And I think, to Riyadh's point, what message does this send? Let's bring it back home. What message does this send to the Israelis, who will go into Gaza, take what they want? They'll go into the West Bank, which is pretty much what they've done anyhow. But now there's a precedent that's been set. And I think this is one of the concerns that the Europeans have, is that if an aggressor can go in and take something, and then there's a peace deal at the insistence of the U.S., and it's only signed after the aggressor has taken what it wants, what message does that send to other countries around the world that are thinking, if we can build up our own military, if we can be a little bit more aggressive, well, there's nobody on the global stage who's going to be stopping us anymore. It was the U.S., but they don't seem to want that role anymore.
What do you think Europe make of all of this, Riyadh? Because the reality is Donald Trump has always said from the beginning that he would end this war in 24 hours. He also said he wanted to stop the death. He didn't want the war to, continue. He wanted to save lives. Now we seem to be in a situation where no one really knows how close we are to ending this war.
I think there are 2 or 3 main points of contention here that have left U.S. or drove the U.S. proposal and this position from the Europeans who have these reservations on it. First, and also the Ukrainians. The first point is that U.S. recognizing Russia's legitimacy, the annexation of Crimea. That's a precedent. This is what was referred to as the main point of concern, that any country can now occupy another and, it will be accepted by the U.S. Second is that there are no guarantees, security guarantees from the U.S. The U.S. is just keeping the whole thing that it's the Europeans who will deploy troops in Ukraine, and there's no commitment, security commitment from the U.S., while Ukraine from the very start was saying everything will hang on the level of security commitments it gets from the U.S. And for now, the proposal does not give any commitments from the U.S. side. And the third is, of course, the Ukrainian position. How are you going to convince the Ukrainians that they're going to be giving up territory? They seem to be okay with the fact that they accept a status quo where Russia is occupying force, and they will have a peace deal that will go on for years with Russia not committing any aggression, but there will be no recognition by the Europeans or the Americans or anybody of Russia's legitimacy on these occupied territories. And this is, I think, what is causing the, let's say, the disagreement, the dispute at the moment.
It just seems to be that the main sticking point. And also, a lot of people are arguing in international law, you can't redraw countries' boundaries. So this is another major sticking point. But, Michael, do you think there's a massive disconnect between the talks that are ongoing and actually the reality of how people are living in Ukraine and in Russia as this war continues?
Yeah, I don't think that the war is popular in either country. And I think at a certain point, it's human nature, not that I've fortunately never experienced it, but enough. And this has been going on for 3 years. And the Ukrainians are suffering. And the Russians, the ones that have stayed, who have not wanted to go into the military and have been conscripted, they, of course, don't want the fighting to continue as well. And that's why you've seen that, Russia has relied on some of their partners around the world for some of their troops to come in and help fight on their side. But I think that the people themselves, I mean, it's always the case where it's the civilians. As we can see, again, I'm going to mention, Gaza. But the civilians, it's the women and the children and the non-combatants who are more often than not the real victims of the war.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that, Riyadh.
Well, I mean, 2 things. First, will the U.S. actually walk away from this? And how this is going to affect the U.S. standing globally, especially amongst its allies?
Yeah.
And and if the deal goes through, what effect will this have globally on issues like China and Taiwan? And how will the U.S. justify objecting to China's control of, or possible invasion of Taiwan when it has sanctioned Russia's annexation of Crimea? So these are 2. We are in a paradox here, I think. But it seems from President Trump's point of view, it's all about transactional issues, and it's going to cause a lot of controversy. And again, it's going to be very painful for Ukraine if the U.S. walks away, because it's very hard to fill the gap, the military support gap the U.S. had provided.
Yeah, it's a tricky line to walk, definitely. But as Donald Trump says, he is convinced a deal is not far away. So we'll watch and see what happens. But just stay right there. I'll be right back with you. Now, US stocks are extending gains following a report that suggests the White House is considering slashing tariffs on China to de-escalate the trade war between the two countries. President Donald Trump echoed that sentiment, saying he won't play hardball on trade and is optimistic that he will make progress with China. Earlier, I spoke to Al Arabiya senior correspondent Karina Kamel, and she explained the surge in markets in further detail.
Well, there are two main factors driving what we can consider a relief rally today on U.S. markets, but also global markets in general. And the two key factors are the sort of de-escalation we've seen in the comments coming from both President Donald Trump, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and other sources close to the administration with regards to the China trade talks. So that's one element that's reassuring markets to a large extent. And also perhaps a dialing down of the criticism against the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. So these two factors have led to a lot of the assets that we saw sold off over the past few days regaining momentum. In fact, the markets actually turned positive yesterday just on the mention of some positive comments that were leaked from a private meeting attended by the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. It was a closed meeting. There was no media there. And just the leaks of some of the comments he made were enough to drive the Dow Jones Index of equities up 1,000 points. That was yesterday. The rally continued throughout yesterday's session, and it has gained momentum today on the back of a number of factors. So first of all, we had this comment from the Wall Street Journal reporting that tariffs, which are currently at 145% on Chinese imports, could be dropped to as low as 50 or 60%. Then we got some comments from sources close to the White House saying that perhaps as a sort of opener, the U.S. administration could actually lower tariffs to encourage China to come to the table. So we're talking about a sort of carrot versus a stick approach. And then we had more positive comments from the president himself last night saying that the tariffs he expected would be much lower on China than they currently are. And then again today, more positive comments saying he expects a fair deal. Scott Bessent indicating that the current situation is unsustainable. So essentially, all the noises coming out of the White House are very positive on the China trade story.
Now to the world's richest man, billionaire, businessman Elon Musk has said he'll significantly cut back his role in the US government. It comes after his electric car firm Tesla reported disastrous first quarter earnings. So, Michael, we've heard whispers that Musk was going to pull back from his involvement in the Trump administration. That was denied. Now we actually see he said, I'm significantly going to scale back. Does it come as a surprise?
So there's no surprise for a couple of reasons. One, we knew with his appointment, he was only allowed to be an employee for 130 days anyhow. So it was going to come to an end at the end of May. Legally, not that the Trump administration is necessarily following all the laws that they should, but that's the way that it should have happened. But then when you see that, Tesla stocks from December are trading at 50% of the value. From last year to this year, profits are down 71%.
71, yeah.
And there's no way that Musk is immune to the comments that people are making. There was one analyst that has said Tesla is Musk, Musk is Tesla, which means that as your job with the government is legally coming to a close, and as one of the companies for which you're well known for is doing incredibly poorly, he's facing stiff competition, especially from some of the Chinese products. His politics are not winning him over any fans. A recent Pew Research poll found that more than half of Americans had a negative perception of Elon Musk. You can't continue to be on social media, on X as he is all the time, and think that everything is going along as it should be. And so when you're on a call as he was today with shareholders, and during that call when it was announced that he said he's going to be coming back, stocks had gone up 5%. And because of that, everybody recognizes that he's best positioned to be going back to Tesla, and I think it was just a matter of time.
But Riyadh, did he actually help make America great again?
Well, that remains to be seen. The final verdict will come from the American people. Maybe in the elections next year, we'll find out. Because the role he played is the equivalent to a role of a CEO brought in the company just to take over of the layovers, you know. And this is what he did. That was his job, leading Dodge, this organization that was slashing and cutting and responsible for the dismissals of thousands and thousands of federal employees in the U.S. So definitely that's a negative image, whether it is being done rightly for the right reasons, but for the people, these are their neighbors, their friends who are losing their jobs that they held for years. And they are being dismissed for various reasons. And many of them see it unjust. And there are many cases at courts right now because of this. So, and all of them, the front for all of this was not President Trump. It was Elon Musk. Yeah. And he has, as the main brand for all the companies he owns, he is suffering business-wise. And I'm sure every CEO and director in his companies are telling him, please come back home.
Just step back. Yeah. But I must say one thing. He did create some serious drama when it came to the White House. You remember we saw him on stage with the chainsaw. I shouldn't laugh, but that image stays in my head. And he also has done some wild things. You remember his son was in the Oval Office with him, his child picking his nose. So he's brought some sparkle. Can we say that? Or has he not?
I don't know if I would say sparkle, especially with this administration where Donald Trump is such a unique character and he needs the spotlight to be shining on him. Now, I will say this. I think a lot of us thought that there was no way these two could coexist. There was a belief that these two men had egos that were too outsized, and there's no way that they could continue to work together.
Yeah.
So against all odds, in that case, they actually have been working together. But you have to go back to the campaign trail. You know, I've seen numbers now that talk about Musk having spent $250 million of his own dollars to help get Donald Trump elected. And he is a controversial figure because especially when you go to Wisconsin, where there was the Supreme Court race, and he was handing out checks for $1 million. And that really started to make Americans, it didn't matter if you were a Republican or a Democrat, this isn't right. You know, you shouldn't be buying votes. Perhaps it's happened throughout the history of the country, but to be so blatant about it, it really offended a lot of American voters. And to your point, I think we'll see what the repercussions are in 18 months in the midterms when Americans can go back to the polls.
And also, what do you think of the friendship between Elon Musk and Donald Trump? It was, as you said, unlikely, but do you think it will last the test of time? Do you think we'll see Musk stand by his side? We know Musk was always a Democrat, you know, prior to this.
Well, I mean, we've seen President Trump as, you know, a person who very much transactional in his thinking and the way he deals with everything almost. So Musk was, you know, had a purpose, had a role to play in supporting financially and encouraging other executives from other companies to come on board and support his campaign. He had this great number of followers on X. So he benefited Trump tremendously in running for the elections. And for Trump, that was a very good reason to keep Musk on his side. And Musk was promised this position in the government, in politics. And I think Musk did not really do the proper calculations. He does not have a political background. He didn't know the cost he would pay he would eventually pay for entering politics with the job of slashing all these jobs and doing the big cuts. It has ended up backfiring in his face. And I think this relationship was very much transactional, and now Musk realizes the cost he suffered from it. He is going to be on his way out, and it remains to be seen how Musk will start commenting on Trump's future policies, especially on tariffs. He was very much against the tariffs.
He was against that. Yes, he was.
How he's going to start comment, whether his comments are going to become more stronger in language. The rhetoric would become stronger once he's out of this administration.
I was actually having a look at the article on Musk and Trump's history. So we know Musk used to be a Democrat. He voted for Obama, Clinton and Biden. Previous online spats, he's had quite a few. Musk called Donald Trump too old to run. He then, Trump accused Musk of lying following his purchase of Twitter. So, I wonder, should businessmen be involved in politics? Is this a whole other conversation that we might not have time for?
I don't know that I would say businessmen. I would be more inclined to say these two are probably not cut out for this role. Having said that, I mean, Donald Trump has done something that, has not been done very often, which is that he won, and then he was out of office, and then he ran and won again. And there's something about the man. I know how you feel because we've spoken about this. I don't know that I would go so far as to say he has charisma, but he has something that appeals to enough American voters for him to be elected a second time.
But also, we must remember that Trump, in his election campaign, did say he was going to reform the White House and these cuts were going to happen, and he was going to reform a lot of the American agencies that were running to pull back money and make America great again. So maybe the reality of doing it so quickly didn't work out as well as hoped.
He wanted to do it quickly, and I think he's almost done with it, according to people I met who were recently in Washington and held talks, had meetings with officials in the Trump administration. It seems that the jobs that are being targeted are the jobs that have to do with anything related to aid, to human rights, even in the cuts in the embassies that Secretary Rubio announced were actually very much related to consulates and offices and embassies in countries in Africa and Central Asia, and these places that deal with oversight on aid and human rights and so forth. In a way, it seems that there is going to see a transition in the U.S. foreign policy where the U.S. will no longer enforce issues of human rights and so forth in these countries, that before the U.S. linked any aid to this country for its record on human rights. From now on, this will no longer matter. It will be, from the point of view of this administration, is this will enable the U.S. to do business much easier and to be more competitive to China in these countries, because China does not intervene in the internal affairs and it's just about business. And this is how the U.S., how the Trump administration see as a best way to compete on China on equal terms, that both of them will now no longer care about internal affairs and human rights and these issues in these countries. It's going to be just about business.
Well, we're going to see how long this bromance between Musk and Trump will last. But it was so interesting to talk about that. And there's so much to talk about. Two, obviously, massive characters that have dominated the nearly first 100 days of the Trump administration. But finally, we have actually reached a point in the show where, Michael and Riyadh, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories. So you've done your homework for me, and you found some stories that you've enjoyed. Let's start with you, Michael. Sound waves could help people lose weight. What's this all about?
So if you like music and you want to lose some weight, we may have the perfect story for you.
Not Ozempic?
No.
No.
This is one of the beauty parts about this,
Yeah.
is that it's non-invasive. So Japanese researchers have found that acoustic sound waves actually have an impact on body tissue. Specifically, what they've discovered is that the acoustic sound waves can stop your fat cells before they become fat cells.
No.
Yes.
That's crazy. Isn't that fascinating?
I'm sure a lot of...
Say it. We go back and...
Well, we could possibly see a lot of, plastic surgeons losing job over this.
Yes, this is true.
This is going to affect the business, the industry, the sports industry. We're going to see a lot of places for workout introducing possibly the sound waves. It's interesting.
It is so interesting. But also, what I find fascinating is, if you play music to your plants, they also grow quicker. I don't know why I'm bringing that up, but that's something that I've been told.
One of the, we have taken so many things for granted in our society.
Yes.
And I'm not a huge fan of social media, but I certainly understand that some of the conversations that have taken place on social media are good. And one of them is mental health. And I think what we have taken for granted is our mental health.
Yes.
And I think music and some of the simple pleasures in life, to sound like a grandfather, I think have greater benefits. And the reason that they have stuck around for so long, especially music, why it's been around for so long is because it gives us a joy that we might not always be able to put our finger on.
And a sense of nostalgia. I don't know if you find that about music, but sometimes where I am and a song comes on, I remember, oh my gosh, I was dancing to that song in London at university with my best friend, or I don't know, what about you? What's your favourite song, Riyadh?
Exactly, same way,
Yeah.
Whenever I hear, for example, there are groups today that are very old, like Duran Duran, for example.
Oh, yes, yeah, of course.
When they play their songs, just for me, this is back to college days, where there was no party that didn't play Duran Duran or Queen or, all these songs that were, very much affiliated in our memory to, certain occasions, certain age time.
No, it is absolutely fascinating how music can really move us and also join people together. But Riyadh, yours is a great story too. It's about air taxis in the UAE. Is this real? Is it actually going to happen? Am I going to be able to get a taxi from downtown to our studios?
Well, it seems to be real. I mean, today the authorities in Abu Dhabi gave clearance for, the area where they're going to have the first point. Apparently, there will be specific points. You cannot just stop.
I can't say location here.
Wait for the flying taxi to stop for you. It cannot land anywhere. It will be in certain areas that are authorized, cleared by the Civil Aviation Authority, because it flies. So it is within the mandate of the Civil Aviation Authority to give clearance to the landing areas from where they're going to be launched. So most likely in downtown area there will be a point, and the main, like in the Palm in Dubai, there would likely be a point, and also same thing in Abu Dhabi. There would be certain areas that are close to people, or people can go and just take an air taxi. It shows the progressiveness we have here in the UAE. It will be the first country to do so.
Yeah, no, absolutely fascinating. But I feel like this has come too late, because remember when we watched Back to the Future, there were flying cars, and that was a long time ago. But like Riyadh said, absolutely fascinating. It is a move forward in tech, really, isn't it?
It is, and this is one of the great things about living in this country. Dubai and Abu Dhabi sometimes they're on different tracks, but when they want to come together and they recognize something that is stupendous and something that is going to help the brand of the country, I think that they pull out all the stops. They make sure that what it is that they're going to do is properly organized and properly sanctioning. Civil aviation is going to be looking after this. And they make sure that they then put it out there, not just for people who live in the country and visitors, but also for the entire world to recognize that cutting-edge technology is available in the UAE.
3 weeks ago, 3 days ago, it was, I heard, in the media over here, that autonomous taxis in Dubai are going to go into effect next year. Dubai has ordered 1,000 taxis, reach a deal with a company in China that will be building electrical autonomous vehicles that will be operational in Dubai starting 2026.
My gosh, yeah, fascinating.
That's consistent. I mean, the metro in Dubai, for instance, it's driverless.
Yeah.
And this is like the MO for Dubai. When there's something that you think is cutting edge, they'll come up with something that sounds even crazier. And then they'll make it happen.
No, absolutely. Fascinating stories. Thank you so much. Lots of good advice there. Sound waves to help you lose weight and air taxi. I really enjoyed them. Thank you so much for joining me. And that's all we've got time for today. Thanks so much to both of our guests, media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett and Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst Riyad Kawaji. Here's a reminder of our top stories. The Pope's coffin has been moved to St. Peter's Basilica, where it will remain in an open casket for the public to mourn over the next 3 days. President Donald Trump has said the US is very close to brokering a deal to end the war in Ukraine. And the world's richest man and Tesla boss Elon Musk says he will significantly cut back his role in the US government as his electric car firm profits plunge. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, and then it's a dressing room with the football stars Joe Cole, Wayne Bridges and Charlton Cole. Goodbye and thank you so much for joining us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, Elon Musk says he is pulling back significantly from his work with the US government, notably from his role as the head of the Department of Government Efficiency. And top US officials pull out of a Ukraine peace meeting in London at the last minute. We ask why. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in the United States, where billionaire Elon Musk is saying that he's going to be cutting back on the time he spends in his role with the Trump administration. Well, he currently heads up the Department of Government Efficiency. Well, one of President Trump's closest advisors, Elon Musk, has spearheaded the so-called DOGE, which says it aims to fight fraud and identify waste in the federal government. Well, his decisions, though, have not always been well received, especially when it comes to cutting hundreds of federal jobs. Well, as protests against Musk and his companies have gathered steam, his political involvement has led to weak relations with Tesla investors and owners, directly causing a sharp drop in profits. Well, President Trump's tariffs and trade wars have added to Tesla's weakening position in the market. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Republican strategist and political commentator Scotty Nell Hughes, who joins us as ever from Nashville, Tennessee. Scotty, great to see you. We hear from Elon Musk. He's going to be pulling back, he says, significantly from his work with the US government. That doesn't come as a massive surprise, does it?
No, and while some might say it's because of the fall of Tesla stock in the first quarter and purchases, as well as the political pressure and everything going on with the protests, they would say that is the reason why he is stepping back for the betterment of his own wealth. But Elon Musk is still the most wealthy man in the country, with more than $330 billion sitting in his bank account. And this choice to step back from Doge is not necessarily one that he's making. It's not a choice. He has to do this as required by law. He is a special government employee, which means only 130 days he can serve in this White House without having to disclose a lot of private details that he obviously is not very comfortable in doing at this stage.
Do you think he will, though, after that 130 days is over, continue somehow or other to play a part in the administration, advising the president, for example?
Well, Elon Musk is not going away, but I think in an official capacity, he has to do this. And while it is 130 days, that's within a 365-day period. So him officially being on the clock, he is going to have to step back. Now, here's where the ethics are going to be questioned, because obviously Elon Musk has several enemies, both within the administration, has ruffled some feathers in Congress. So he is going to have to make sure that his T's are crossed, his I's are dotted. And when they have these discussions that involve business-related matters, he's going to have to make sure they're on a casual and that no one can look at him and say, you're actually conducting official business, therefore breaking the rule, breaking the law, and thus facing prosecution, which obviously we know that the Congress and the Democrats are more than willing to bring against him.
Okay, so when he says he's more or less done with his role of basically bringing about efficiency, he says mostly done with that establishment of the Department of Government Efficiency. I mean, what's he done, in your opinion? What can he put to his name by way of achievements?
Well, if you are a conservative, you're a Republican, and even if you're an independent, you're looking at several of the cuts. Obviously, he did downsize the size of the U.S. government, the bureaucracy. And while, yes, it did result in good people possibly losing their jobs, there's also a lot of waste that was cut. And so he can tout that and saying that there was obviously a lot of government waste that had been going on underneath the Biden administration. So I think that was his number one job, his number one role. And Republicans, considering he has one of the highest ratings amongst his own Republican base, approval ratings, even probably higher than Donald Trump at this stage, think that he's done a great job at that. So he can tout that, and he's done his job and back off. But like I said, I don't think you're going to see Elon Musk off the invitation list anytime soon at the White House. I think he'll still be making multiple appearances whenever he so feels like. I think he has an open door policy.
Sure, well, it looks like they've remained friends, which is a good thing, given that they're two kind of larger-than-life characters and personalities. I mean, he says he's got the government's financial house in order. I mean, how out of order was it to begin with, do you think, Scotty?
I think it was extremely out of order, but I think it's a little pretentious to say that Elon Musk has gotten the U.S. government's financial means and their books balanced. I think anybody can look at what's going on right now trade-wise, as well as the American economy. I mean, just go to the local grocery store and you can say that our house is still definitely in chaos when it comes to our economy. But I do think he has taken great steps in doing exactly what he was set out to do, which was to minimize, to downsize the size of the federal government, which had become very bloated under the Biden administration. So I think he can say success in that, giving him full credit for restoring the American economy. I think we still have a lot of steps to go to be able to claim that achievement.
Yeah, I mean, originally he talked about savings to the tune of $2 trillion US. That's on a federal budget of $7 trillion. I mean, has he got close to that, really?
Well, I don't know if, even if he has, you can't look at this budget. When we look at our military and our Department of Defense, and you have Pete Hegseth out there bragging that he has the largest Department of Defense budget ever being approved by Congress, and say, well, fine, you might be able to save $1 trillion or $2 trillion. And that resulted in a lot of good people losing their jobs and joining the unemployment lines, but don't turn around and spend it in another department. And I think that's what the American people are going to be watching. If we supposedly save $2 trillion, then we need to see that clock starting to roll backwards. And yet the debt clock with the United States still continues to grow, and it will grow even more as this next budget continues to be put together, especially when you have a Department of Defense bragging about spending the most they ever have on our military.
I'm detecting from you, Scotty, something I don't usually detect, which is mild disapproval, perhaps, at something that's been happening there in the Trump administration these last 94 days or so. Am I onto something?
It's amazing how our conversations have become such friends. You can see it. I'm a simple reflection, I think, of what the grassroots of those that were supporters of Donald Trump that went to November and elected him to do. They elected him to cut spending across all fingers of government. And they also elected him to put America first, both domestically and in international policy. And it does us no good when we are sitting there and talking about our Department of Defense growing their budget, becoming more entwined in foreign conflicts, when we voted him to actually bring it back home and to focus on America. So yes, I think there is a growing anger happening within the grassroots that if Donald Trump does not watch who he's being advised by, will continue to grow and fester and will result in the midterms being lost by the Republicans. And then you can just go on and count Donald Trump having to deal with impeachment hearings like he had to do the first term, unless he begins to really fulfill some of those campaign promises, especially internationally, that he made back in November that got him elected initially.
Yeah, sort of a general sense of impatience. Does that sum it up?
I mean, it's a little over 100 days. So, I mean, we are realistic. It takes a lot to go back for what the 4 days are. However, the problem is we're not seeing steps in the right direction of it. When you're seeing, more and more involvement in foreign issues, when you've seen this trade war that's escalated with China, those are not steps to peace. Those are steps to actually continuing, if not escalating, the fight between the United States and some of the other countries that we should not be fighting with. So I think that Trump is getting some very interesting, and if I can honestly say, bad advice from those around him in some areas, that he is starting to diverse from, he's starting to go away from what his initial campaign promises were on the trail.
Yeah, and all the while we got JP Morgan saying that they do now expect a US recession. I mean, if the economy really starts to feel the heat more than it has done already these last few weeks, I know it's not a very long period of time to measure the economy by, but if by the end of the year the US economy is in recession, I mean, do you think that's really going to turn the temperature up on this administration?
I'm not so quick to say that a recession is going to, I think people expected a recession. There was going to have to be some sort of jolt to the American economy because it had become so falsely propped up by the printing of dollar bills by the last administration. So I think most Americans were prepared for it. The problem is we want to make sure that it's a short-term recession, that there are actual steps being put into place to bring us back and bring us back stronger. I don't know if, while there might be definitely some issues with our trade around the world, I think a lot of the American workers were very happy with Trump's initial shutdown and this fair policy of whatever tariffs you put on us, we will put on you. I think Americans were happy with it. Now, those investors probably weren't. But I think Americans were thrilled at the thought of bringing those warehouses and bringing those manufacturing jobs back to the United States. So Trump's reversal on that has made us kind of scratch and pause and wonder if his economic policies are really well thought out with the American people in mind and not necessarily the billionaires that seem to be constant visitors in the Oval Office these days.
Just pivoting back to Elon Musk, I mean, how would you describe his operating style? I mean, have you got a couple of words that would sort of sum it up for us? Eccentric, not traditional, not exactly what you would see the traditional CEO would be. But that's how Donald Trump was. And that's why I think Donald Trump does respect those that have been very successful in business. That's why he put
Besenton as Secretary of Treasury. That's why you have Witkoff leading a lot of his negotiations with foreign. And I think that is a good thing. I am 100% behind people who have a proven track record in business coming in and trying to apply some of those same characteristics to politics. I think that's why Elon Musk has been. So the other thing that Elon Musk is beneficial for, because he does have billions in his bank account, is he doesn't owe anybody anything. He can't be bought because nobody can afford him. And so because of that, a lot of his decisions are being made, the American people would hope, for the American people and not based on a lot of the special interests that continue to control D.C.
Right. So basically, we've got an administration here with an original approach to some old, sometimes decades-old problems, which may yield fruit. Is that basically what you're saying, that they'll bring something fresh to the table, bring some new ideas?
We needed fresh. We did not need tradition, because tradition was not working in the United States. And I think that's why the American people were so quick to be excited to see someone like Elon Musk, with hopes that that was restoring the American dream, that we too might be able to create something in our garage that one day might make us billionaires as well.
I mean, there has been talk, some of it's been dismissed pretty quickly by people quoting the Constitution at us, but there has been talk of Elon Musk one day, somehow or other, finding his way into the top job in the United States. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think that's exactly his goal. I don't think that's exactly what he wants. I don't think he would want the limits that being president of the United States puts on him. I do think there are others, though, that I think he likes being, I don't want to say someone who pulls the strings, but I think he likes someone that gets to be the advisor that can come and go as he please. Hence why he is saying that he's stepping down and stepping back from Doge. He is wanting to obey the law. He does not want to become a government employee. So while some might speculate it, I don't think that's in his future, but I do think that this is not going to be the only president that he gets the annual invitation to the dinners with.
Has there been a single star performer, someone that stood out for you these last nearly 100 days, someone you perhaps didn't expect very much from, but who has over-delivered in your view?
That's an interesting one. Listen, you and I are on TV. You obviously sit in the anchor desk. It's real interesting to see people who sit in the anchor desk all of a sudden become in charge of policy. And yet they do more. A lot of people are complaining that they do more interviews on television than they necessarily do actually in creating policy themselves behind the scenes. I think there's actually some credibility to those complaints they have, but what else do you expect when you take a bunch of news anchors and make them secretaries of the various departments? That being said, I think that a lot of folks right now are very happy with J.D. Vance. I think that he's getting definitely some accolades. And I think that the border czar, the person, Homan, who is in charge of, I think people are very, very happy, despite all of the controversy happening right now with the possible deportation of a gang member to a foreign country. I think people are very, very happy in seeing what is happening with our immigration. The only thing that needs to be countered with is we need to have a very legal way for people, an easier way for people to actually become citizens of the United States. That's the next part that needs to fall into place.
All right, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure talking to you, Republican strategist and political commentator Scottie Nell Hughes. Thanks for your time. Well, for more, I'm joined now from Florida by Sam Nunberg, a former political consultant to President Trump. Thank you so much for being with us once again, Sam, here on Al Arabiya News. So we've heard Elon Musk saying he's pulling back significantly from his work in the U.S. government. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I don't know if that was necessarily the plan to begin with. I think in a perfect world, Elon probably would like to have stayed longer, but it seems to me that it's just unsustainable for him from a business point of view. As you look at where the Tesla brand is today, I would tell you that in the United States, there seem to be concerted efforts to have protest actually at these Tesla parking lots, at Tesla sales centers. You even had the former vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, being excited, saying publicly it's great that Tesla stock is going down. With that said, let's also remember very quickly that you're looking at somebody who had the most prolific financial, and I would also say social impact of any activist in an election, at least in modern history. It's not only the $300 million plus, Tom, that he spent on this election of his own personal money, but let's be honest, it's buying of formerly Twitter, now X, and making sure that not only the algorithms, but that the news and the First Amendment, in my view, was protected during the last election cycle as opposed to 2020.
Right, well, you made it sound like the backlash against Elon Musk and Tesla was pretty significant. So perhaps that goes some way towards explaining the 71% drop in first quarter profits. Do you think he's going to perhaps focus all his efforts now on sort of trying to recoup some of that lost money, do you think?
Well, first of all, I have no idea. I'm not in his inner circle. I've been in the room with the man once or twice. So in terms of what his personal plans are, I just want to be clear. And he's very litigious. I don't know what those plans are. But what I would say is that history speaks for itself. And the more that Elon Musk is involved with Tesla, the more it succeeds. But let's also talk about another issue here. The issue is, what's his ongoing relationship going to be with the White House? Donald Trump cannot afford to have Elon Musk as an enemy. Donald Trump cannot afford to have Elon Musk on the outs, and Donald Trump cannot afford to have Elon Musk feeling as if he does not have any further input. So Elon Musk will be around politically. I think that you're going to see him when it gets to the midterms. I'm sure he will financially be supporting the Republican Party. I don't know how active he'll be campaigning this time, but just reading between the lines, Sam, I mean, sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, tariffs have obviously been a thorn in the side of Tesla. So conversely, Elon Musk has lost out to a key plank of Trump's fiscal policy. Do you think too much is being made, though, of differences between the two men, or would you say that by and large they've got along pretty well? Well, it remains to be seen how long Elon Musk will not hold Trump accountable for the amazing, this disruptive activity in terms of these across the board tariffs, and in terms of the supply lines that Tesla needs, which is the #1 American car manufacturer. And in fact, all public studies say that it has the most American produced parts. So it remains to be seen how long he would be willing to take that. And I think that it's in no small feat that Donald Trump has seemed to, is changing course here and taking a less hostile approach. It would not only be because of Elon Musk. Very quickly, Tom, give you 2 seconds. Remember, Donald Trump only had 90 days before the United States Senate was going to get involved in these tariffs. Donald Trump cannot afford for the markets to continue to fall. He can't afford for the Treasury interest rates on United States Treasuries to continue to go up. So while Trump took extremely, I would say it wasn't exactly smart what he did on quote-unquote Liberation Day, I think Elon Musk played a very important role in changing the course there as well.
I mean, is there a concern, do you think, in the US that the economy is sort of really going in the wrong direction? One poll I saw, by the way, said 37% of respondents in a major Ipsos poll approve of President Trump's handling of the economy. That's not a very high percentage, is it?
No, there certainly is a major concern. There's a concern among the Republican Party as well. There's a concern when I talk to politicians that are running for re-election or United States House members. Yes, this is a problem. Donald Trump's winning issue right now, and why he continues to focus on deportation is immigration. The economy itself, while inflation is no longer the issue. The issue is consumer sentiment. The issue is the markets. So we're going to see what the tax bill he's going to be able to pass will do, and also how the negotiations go with China. But yeah, I can't put lipstick on a pig here. The economy is a major issue, and that's why it's been a drag on his presidential approval rating so early.
Just going back to Elon Musk and his role in the government, I mean, how do you think history is going to look back on these, whatever it turns out to be 130 days in total, because that's the maximum he can do, although it's been considerably less than that. How do you think history will look back on his tenure as Doge manager-in-chief?
I would hope that history looks back on it fondly from a substantive point of view. The cuts that he did, educating the public on what was going on behind the scenes, and how dysfunctional even the operations of the United States government financially were, and then quote unquote, if not corruption, we would see failings. So I would hope there. And what I would also say too is you have to look at the Democrats wanted to launch protests in the beginning. You had House members even going in front of USAID, and they don't talk about that issue. They're now focusing. They're going to focus more on the economy as we go forward, and they're focusing on certain deportation issues, which I would say is a political mistake on their part, but it's neither here nor there. So and in general, it's a longer discussion, but it remains to be seen who the historian is that is writing. I would also say that we should also look at Elon Musk had to know going in that this was not going to be good for his finances, as we talked about earlier in the interview, and for Tesla's brand itself. So we will see. But those cuts are cuts that would not have been made without Elon Musk, and the public now knows about how dysfunctional certain things were going on. So I think that overall, besides the amount of money he spent, being the most prolific donor of all time in the last election cycle, look what he's done here too. He's walked the walk.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, unfortunately. Sam Nunberg, we really appreciate you speaking to us here on Al Arabiya News.
Thank you, Tom.
Moving on now, we're going to take a look at the Ukraine peace talks in London, from which top US officials have now pulled out at the very last minute. Well, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will no longer be attending that meeting with top officials from the UK, France and Germany. Instead, President Trump's Ukraine envoy, Keith Kellogg, is going to attend. Well, this comes amidst growing speculation over Russia's willingness to halt the conflict in return for concessions. That includes the recognition of Crimea. Well, speaking to reporters at a news conference yesterday, this is what President Zelensky had to say about his expectations from the London talks and on the subject of Crimea's territorial integrity.
Our delegation has a mandate tomorrow discussing an unconditional ceasefire or a partial ceasefire. We are ready for the stage. We are also ready to state that after the ceasefire, we are ready to sit down in any format. If the Russians are ready for a complete ceasefire, then after a complete ceasefire, with an understanding of how long it will last, we are ready for any format of negotiations with them, any format. I think America is a real leader. We want them to participate. We want them to put pressure on Russia. Ukraine does not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about. This is beyond our constitution. It's our territory, the territory of the people of Ukraine.
Well, for more on this, I'm joined now from Washington by Matt Terrell, the former Chief of Staff of Marco Rubio. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again, Matt. Just want to get your take on this. You've got Kyiv's allies, Ukraine's allies, gathering in London. At the last minute, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's not coming. Why do you think that is?
Well, I'll let the administration and Secretary Rubio speak for himself, but it appears that there's some logistical items at play there in terms of logistics of that travel. It's not as if the administration isn't sending personnel there to be a part of those meetings. But look, at the end of the day, I think it's important to note what Secretary Rubio did say, and that was on the tarmac not too long ago. His comments and his thoughts on what's taking place between Ukraine and Russia and what's needed, frankly, to end this war. And the big elements of that being to get this war to an end is not going to happen through a military solution. In his mind, the administration's mind, there is no military solution to end this war. It comes through diplomacy. And right now, it's what the administration is trying to do, end this war through negotiation, through diplomacy.
Yeah, I mean, the talks between the US, Ukraine, European powers have now been downgraded there in London. I don't know if that's significant, but it seems like, you know, there are some major differences of opinion, and the Europeans have started showing that they've got some red lines in all of this. I mean, do you think that's the real issue here?
Well, I think it comes down to Russia, Ukraine feeling good about this deal and agreeing to the deal. I mean, look, at the end of the day, this comes down to just getting this war to come to an end. And that's something that President Trump campaigned on doing. It's something that he's trying to do now as president. And at least from the administration's perspective, the notion here, I think that's important to recognize. I think Secretary Rubio touched on this, and others in the administration, I think, feel this way certainly. And that is, it's just a matter of days now in terms of figuring out whether or not this war will truly come to an end through a negotiated way, not necessarily a matter of weeks and months. And I think that that's how this administration feels about this right now. It is, look, there's a moment to get this to come to an end. Let's see where Ukraine comes in at play here in terms of these discussions. Obviously, there's been discussions around land, other elements at play here. You're seeing security guarantee discussions take form here. It comes down to, can this really come to an end through a negotiated way? The administration has been clear they've done everything that they feel they can at this stage to try and get this to come to an end in a negotiated way. I think we have to just wait and see what happens here through these final discussions, final elements of this. But look, the reality is it's not going to be a military end of this war. The administration has been clear about that. It comes down to negotiation.
So when it comes to these threats of taking a pass, as President Trump put it, or not attending the conference in London, as we're seeing now, and some of the words that have been used by the Vice President J.D. Vance, we might just decide to walk away. I mean, do you think that's a real risk?
I think a real possibility that the administration says, look, if they feel as though they're not getting anywhere, if you will, with these discussions, at least in their view, from their perspective, that they're not seeing the results that they need to see in terms of getting this to come to an end, then they may say, look, we're going to pull up the stakes here a bit and not do necessarily the funding that they've been doing at the level over the past 3 years as a country, as the United States. I mean, at the end of the day, the United States has been spending billions of dollars on this conflict over roughly a 3-year period. This administration has been clear they want to see this war be resolved, come to an end. And if they feel as though it's not happening in a direction that they see fit to truly get this to come to an end, then I think you can expect, to answer your question, the administration may very well say we're going to pause on funding or reduce funding, and it may operate on the margins and be of help where the United States can over the next few months here in terms of ending this conflict. But look, the administration has been clear about where they stand on these negotiations. They're clear where they stood on the minerals agreement, or that economic agreement, if you will. It sounds like that's still on the table here, still part of these discussions. So there's certain things that this administration has been crystal clear about in terms of what they felt was needed and is needed to get this war to come to an end. It's a question right now of how is that going to be resolved. Will Ukraine and Russia be countries, I should say, that will work together here, come to the negotiating table and get this done?
I mean, it sounds like a lot of the impatience is directed at Ukraine. And, the Ukrainians, it can be argued, have done what was asked of them, like agreeing to a ceasefire, which the Russians didn't agree to. They want to come to the negotiating table. Why isn't more impatience directed at the Russians?
Well, look, I'll let the administration speak for themselves. I think they feel as though that they've been doing what's needed to make sure that Russia is not just brought to the table here, but also, to your point, setting the tone here that is appropriate and calling out Russia where needed, of course, in terms of the horrific acts that they've done throughout this war. There's no question that what Russia has done here is unacceptable in this conflict, in this war. No question about that at all. But ultimately, this, I think, in the eyes of the administration, is getting the war to simply come to an end. And obviously, it's not a simple thing to do here. No question about that either. But at the end of the day, it comes down to negotiation. It's not going to be a military end of this war. You've had a situation here where you've had almost a war that has not seen any movement over the past 3 years or so in terms of coming to an end. It's been kind of stalled out, if you will, in terms of ending it. And so I think right now, President Trump and his team feel as though they've done everything they can in the roughly 80 days or so that President Trump's been in office to get this thing to come to an end. Ultimately, I thought, though, it comes down to a series of things. It's going to be land, of course. I think this will be discussed here. You're seeing other things in terms of nuclear power plant. You're seeing access to a key river. You're seeing all sorts of things are being discussed here between Ukraine and Russia, and this shell diplomacy has been underway. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, that economic agreement, the minerals agreement, obviously appears to be on the table here as well. So I think we should have to see how that all shakes out here. I expect we'll know in the next few days, of course, and see what happens here.
The Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine is quoted as saying, Ukraine is ready to negotiate, but not to surrender. I mean, it sounds like the Ukrainians are saying, if all you're going to do is capitulate to all of Russia's demands and get no concessions in return, well, we can quite simply surrender on our own. I mean, what's the point of surrendering on behalf of another country? That seems to be the essence of what they're saying. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think Ukraine leadership has to make their own choice here, their own decision on what they see as fit. I can just tell you that I think President Trump's going to make his decisions here as well and say, look, if President Trump feels as though there's not the necessary momentum, the necessary action being taken in his view, President Trump's view, to get this war to end, then I think you can expect that President Trump may very well say, you know what, the United States is going to, if you will, pull up the stakes, reduce the funding that we as a nation, the billions of dollars that we as a nation have been funding towards this conflict, and may act on the margins here or there in terms of this conflict going forward, but are not going to have the, as Secretary Rubio alluded to, along the lines of not having the same involvement the United States has had in this conflict, and not just in terms of aid and support through the funding, the billions of dollars of funding, but also right now, the day in and day out, if you will, diplomacy that the United States has been deploying here. This administration feels they've been doing everything they can to deploy diplomacy in this critical sense, and in terms of getting this war to come to an end, but also recognizing there's a lot of conflicts around the world right now. There's a lot going on, both domestically and internationally, as it relates to the United States. And it comes down to whether or not President Trump feels as though progress will be made. That's the punchline here. If President Trump feels as though progress is being made, I think you can expect him to see this through and expect the administration to continue down the course if they see fit to get this to come to an end. I think President Trump and the administration feels as though progress isn't being made, and the elements and the variables that they see are necessary to get this war to come to an end. Then you may see a different course here from this administration, particularly as it relates to funding and the United States' involvement in this conflict going forward here. I think to wait and see what the administration will do on all that.
I mean, pulling the plug and doing some of the things you mentioned, cutting funding to Ukraine would essentially be handing victory to Russia. Do you think that's going to be a cause for concern for a lot of people in Washington? Well, I think everyone's concerned about the direction here. I mean, look, people want to see around the world, not just the United States, around the world, want to see this war end. And I think the reality, and not to be repetitive on this point, is there's really only one way that I think the Trump administration sees this war coming to an end, and that is through this negotiation. It is through the variables that they've been putting forward, such as that mineral agreement, commercial economic agreement, other variables that they put forward here in terms of getting this war to conclude. And it's not going to be through military course. And going down the same path we've been going down is not going to be the solution. I think this administration has been clear since day one of President Trump being sworn back into office for his second term as president, that the course that we've been going down as a country for roughly 3 years now, in terms of this conflict, it's not resolving it. You're having a situation here where it's just a never-ending war, it seems. And I think President Trump and his team feel as though they have a solution here, or the best approach at least, to hopefully get this war to finally conclude. And so, to your point, to your question, look, it's going to be up to the individual leadership to make their choices and decisions on this. I will just tell you, obviously, to wait and see what President Trump does, but I will also tell you that if President Trump doesn't see the necessary course taking shape here, the necessary results taking shape, then yes, I think you can expect there's the potential for a different course of action on U.S. funding, U.S. involvement, and other elements here going forward here. But again, let's see what happens over the next couple of days here. I don't think it's going to be weeks or months that we'll have that figured out. I think people can expect over the next couple of days, maybe we'll see some developments here. And what could happen in the next few days from now? Obviously, one twist of fate is that both President Zelensky and President Trump will be at the Vatican on Saturday. I mean, do you think there's perhaps some scope for the two men to sit down and thrash something out?
Yeah, let's see what happens on that front. But, look, there's a possibility that, there's an agreement signed and you're pushing forward here with further diplomacy. Could be that doesn't happen. It could be that you continue to have a situation here where, for example, Ukraine and Russia leadership simply do not get to a point where there's agreement here. I mean, it comes down to both sides are going to be at the negotiating table, or I should say need to be at the negotiating table in order for this to work. This is not something where it can just simply work for Russia and expect that to be an appropriate measure. It needs to work for Ukraine, of course, as well. And Ukraine leadership needs to feel good about the deal, or if you will, the resolution here. That is important. But ultimately, where President Trump is at here is he feels as though, I suspect that he's doing everything that he can, and his foreign policy team are doing everything that they can to get this war to come to an end. Ultimately, it comes down to these conversations with leadership, and that's going to be the big element here.
Just lastly, I mean, knowing Marco Rubio as you do, is he a patient man?
Yeah, I think, look, absolutely, Secretary Rubio is patient, but he's also somebody I think who has a very good pulse on international affairs. He's had that since he's been a United States senator, dealing with international issues day in and day out when he was a senator. Now as Secretary of State, he's obviously in the room. He's a part of these discussions. And to that point, you have to trust the people who are in the room. You know, they're going to have all the information, or most of the information, more so, frankly, than at times the general public will, or members of the media will. So I think it's important to recognize that Secretary Rubio, other members of President Trump's foreign policy team, as well as President Trump himself, they have the most intelligence on this. They have the most understanding and context to what's truly happening in these situations. And so I think where American people are at is having confidence in Secretary Rubio, having confidence in President Trump and his entire team, and recognizing that they voted for someone in President Trump who said he's going to bring this war to an end. Right now, I think this administration is trying to do exactly that. And more importantly, President Trump was crystal clear that he always felt that this would have to happen in a negotiated way, that a military solution, boots on the ground, if you will, particularly from the United States, was not going to be the solution, and continue the course that we've been on for roughly the past 3 years is not the solution as well. That will not end this war. What will, in the eyes of this administration's negotiation, let's see what happens here.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. Matt Terrell, former Chief of Staff for Marco Rubio. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Robert Fox, the defence correspondent for the London Evening Standard newspaper. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again here on Al Arabiya News, Mr. Fox. We've heard from the US Vice President J.D. Vance. Another of these US ultimatums: either take what we're proposing or we're going to walk away from the deal. I mean, it really sounds, doesn't it, like the US is losing patience?
Yes, but I think it betrays something else. I think it's what has long been suspected of Trump and Vance, that they don't really have a strategy. And a strategy is where you have to have a long-range plan with an objective, and what you do for alternatives when, as you are prosecuting your plan, things go wrong or things go off the rails. I think we're being a bit too polite in according this some thing of America being impatient because they've thought something through. The thing that is so striking about the 7 points raised so far for a peace plan for Ukraine, it gives Russia so much of the talking points that they demanded initially. By the way, they demanded a lot more and will want a lot more. And I think that Vance and Trump are trying to say, because Zelensky objects to really some substantial pieces, namely surrendering sovereignty over areas of what was regarded as Ukraine up until 2014, like Crimea, is a deal or bust, and you walk away. Actually, what they haven't calculated is by walking away, America even weakens itself.
The other thing the US appears to have walked away from is this gathering of Kyiv's allies in London, where you are, a last-minute withdrawal from those talks by the US Secretary of State Mark Rubio. What do you read into that?
Oh, come on! This is college pantomime. This is very much the kind of thing that we saw with this very crudely staged shaming of Zelensky in the Oval Office. This is a piece of theatre which they set up. If they had no intention of attending, they should have let the hosts, namely the British Foreign Secretary Lamy and his French counterpart, they should have let them know way ahead instead of getting people to London and then doing this. This is playpen tactics. It's not grand strategy.
I mean, it sounds like the Europeans have got some red lines that they're, not going to deviate from. Perhaps that's something that's taken the Americans by surprise. I mean, what we're hearing from the Europeans is that there'll be no discussions with regards to territorial issues, for example, until there's a ceasefire. I mean, it sounds like there's a bit of a misalignment between the US and the rest of the collective West, doesn't there?
Well, it's part of the posture of advanced narcissism that you get from Trump himself, is that, anybody who doesn't agree with me is an enemy and has got it in for me, and it's time for payback. by the way, the situation that you've outlined puts Britain in an acute position, because Britain is one of the three guarantors of the sovereignty of Ukraine, acknowledged in the so-called, or the known, Budapest Accords of 1994, whereby Ukraine gave up its very large arsenal of nuclear weapons, not that they could have done much with them, in return for a solid guarantee of sovereignty by Russia, America, and Britain. Britain was the third international party to this, and it seems quietly intent on sticking by that, because the aim of Russia, at least in the sort of Trump-Putin pact, which we now have in the offing, is to write down Ukraine as an independent sovereign nation. They're bringing all kinds of excuses, which is probably extremely familiar to you and most of the audience. Didn't Budapest agree also that NATO wouldn't expand eastward? And look what it's done, that it's accrued nations like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the three Baltics, and now Finland, but most lately. This is against the whole thing of Budapest. There was no agreement on that line whatsoever. There may have been discussion, but it was not in the formal minutes agreed from that, as far as I can discern. So what we're looking at now is is a multi-track operation with Zelensky with a very low hand, but playing very skillfully to keep the talks going, because he's got to bind in America with Europe. What I think, as of where we are talking now, we must fearful for, there is a private Goodfellas buddy-buddy pact in the offing between Trump and Putin. Putin, after all, is now seeing Witkoff, the chosen emissary, no diplomatic history, no diplomatic background, only credential, fellow developer and golfing buddy of the American president. He is seeing him for the fourth time. So not for the first time, but serious analysts of this part of the world have been putting it to me, what is the deal between Putin and Trump, and what favors is Putin now calling in?
Yeah, it's extraordinary, because Steve Witkoff, as you just mentioned there, holding these talks in Russia, saying, most recently he's quoted as saying, concessions will need to be made, concessions from Russia. But I mean, so far, I haven't really been able to identify one single Russian concession, and there are quite a few concessions that have been made on Ukraine's behalf, aren't there?
What is striking is how much the Witkoff discourse, as indeed it has been from Waltz, and now Marco Rubio has quite clearly decided to throw in his political lot, his personal ambition, politically speaking, with Trump, is how much all four of those are talking to the talking points laid down by Moscow, by Putin's Kremlin. And I think that Putin is playing them. What he seems to be angling for is some kind of concession, some kind of pause, because as we know, the fighting on the ground, at least as far as Russia is concerned, is not going at all well. So it gives him pause. But I think that this is where we must really be very clear-eyed about it, because Putin himself is caught in his own trap. His own trap is this: he cannot declare peace. He cannot fold tents and go home now, because that will weaken him at home. He is in a very difficult position. He wants to get respite on the front, but what he also wants, and it's absolutely clear in the 7 talking points that the so-called Trump plan for peace, is he wants to get sanctions lifted. He wants to get the gas sales, particularly big gas and oil, going west instead of almost exclusively going east and south. Oil is through various channels to India and being resold at great profit on refinement, and this is also throwing the supply line further east to China. It throws Putin's Kremlin on the good charity of China. China, we hear very little from about this, but it is absolutely the critical player and seems to have almost a stronger hand than America in this.
So what might we see then from the Chinese moving forward? I mean, they've talked about wanting peace, and then we've had reports that there are Chinese soldiers fighting on Russia's side. I mean, there is a role for China here, surely, if no one else is able to strike a deal.
Sorry to cut you off there, but I think that what the Chinese military personnel were doing, they were scoping. That was deep recon. They were just looking at what goes off there, what might happen were China to get into a hot war over Taiwan, what the options are, because Xi is cleaving to an ancient principle, and I mean ancient, going back almost millennia, but certainly in the last successful Chinese imperial period, where the motto was wealth at home, create wealth at home, and have a strong defense and have a strong army. What Xi is working out is how he can have China at the center of a viable global trading system without America. He needs time to build that, and he needs to generate trust, particularly in his own region, and that is what he seems to be singularly failing to do. I'm sorry to go off on China about this, but what China has to do now is so critical to the outcome of what goes off in the next few stages in Eastern Europe, namely on the marches of Ukraine, Poland, the old Lithuanian Duchy, right through to Moldova and even the Caucasus. The problem is that it is not as solid as it might appear. I'm wondering whether seriously, in the military terminology, Russia just can't afford to go firm on lines. In other words, to stop where it is. Because if you've got about 640,000 military personnel committed to a theatre of operations, you've got to make damn sure your logistics work. And that is what seems to be failing. You have to feed, give ammunition, fuel, and rotate, which they haven't been able to do, those forces. And that makes them vulnerable. And that's where the longer that Ukraine goes on with these strikes, the big arsenal explosion only 2 days ago, not far away from Moscow, it's really looking very, very difficult indeed. But to come back to something that you raised, which I think is now crucial as of today, as of what America has done to their allies in London, is that the split, and it is a split, between European allies and America is now becoming quite conspicuous. It's quite obvious. And it's going to be interesting to see whether they can mend it at the big NATO summit, 24th, 25th of June in The Hague, because if they can't, then there's all to play with. Now, can Putin exploit that to his advantage? Not clear, because I think, as we say here, that Europe is beginning to get its dander up. It's not going to give up or give in on Ukraine.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if Russia's goal was to prize the collective West apart, one might argue that they're succeeding in achieving that goal. Just looking forwards, Mr. Fox, just because we're out of time now. I mean, in terms of what happens next, obviously the London talks downgraded. There is this opportunity that's just presented itself in Rome at the Vatican on Saturday, because, of course, President Trump and President Zelensky will both be there, as will a great number of other world leaders. Could that represent, do you think, some glimmer of hope in terms of discussion face-to-face and some sensible decisions taken around the table collectively? What do you think?
There'll be a lot of conversations. And there'll be a lot of speculation about what Zelensky will say to Trump and what Macron will say to Prince William or whatever, or Sir Keir Starmer. I doubt it, because that there was always the great maxim about that one of the Israeli foreign ministers always used to use about the Palestinians. The Palestinians never managed to take an opportunity to lose an opportunity, and I think that's what we see with Trump. Trump too, oddly, is much more clumsy than he was in his first presidency, because he no sooner finds an opportunity than he closes it, as we have heard today with this very thumping, rather typically graceless pronouncement from J.D. Vance. If you don't do it our way, we'll walk away. Stump, stump. Let's throw all the teddies and the bricks and the toys out of the playpen.
All right, well, thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you. Robert Fox, defence correspondent for the London Evening Standard. Thank you for your time. That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. Right, guys, we're going to go to West London now. Chelsea stage late comeback to beat Fulham 2-1. Wow. Did you watch the game?
I've seen the highlights. Yeah. I spoke to a few of my mates that watched it, and I think what you took from it was poor.
Yeah.
And then George come on and just created a little bit of spark.
Yeah.
And got the team going a little bit and the crowd going. Sometimes it does take that, doesn't it? Just a player to come on and just create a little something and lift the team a little bit. Took his goal well.
Took his goal lovely,
yeah,
didn't he?
really nice. Great finish.
Did you think it got overshadowed, Bridget? Because Neto's goal was just sensational. Mate, one of them that gets you off your chair. But
yeah, it was the power, wasn't it? It was just he caught it in a sweet spot right in the middle of the ball. Because it was actually quite close to the keeper, but it was just so powerful.
Yeah, it set up, didn't it? As he turned, if you look at his touch, it
reminded me of the Bergkamp touch.
Yeah.
Remember that goal where he flicked it and it went round the Newcastle defender? So it was a bit like that.
Bang. Yeah. He
was good.
He was good, mate.
Yeah.
Listen, I wouldn't say he was good, like his performance, but that goal was just sensational. But one thing I noticed, because obviously both my boys support Chelsea, but my son Harry's on. He's on it, like, and he's everything. And he showed me something on the way back of the fans. As you know, as you come at Craven Cottage, Coley, half time, you sort of walk to the tunnel in the corner, and the away fans, it's tight, it's an old-fashioned ground. And the Chelsea fans were losing it with the players, and you just see all the players. You usually walk off the pitch, they're running off the pitch.
Brisk jog.
It's a brisk jog off the pitch, right? We've all been there, right?
Oh, I've been there, yeah.
Because they can run right. It's literally they can touch you as you get onto the tunnel into the cottage in the corner. I mean,
I've never had a bad experience at Craven Cottage.
You like Craven Cottage?
I love that place. That place was like a. It was
spiritual
lovely.
home.
It was a spiritual home for me. It was a lovely place. It was a safe place.
Yeah. Why do you think you liked it so much?
I scored so many goals there. I might as well have played for them.
Yeah,
but it was always against them, obviously. Yeah. But I understand what you said. See, like, we were talking about George there. He come on. I remember a game away, and that's why I likened it to, because I always like to go through my personal experiences and try and see if I could feel that same way.
Yeah.
And I remember coming as a young player at Chelsea. We had Charlton away at the Valley.
I remember watching this game.
Yeah,
I remember watching this game.
And I come on from nowhere. I got put on, and then changed the whole momentum of the game.
I remember.
I think we were losing or something. I think we were 1-0 down. And I come on, got the equaliser. And then Lamps got the winner in the end. And I set Lamps up for that.
Yeah.
And I just know that's how George felt.
Yeah.
When he obviously changed the momentum of the game. And sometimes it takes someone from the youth team to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and a homegrown player just to like spark some life into the lads. And then and how you feel after that game is like, even if I don't do anything else more in this life, I changed the game once for the team that I love.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I came through. So I know how he was feeling, and he's a good player as well.
Yes.
I think he got a goal disallowed not so long ago.
Yeah.
And
he scored in Europe. He scored his first goal in Europe the other day.
That was his first Prem goal, wasn't it?
That was his first Prem goal.
First Prem goal. So respect to him. Well done to him, Tyreek, because he's a good talent. I think I've come across him when he was younger.
Yeah.
When I think he was under 16s and we were playing against him with West Ham when I was coaching the 16s. So I already knew of him. So seeing him coming through now is it's lovely to see.
Yeah, it's good. And it's good. You know, when as a manager, I think Enzo Maresca, being an ex-player, understands that, and especially playing in Italy, mate. Because when them ultras turn on you, it ain't like you're getting shouted at by the fans as you're coming off, mate. They're turning up at the training ground, barricading you in, and
true,
you know what I mean. So he's played in Italy. He knows what that's about. But I think he's very smart. The game wasn't going anywhere for Chelsea, Bridgie. You're right. They was just, performance-wise, it wasn't a great performance again from Chelsea. We'll go back to the Legia Warsaw performance, which I watched on Thursday. But what you do, you're right, Coley, in the sense. Sometimes you've got your joker, because the fans are human beings, right? And they want to they vent their frustrations, and they'll be angry with the manager, angry with the signers, angry with the owners, right? But if you put one of your own on the pitch, right, it's almost like and he does something, they got something to go behind, haven't they? Like this kid, because they can all relate to that. They've all been kids themselves wanting to play for Chelsea. They're a bit older, they might have sons wanting to play for Chelsea, and they know that this kid's come for. He's a London boy apparently. Yeah. So he's come for it, and they get behind him, and then he
the energy he brings on the pitch as well. The crowd can feel it,
and I think
feel the energy.
So, I think Enzo, because he's an ex-player, I'm not saying he brought him on because of that, but I'm thinking maybe there's a bit part of him going, right, we need something working.
Well, the boy's done well. The boy's done well every time he's come on anyway, so it's not like a surprise that he was going to get on a score sheet eventually. But at the same time, it's just nice the timing. The timing of the run was great. Do you know what I mean? So he's done it at the right time, and it's changed the game, the momentum of the game. And listen, Neto, he hasn't had the best of starts to his Chelsea career just yet. So that will just give him a lovely boost to go on to next season. I know it's his first season, but at the same time, he needs that extra boost. A few of those players need it too. As we were saying about Chelsea, they just need a bit of older blood. Yeah, they need older blood.
Missing, I don't know.
See, when I was talking about experience, people keep on poo-pooing this thing about experience. You need experience, man. You need it.
You do.
You need to have someone to turn to when things are not going well. Apart from just overthinking something that don't need to be thought of. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're making it a big issue, and that's what kids do. The younger generations, they all do that. They overthink it.
Do you remember, like,
I just feel like a little kid every time he says poo poo. I feel like laughing.
So we're trying to keep it right on the show. We don't want to swear because we want to be good examples.
He was speaking seriously, and he said, "But I kept smirking."
No, I'm looking at your face.
What's he laughing at?
Why is he laughing at me? He can never ever take me seriously. This guy.
Going back to the experience, Coley.
The experience,
and I don't know. Like, so I've been banged. So basically, I've done the Legia Warsaw game. Chelsea Thursday night, and we had an hour-long build-up, which was hard graft, because an hour long for a Thursday night is Legia Warsaw. I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about the random stuff. Right, and we got through that. Then after the game, and I feel like a broken record, because the owners going in with this model, and but experience, and I think to myself, how can I explain from my own experience why? Using Chelsea as an example, I remember I was having a bad time at Chelsea, right? And when you play number 10 at one point, Makelele was there. And Maka couldn't barely speak English, right? So this goes you to it ain't always. It doesn't have to be in English, right? So, and I was playing just sort of left of a 4, and I was rotating. You might have played, Bridgie, and I was having a bad game, right? the ball kept coming into me in the air, and I couldn't. Things weren't going well. And then what? Worst thing to do with your number 10 is when you're not having a good game, you start coming deeper and getting the ball off your toes because it's easier, right? If I come and get it off you, then it's like you're cheating a little bit, right? And Maka, he must have had a sense of me doing this, and he come running over to me, and he said in like an expletive, like I won't swear. Hey boy, don't like. Go away. Get in there.
Go away. Go away.
I'm doing this.
Go away.
You get in there. He said, I don't. And he's like, I don't care whether get the ball and go. And I was like, and because I needed guidance at that time, and he said it in such aggression.
You understood it.
I understood it. Right, I'm not coming on your toes anymore.
Yeah.
Played the second half. Played better. We won the game. But what I'm saying is, it was in a moment in the game. Nobody in the stadium would have noticed that.
No.
Nobody in the stadium would have even noticed me coming to get the ball in different positions.
Different positions where you're not going to affect the game.
An experienced player, he didn't come from the manager. Man, the manager might not have noticed it. He's got to look at everything. So I'm using that as an example. So please, if you're listening, the owner's like, you need experience in that team to help these young boys. You just do.
It's just, and that's the bottom of that is basically it.
Yeah.
Like you can't just have players that you feel's experienced enough. No, you need that rock to build from, you know, and that's when it's like fertile soil, so the others can grow and blossom.
Exactly.
He knows he's been there, done it before, and wore the badge. So that's what you need. So it's just
that's where the mental side of games like really important, isn't it? Because it's, you know, you see it, you have a couple of bad touches or 3 or 4 things, and it's not going your way. All you need is that one thing to happen.
Yeah.
And because otherwise you might get yourself in that thing. Oh my God, I need something good to happen here.
Yeah.
And once that thing happens, it gets the ball rolling for you.
What was there any mentors you had, or any senior players coming through the Elpcha geese in that sense? Because like obviously we know you well. Like you're always like. You're like you got a defensive mentality. You're always a what if guy. Like what if it goes wrong? Like even if we're going for a night, you're like, oh, what about you? Like worrying about me and Cole are
worrying
attacking
about the variables.
Me and Cole
look after everyone.
We're dreaming about how
sure
good a night we're going to have.
time.
We ain't worried. You're there on time. Getting angry because we're not there. You know what I mean?
Proper captain. Captain material.
See, I'm not angry you're not there on time, but when we're meeting at a venue and get to go to another venue, I want to be in that other venue. So I'm like, look, we're supposed to be here then. I like to make sure everyone's having a good time. I'd probably say there's only a couple of things that probably stand up for me. It's probably the early days would be at Southampton. Would probably be Glenn Hoddle.
Yeah,
I spoke about before, and then probably Dean
as
Richards.
A player, though.
Sadly, obviously passed away. He was
bless him.
He was great. And do you know what? A lot of the other Saints players like Jason Dodd, even Francis Benali, probably got me to like believe in myself a lot more. I'd probably say, which is, and I think that would have come from Glenn Hoddle as well, getting them around me.
You love
to do that.
Protecting
I love him, mate. He was great for me, and I think I probably took that on with my kids, where I've just tried to kind of be positive in what you do. Like, you know, you making a mistake. I don't like calling it mistakes in football. You just make the wrong decision, do you know what I mean? But don't let it beat you up. You get on with it. You go and get after the ball because you'll do something good in a minute. Football's like that. Something good will come in the end. So don't beat yourself up about the little things that haven't gone your way. Do you know what I mean? You just got to get on with it, haven't you?
You take the holistical approach. I like that.
Yeah.
Holistical.
I like that.
You like that, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
I like
we're going to get Glenn on, hopefully, at some point, and we're going to go through that, because I think that's that would be a great episode, because I love Glenn, and I know you do as well, Coley, and like,
he's like uncle.
He's like, uncle.
Uncle Glenn.
I think he's been given a bad rap by English football, way ahead of his time.
Way ahead of his time.
Like, even like, if I took a job tomorrow as a manager, and he'd be one of the first people I'd call. Just start.
Do you know how many jobs you reckon he's been offered? He must have been offered.
I don't know. You'd think so, Coley. Like, he got a terrible rap by the British press, and he was way ahead of his time.
Which was unjust, I think.
Unjust, yeah. But that's going to be good. I can't wait to get Glenn on chatting here. We do love Glenn. Let's move on quickly, because Chelsea's parked up now. You know, listen. The next 2 games, I think, are make or break whether they get into the Champions League. Nottingham Forest, I think, and Everton. I think it's Man U. Definitely Everton. But I want to talk about Aston Villa because they was ruthless against Newcastle, keeping their Champions League dream alive. Ollie Watkins, he put Villa ahead after just 33 seconds. They won the game 4-1. They hit the post 3 times.
More. He hit the crossbar, hit the post, Watkins.
Yeah, he was brilliant. And, I mean, first of all, Coley, do you think Villa will make the Champions League spot? And where do you think they are as a club?
I think they're on the cusp, aren't they? They're to be doing it regularly. I heard you say earlier that they're going to be in probably a title race.
I think they'll be in. They'll be in a title race next year.
I think they're more of a late stage competition type of team. They'll Unai Emery's he understands what's needed and how far and how many times he can. He'll probably have a list of the games he can win during the season, and then the ones that probably get to Christmas, you might.
Do you not think they can beat anyone? I think they
have a chance against anyone.
I think they do have a chance against anyone, but it's not going to be like we're a top team.
No, but they've got a chance. We are expected to beat you. They could beat anyone on their day, I'd say.
Yeah, but that's like anybody though in the Premier League. But they're probably more consistent with it because I think he's got them in a good place where they're not expected to win the league or expected to get Champions League. They're not expected to, but it seems like they're achieving it because of what Unai's bringing to the team.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think without Unai, they're not in this position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
They've got the players, don't get me wrong, but moulding that team together to where it is now,
they're heading in the right direction.
But they're going on the right track. So I think another season like this will make me seriously think about title contender.
Really?
If they've done this again.
They've spent a lot of money. I think behind the scenes, I think the financial thing, they'll have to make sure that they're on board with all of that because there's a lot of money, mate. When you think about it, I know they sold Duran for a lot of money, but they bought Asensio and they bought Rashford in. The squad, you've got great young players in Morgan Rogers, Jacob Ramsey. I think as good as 2 young players in the country. They've got Onana as a top player. You've got experience in McGinn. I think the goalie's as good as there is around. You've got 2 left backs in Maatsen and Digne. Matty Cash, I think, is a very good fullback. Centre of defence, I think, could maybe strengthen there a little bit. Their squad is a joke, I think.
I think if they do strengthen a bit in defence, that they've got a massive chance. When I watched the PSG game, I just thought
Konsa's a top player. Yeah.
The PSG game, mate, they done well. Look, don't get me wrong. I know some people say they were hard done by because they had a few chances, but PSG obviously had chances. But they had a right old go, mate.
Yeah.
And you can say they're unlucky, but PSG had chances. They probably should have scored, but Villa had some chances as well. So I mean, they got a chance against anyone. Like you say, if they did shore up, if they worked on maybe signed a couple of players, defence, made them a bit more solid, mate. They're dangerous. I think Watkins, for me, what stands out for me about him is his attitude. The fact, he was gutted he was left out. Like some players, you can have some players, when they're left out, they can proper sulk, can't they? Yeah. And when they come to play, they don't perform what they should do because they're still sulking. It was his attitude, mate. I thought it was brilliant. He was good.
Well, I think he's got to accept that he's got top players that are playing beside him and with him.
Yeah.
And
that's a good point.
But mate, that game, when he came off, how he was feeling, he made a statement in that game, I think, to say, I should be playing.
Yeah, and that's it takes you to different levels as a player. It should do anyway if you're a serious player. You're not going to sulk because you're bringing in this player to replace me. You don't look at that.
It should do, but don't always, does it? Because of the mental side of some people.
Well, I think with where he's come from the lower leagues and his rise, I don't think he feels that he wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's had to work for everything. So this is another challenge for him. So
he deserves what he gets, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's got the right mentality. It's like when he goes to England, he's not the starter, but he wants to be. But that's what pushes him to get better and better. And sometimes you need like a Rashford to come in or whoever is going to take his place just to push him to the next level. As simple as that. And if you are a serious player, you're up for it, aren't you?
Yeah. Can I make a point? He got joint top scorer with Gabby Bonlahor with 74 Premier League goals. So he's been in Villa a long time now and done the job. I want to make a point about him because you're right, Coley. right? He nearly got the move to Arsenal. Remember, it was Duran going to Saudi, him going to Arsenal. There was bids accepted, so his head would have been turned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now think about his rise from lower leagues, bang, 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 and he's gone to Aston Villa, and Aston Villa will be classed in that club mid-table, right? Okay. Over the last 10 years, that he's thrived in that environment, right? But he would go Arsenal, right? Title contenders. He's probably thinking, I need to make the step up, right? Didn't happen for him. Disappointed. He showed great attitude, like what you said, to come back and perform, right? But what he needs to understand now, rather than going from like a mid-table club to a top club, and then you've got to recalibrate and focus because there's going to be competition. Aston Villa is going in that journey with him now. I think Aston Villa now are going to be, I believe, will be title contenders next year. They'll be in and amongst it. And that means that there's going to be a Marcus Rashford next to you competing for your place. And you're not just going to be definitely starting every game. You're going to have to, the pressure's going to be performing. So he needs to get his head around that. And I think he will because he's a great player and a great lad.
And he's got good people around him.
Good people around it. We know his agents.
John Fortune, Paolo
Vanazza,
So they're good people to have around you because they played the game, they understand it. And look, for me, when I look at Ollie, I see him doing his extras after work. And this is, every young player needs to see what he actually puts into the game, into his game. He does all his extras. He makes sure that he's got a striking coach next to him. And he's taking his game to the next level. So he's always got belief in himself. Like when you do something repetitively, naturally you're going to get better. Yeah. But naturally you're going to believe in yourself because I've done this 100 times in training. So naturally, subconsciously, I'm going to hit the ball exactly where I want it and I'm going to score. And those repetitive actions will always bode well for you in the future and with your club. And your club seeing you doing that, they're going to always have faith in you because more times than not, you're going to put the ball in the back of the net as a striker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think massively impressed with everything Unai Emery's done. I think Villa will be up there, and I think they comfortably get Champions League. I think they're going to win the majority of their games between now and the end of the season.
Who else do you reckon get Champions League?
Mate, I'm worried for Chelsea. Chelsea. I think
they've got hard runnings. I think who they got coming up?
Is that they in the running? They've got Forest, Newcastle, Man United, Liverpool. Now that looks bad on paper, right? But very bad. But Liverpool could have won the title by the time Chelsea play them in a couple of weeks.
Liverpool ain't easing up.
I know people say they don't, do they? When you I don't think you ease up, and they'll probably play with even more. A bit more freedom. And sometimes that's hard.
It's even
worse. They go out and they're playing on the park and just go and enjoy it.
Mate.
There's more freedom.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Could be dangerous, mate.
Yeah. Do you remember the first time we won the league? We went up to Old Trafford to play them at their home ground.
Bopped them.
Mate, they had Van Nistelrooy, Ronaldo, everyone. We'd been on the partying for 2 days. I'm thinking, God, this could be a long night. We beat them 3-0.
Yeah,
sometimes it works in your favour. Not you should do it every week, but sometimes it might.
Yeah, it worked in our favour.
Play more relaxed.
Yeah, it was straight out of Funky Buddha, straight up to Old Trafford. It was. We still won 3-0. But I mean that's obviously I'm over egging it a little bit, but not by much. Right, moving on. So. Relegation for Leicester. We mentioned them earlier on in part 1 about plummeting. They're still plummeting. The parachute ain't opened, and this stat has blown my mind. 9 home games, no goals, lost every one. Wow, that's this.
Look, when you look at it as well, like I thought Rude was coming in to do bits,
mate.
Mate, they've not responded.
I want to put an asterisk on that little stat that I've just said to you there because I was watching it Match of the Day with my Harry and so bearing in mind the backdrop, 8 games, no goals at home. The owner, mate, he's popped up on the screen before the game.
Oh, I know, I saw this.
Shades on.
Oh.
Shades looking like...
Mate, aviators as well.
My son went... Who is that guy? That's the owner. And he went, he's wearing shades. Even he got on the side, I'm like, mate, and then when you go, 8, and the fans, there's a big protest around where the club are going, isn't there?
There was a plane flying past. You don't know what you're doing. When you get in Miami, in Miami when the plane
Come to
flies
this
by,
beach club.
Yeah, come to this beach club. It's got the message on it on the trailer. Like this is what's going on over in Leicester.
Mate,
I'm thinking, blimey.
Someone is so upset with what's going on. They've got on the phone, hired a plane.
Man, do you know how much money that
Someone's
takes
had
as
to
well?
stitch it in to the back.
Your flag. No, do you know what? Right, I listen. I get where the fans are coming from, but listen, if you look at the whole of, obviously, the Premier League status is going to be gone, but the money they've put in, the owners, into Leicester, as in infrastructure, local community as well. They've done a lot around the local community.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
The training ground's unbelievable. The King Power Stadium's lovely. Like their infrastructure's unbelievable. Now, I get what they're saying about. Okay, now what do we put in that infrastructure? Do the owners know what they're doing? They took a big loss with their owner passing away.
Yeah.
That was a massive loss.
Yeah.
And for the owners like his son,
to
take on that responsibility was probably going to be hard for him to deal with, especially on top of losing your father and one of your family members. So I know now they got promoted to the Premier League and everything, and they probably was expected more, like a bit of the old days. But when you go into the Premier League and probably your sole striker is a 38-year-old.
Yeah, that's wrong.
It was always going to be hard if you haven't had the investment into the team. When you look at the other teams around them, like anyone that gets promoted into the Premier League now is going to find it hard. I think the Championship to the Premier League the gap is increasing from the bottom part of the Premier League.
There's a few teams that are lucky that
It's such a bad season.
Mate,
the other teams have been that bad this season, where they've kind of looked at it and thought, well, we've got a chance here. Do you know what I mean? But the bottom three teams, we could have told you that was going to be the bottom three teams at the start of the season.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because I just feel
would you have thought it'd been that bad?
No, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. I just thought they would struggle, but it's nearly already over for the bottom three teams to go down so early.
Yeah.
Like, come on, there's not even like a little race to the end.
Yeah,
it's like just waiting, like dead man walking.
Eric crumbled.
Yeah. They crumbled early. You know what I mean? So it has been a difficult watch.
Yeah.
That's why everyone's saying it's been a boring season, because the winners are the winners, and the bottom three for so long, and there's been no challenges, and so there's just been a separate table in the middle, it's been a weird season.
Yeah.
So teams like Leicester, Southampton, Ipswich, they're always going to find it hard to stay afloat.
Yeah.
Now the teams struggled against Saints, by the way, at the weekend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
West Ham
but
have been bad, didn't they?
Yeah, but as we're saying, the Southampton are playing with no fear now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're like, it's already done. So let's go and show what we can do.
It's already done. Some of them didn't want to run around.
That's
true.
And on top of that as well, like when you look at the teams that are coming up, are they going to be able to survive? Do you know? Are they Burnley?
But that's interesting. So let's quickly digress and look at Leicester, Southampton, and Ipswich style of football coming into the league, right? So they've performed how they've performed in the Championship. This lovely football patterns of play. You've got the best players, right? So that tells me the next teams that come up have got to go, right, okay, right, this works in the Championship, and all my players are comfortable. You've got to rip up the book and
Burnley,
start
Leeds.
again. Burnley, Leeds, and then
who
it could
are
be
one
anyone.
other?
You know, Frank's doing well at Coventry, Middlesbrough up and around it. I've not really paid much attention to it, but I just think it just goes. You're right. The gap between the top 12, 13, 14 teams. I think everyone down to like Tottenham and Man United, because you look at them, they're 14th and 15th in the league. They're both in the semi-final of the Europa League, like beating top teams from other countries, right? So anything under them, the bottom three clubs got it wrong. And I think West Ham are in a real big transition. A real big transitional period. Apart from that, mate, it's like the gap's massive, isn't it? So if you're coming up from the Championship now, you play in a certain way, I think you've got to go right. You've got to go more almost like what Rob Edwards tried to do at Luton. Just go and give yourself a chance. Don't get beat. You know, nick a point here, nick a draw here. You know, you've got to be good. You've got to be strong defensively.
Yeah.
You know?
And look, if you look at Burnley, go on.
Well, no, I was saying, come up. You think when you watch all the Premier League games, and we ain't going to do what everyone's doing, all playing out from the back, being too risky. You want to be fit.
Yeah.
And strong defensively.
Yeah,
so fit and strong defensively, hard to beat, basically.
Yeah.
And not be afraid to just
hit
it long if you need to.
Set pieces.
I think.
Set pieces.
But one thing you can't do is just park the bus. Because
No, you can't.
Eventually,
the
the seams are gonna fall away. And then on top of that, see, look, Burnley, right? I've been watching the Championship. Burnley with Scott Parker done a brilliant job.
Yeah.
They've only conceded 14 goals this whole season. That out of how many games? That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I know.
Now, transferring that to the Premier League is going to be a lot harder.
It's a massive ask.
It's going to be a lot harder. So is he going to change his style? But I think because of his experience, with these past the past times when he's been in the Premier League, I think he will change his style to suit what's in front of him.
He's going to play once play, but if something's not going right, he'd be able to change it.
Yeah. So Plan B.
Go right.
Plan B. Yeah. So, and that's what a lot of these managers don't have.
Yeah, I know.
A plan B. They've never had one.
I know. You need Scott. He's been in and around teams fighting for relegation, so he would know that. I think out of all of the teams, because of that record, because of that one stat, I'd say right.
Got a chance.
Put your foundations in place when you come up. Let's not get beat, and you will get beat. Someone will hit you for 5 or 6. Then Monday morning, how do you lift the lads? Like, and go, right, lads, we knew this was going to happen. We're playing Man City. They got, or we're playing Liverpool. Like, we need to regroup when we play against our, your West Hams of this world.
Yeah.
Who else is down there at the moment? Your Evertons. Like, that's what we need to beat them sort of teams at home.
Yeah. And we've got to really take that seriously.
We got, and also like you said, where are we going to get bangs for the bucks? Right? We can be the best team defense set pieces wise. So I'd go if I was taking a team up for the Championship. I'd make it a performance indicator. The first we would do pre-season. Yeah, it's okay for Arsenal, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'd go right. We need to be in the top 5 set pieces, defence and against, and that will correlate to maybe let's just say 5 to 15 points, depending on. Right, that's your basis, right? And we'll set out every week. We'll be working on that, and it'll bore the lads to death. But you have to get them to buy into it.
You've got to drill sergeant them.
Look, give yourself a chance to stay up, and then you
Leeds
can build.
as well. Leeds, coming up. Like Daniel Farker, right? I swear that is he going to be the one that keeps him up? Because remember, his time in the Premier League wasn't great.
Yeah.
Like found out real quick, and it was with Norwich, wasn't it? When he first come up, and he hasn't actually. When I see Leeds fans, I think, do they actually believe in him?
Yeah.
For him to come up and stay up.
Yeah.
And every fan that comes up into the Premier League is going to want to stay up for the first time of asking.
Yeah.
They don't want to be known as a yo-yo club. Now, when I look at Dan Fark, is he going to be able to keep them up? Or is it one of those ones when you come up, they sack the manager and bring someone else that can keep them up?
Oh, that's a big shout, that.
Do you know what I mean? Like, because...
Does that ever happened? I don't know. Ever happened,
but I reckon you've got Championship managers and I reckon you've got Premier League managers.
Yeah.
Not Championship managers trying to be Premier League managers. As a club, do you take the gamble as in, they were brilliant for us in Championship, now we're in the Premier League, we need a Premier League proven manager to try and keep these bunch of lads up.
You got to listen.
And your recruitment has to be unbelievable.
Give him a
chance.
I think you think it's unjust.
I think you give him a chance. Yeah.
But listen,
you don't own a football club one day.
Do you know what it is?
Cole owns league. Daniel Parker just won the league title. He's thinking, I'm going to new deal.
See ya,
mate. You got to be brutal. It's brutal. It's business. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it is business.
You're a Championship manager. Thank you for bringing us up. You've done your job. Now I've got to move on.
Leave it to me now.
No, not me. But I'll find someone that can. You never know. Like, I don't know what they're thinking, but it is a conversation. I think it is a conversation for Championship managers to be looked at and reviewed if they can keep you up in the Premier League. If you're serious about staying up in the Premier League, that is.
But
that's for owners to worry about.
That's not for us to worry about. But I just personally think, there needs to be a real. If you're coming up, you need to have a real look at the way you play, and don't just think this is what we do and carry on with it. Like you said, Bridgie, there needs to be Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, and you have to look at the Premier League with completely different eyes.
Yeah.
To
well, your recruitment's got to be good. Man.
Yeah.
Your recruitment's the most.
Yeah.
Look, when you look at Nottingham Forest, their recruitment's been unbelievable, isn't it?
Mate, but do you remember when that guy was signing players left, right and centre? He had about 40 players.
I remember that. But it kept them up. By the skin of their teeth,
yeah,
though.
Yeah.
It worked. Just. But that could have gone horribly wrong. That was a tipping point for them, innit? When you look back now, it was crazy what they were doing.
Yeah.
Done about, they signed 24 players in one window?
They were talking about there was multiple buses. They couldn't even fit the buses into the training ground. You know what I mean? It was like...
But now it's settled down. You can see the future. Yeah. It's unbelievable how football works.
I'll quickly go on to Manchester City quickly. They've won the last 2 games, Palace and then at the weekend. De Bruyne opens up on a City exit. He said I was shocked. Now, I interviewed him after the Palace game when he opened. He was quite open, actually, after a game, talking about how...
You said you had a feeling.
I had a feeling looking at him that it wasn't his decision to... he wasn't happy about leaving Manchester. He wasn't crossed over. No, he wasn't crossed over. He's been there, like, just look at him, right? So he's been there 10 years, right? He's won 16 major trophies, 119 assists, second only to Ryan Giggs. His final game will be against Fulham on May the 25th, or the Club World Cup. So he's uncertain with that. But it's some quotes from him. I know I'm not 25 no more, but I still feel like I can do my job. You know, he hasn't ruled out staying in the Premier League. Hence, Bridgie calls him throwing him in there for clubs. Harry Kane to Arsenal, De Bruyne to Chelsea, making all sorts of waves in the media world.
Yeah.
But I got the impression from him that he didn't want to leave, and I mean now I find that astonishing. What do you think, Bridgie? He's 33 now. He's had a few injuries. He wants to stay at your club. He's one of the greats ever to grace the... Why is there not a contract offer?
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't, even if it's just a year. I'm surprised he haven't. I know I chucked Liverpool in the other day, but...
Liverpool, that was it, sorry.
It's can the teams afford him? He's still going to cost money, isn't he? He's still going to cost a lot.
Well, he's on a free, but wages...
He's on a free, but he's still wages going to cost... Like, you think they got Salah... There's Van Dijk. Did he just get a new
Van
contract?
Dijk signed a new deal.
So I'm like, it might be a bit of a big step for them to go and chuck a load of money at him. Yeah. So when you look at the MLS or Saudi, but if a Premier League's got the money, I think someone should take him. He's still got it, mate.
Yeah.
He can go and win you a game on his own sometimes with his passing, crossing, everything, goal scoring. He's still got it. I'm surprised they haven't given him a year. Well, it might still happen. You don't know.
I think City know more than us, obviously.
Yeah.
You can always change your mind. You know what I mean? You just don't know.
You can always change your mind.
I just think City know more than us.
Yeah.
Like City are usually
spot on.
They're usually spot on.
Yeah, it'd be weird if he's made the announcement and he ends up staying.
It would be weird if they did make the announcement and then he ends up staying.
But if he goes to Premier League, mate, he can come back to haunt you.
Yeah. That's horrible, isn't it?
Back to haunt you.
That's horrible. I mean, I just don't think... Look, I just look back at the great Manchester United teams with Alex Ferguson. He never let Giggsy leave or Scholesy or...
Yeah.
You know, them boys...
They're homegrown. It's a little bit different.
But like... It just doesn't happen no more, homegrown.
That's why...
He's as good as homegrown, Kevin De Bruyne. 10 years he's been at your club.
Yeah, it's not as good as homegrown. Homegrown's different, isn't it? That's totally different. That's your Phil Fodens. And, you know what I mean? And if Phil Foden goes and has half the career that De Bruyne has, then you ain't letting that go. You're just going to keep that under your stable for the rest of eternity, really. So,
yeah.
De Bruyne is such a wonderful player, and we do want him to stay in the Premier League because we'll miss him, and he keeps it exciting a little bit. You know, he keeps it.
Can I quickly jump? We haven't spoke about Liverpool because it's just boring, isn't it? They're going to win the league. Not boring for Liverpool fans. Like incredible achievement. The news of Van Dijk saying after Salah saying the third will in that little trilogy of transfer. Well, not rumours, is it? Transfer drama. Trent scored at the weekend.
See the passion in that celebration.
Yeah. Saw the passion. It was a lovely strike as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, great strike.
What I find this quite, Liverpool fans, there's murmurings of them being very, very frustrated he hasn't signed his contract, and almost like I think once you leave Liverpool, if you're one like you don't get the same love that you would get. I'm thinking of Steve McManaman, who I work with.
Yeah,
he left for Real Madrid, and he was the Liverpool's best player for 4 or 5 years. Steve McManaman. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I just think sometimes hate overpowers love in terms of what you hear. There will be some Liverpool fans, we're all different. Some Liverpool fans will still love him, appreciate what he's done, and be happy for him.
Do you think the majority?
But you don't
will?
hear that as much. You'll hear that more. I think I don't know, mate.
No,
you say the majority. I just think you hear more about the hate stories rather than love stories.
You're right.
It's more interesting.
Exactly.
No one cares about love, man.
Only
we do.
No one cares about love.
I'll tell you what it is.
Know, mate.
Listen,
but he's obviously come under it, and I kind of get it. Why? But I'd be more the other side of.
Go on your way, son. Thank you for doing what you've done for the club. One of our own.
Look, when you talk about the noise, because you hear the noise, everyone are affected by it in different ways. But when I look at noise and the hate, it always comes from like Twitter. It always comes from social media. That's not the main bulk of the noise. The main some people are not even on Twitter. Some people are not even on social media. But they have an opinion, but they're not that bothered by it for them to go on Twitter and vent their frustration. That's an elite lot. Not everybody that dislikes you is going to go out and vent it on social media, or not everyone that likes you is going to come and say they love you. You know what I mean? How many people have you met that says, I didn't agree with what you done there or what you said? Not many. It's only online. They'll never come say it to your face. So you don't actually know. I think social media magnifies a few people that disagree with you or don't like you. It magnifies them.
Why can't we just accept that, right? Well, I'm at fault because I'm saying I've come here and said, well, they might be upset, the Liverpool fans. And Bridgie's right in saying, well, the majority of Liverpool fans probably still will love him and send him on his way. But why do you think then, as at the moment, we know that there's the people that are just making the nastiness and the vindictiveness are just a minuscule amount of people. Why are we even giving it the airtime?
Did he get booed when he come on the other day? Did he get booed?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Because no one's going to boo him. Because there's only there's a hate mob out there, isn't it? And they want to be heard. So they'll go on Twitter, social media, and go and say all the nasty things they want about him. But when that's taken away, there's not many people that's saying what they're saying, because the ones that actually love him or like him don't go on Twitter. They don't go and say nice things, because there's no need, because we feel that way. So we don't need to go and vent our... We're probably disappointed that he's leaving, because he's got fans that love him and laud him. But at the same time, you got to take the rough with the smooth. He's got to understand that. And I think that's what footballers are starting to understand now. I think they get coached and told how this social media... It's not the be all and end all. Not everyone feels that way. So go and fill your boots, son. If it is Real Madrid he's going to, is it? If it is, then go and do your thing. You deserve it. You've done so much with the club. You've won stuff with the club. You've just won another Premier League, basically. Now leave on that high. And if they can't afford to keep you, it's just the way it is. They went for Van Dijk and they went for Mo Salah, which is understandable. You know? So if you're expendable, you're expendable.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we got time for. Thoroughly enjoyed it, as always, chaps. Thank you for listening to The Dressing Room with Al Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hong Kong. Situated in the eastern region of China's Pearl River is Hong Kong. Its name roughly translates to fragrant harbor, as the city's natural geographic features make it an ideal water port. Hong Kong greatly embodies the Chinese concept of yin and yang, a balance of contrasting features. It's a modern city with a beautiful skyline, but at the same time, Hong Kong's roots are deeply rooted in rich Chinese and Buddhist cultures. Go urban and visit the cityscape for the biggest shopping malls and the best in modern architecture that the city has to offer, or take it slow by visiting the many age-old Buddhist and Confucian temples around Hong Kong. Because of its British colonial history, Hong Kong is also a veritable melting pot of East meets West cultures in Asia. You'll see that this is especially evident in the contrasting architectural marvels around the city. Hong Kong is considered as one of the international hubs in the region and is home to the biggest international companies operating in Asia. Hong Kong is also a food lover's paradise. Whether it's big fancy dining like Hong Kong's award-winning Tim Ho Wan, or just your hole-in-the-wall food stop, there's bound to be something for you. Of course, no visit is ever complete without some must-see destinations. If you're going to Hong Kong, don't forget to check out the Tan Tian Buddha, a giant 112-foot bronze statue depicting Buddha, which is located in Hong Kong's Lantau Island. The Star Ferry Harbor Tour, a short 11-minute ferry across the Hong Kong harbor. Tickets are cheap and the ferry schedule is set throughout the day. It's a great way to catch a glimpse of the Hong Kong skyline. For those eager for the Hong Kong nightlife scene, Lan Kwai Fong is a place to be. Boasting of over 90 establishments catering to food and entertainment, Lan Kwai Fong is also known to attract local and foreign celebrities. And of course, let's not forget shopping. Hong Kong's famous Temple Street Night Market is a bargain hunter's dream. Everything from fashion, electronics, toys, and souvenirs are here.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers continue to cover Pope Francis's death and funeral arrangements set to take place on Saturday, the 26th of April, while many others reported Donald Trump's statement in which he affirms that he has no intention of firing U.S. Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell and the immediate effect of such affirmation on global stocks and the value of the U.S. dollar. However, Donald Trump's policies continue to be the focus of many newspapers and media outlets today. The New York Times, for one, published an analysis on its front page detailing how President Trump's vows to deliver big, beautiful deals on everything remain unfulfilled. Tyler Pager's article explores President Trump's ambitions and promises to secure swift, sweeping deals on global conflicts and trade. The review highlights how, despite Trump's claims of rapid progress, like ending the Ukraine war or brokering Middle East peace, most goals remain unmet. Pager details Trump's blunt, threat-driven negotiation style, which often leaves critical details vague and results elusive. The article notes Trump's eagerness to declare victory, sometimes before substantive agreements are even reached, and examines criticism that his approach risks corruption and instability. While Trump's team remains optimistic, Pager's analysis reveals a persistent gap between political rhetoric and tangible results, providing a clear, balanced look at the complexities of presidential deal-making in today's volatile landscape. Eduardo Porter wrote in the Washington Post today, examining how the limited scope and eventual end of America's Trade Adjustment Assistance (TAA) program contributed to political upheaval and deepened social divides. The author argues that the TAA, created to help workers displaced by globalization, was always too stingy to make a real impact, leaving millions unsupported as industries shifted overseas or automated. This neglect fueled resentment and paving the way for the rise of Trump-era populism and a backlash against trade, immigration, and even liberal democracy. The article contrasts America's weak safety net with Europe's robust welfare states, noting that while European societies have weathered economic change more peacefully, rising immigration is now testing their social unity too. Now, ultimately, the piece questions whether democracies can build solidarity across diverse societies to sustain open, fair economies. Michael Peel and Hannah Kuchler published an article in the Financial Times detailing the cost of Trump's attack on American science, saying that the sweeping cuts and ideological interventions in U.S. publicly funded science threaten to undermine the innovation that has been a central part of U.S. economic strength for decades. The article describes how new executive orders, including a ban on federal grants for diversity, equality, or equity and inclusion research, have derailed critical studies, such as those on health disparities among Black women, and slashed funding for major institutions like the NIH and NASA. The article highlights, as you can see, the resulting turmoil. Thousands of jobs are lost, and also cancelled projects, and a chilling effect on scientific inquiry, with critics warning of lasting damage to American innovation and global leadership. As the U.S. steps back, countries like China are poised to benefit. Scientists fear that these changes will undermine medical progress, climate research, and the nation's reputation as a leader in discovery. The Wall Street Journal published an article today by Sean McLean detailing Elon Musk's decision to spend significantly less time on Doge starting in May. Now, the article highlights Tesla's sharp 71% drop in first quarter net income, underscoring the economy's or the company's struggles with global competition and shifting trade policies and the fallout from Musk's polarizing role in the Trump administration. Now, the article points out that despite Musk's pledge to reduce his federal duties and focus on Tesla, the company's missed earnings expectations and warned that tariffs and also political tensions are rising or raising the costs and threatening demand. Tesla's sales indeed fell significantly in key markets like US, China and even Germany, while consumer backlash and protests further damaged its brand. In fact, the article includes, as you can see here, the charts that describe and depict the sharp decline in net profit during the first quarter of this year, and the difference is evident, as you can see on the charts, between Tesla's revenue during the first quarter of the last 2 years here, and then the significant drop that happens in 2025. However, the article notes some bright spots, including growth in Tesla's energy and software businesses. Looking ahead, the article concludes that Tesla is betting on affordable new models and a robo-taxi launch to revive its fortunes. Moving on to the Times of Israel now, which published the full extent of Shin Bet chief Ronen Bar's affidavit. The piece highlights what the head of domestic security agency says, that he was fired for refusing Netanyahu's demand for personal loyalty above respect for the law, and for defying also pressure to abuse the Shin Bet's power to serve the PM's or the Prime Minister's needs. The article presents a detailed and unprecedented, quite honestly, public affidavit from Ronen Bar, contesting his dismissal by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Bar asserts that his removal was indeed not for professional failures, but due to his refusal to show personal loyalty to the Prime Minister or misuse Shin Bet's power against peaceful protesters and political opponents. He describes mounting pressure from Netanyahu. Then, as you can see in the article here, he describes mounting pressure from Netanyahu to act beyond legal boundaries, especially regarding protests and the Prime Minister's criminal trial, and also details his resistance to such requests. Bar also refutes claims that Shin Bet failed to warn of the October 7 Hamas attack, outlining the agency's actions and warning that his dismissal threatens the independence and professionalism of Israel's security services at a critical time. And we'll end with The Guardian, where Owen Jones published a sharp criticism today of the Western political and media response to Pope Francis's death, exposing what he calls widespread hypocrisy among leaders who now praise the late pontiff while ignoring or undermining the causes he championed. The article highlights how Pope Francis's final years were defined by his outspoken advocacy for Gaza, calling daily to support its embattled Christian community, condemning violence as well, and labeling Israel's actions as terrorism and potential genocide. Despite these courageous stands, Western leaders and much of the media largely sanitized, as the author says, or ignored his criticism, offering only vague tributes. The article argues that this selective remembrance serves to erase uncomfortable truths about Western complicity in Gaza's suffering and the broader suppression of dissent on the issue. Ultimately, Jones contends that Pope Francis's moral clarity and willingness to confront power made him a rare, uncancelable voice for justice, whose legacy should not be whitewashed or depoliticized in death. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, many
indications are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya News. I'm your host, Michal Prendergast. I'm thrilled to say I'm joined by the star of Shark Tank USA and millionaire investor, Kevin O'Leary. So, Kevin, the world has been shocked about the return of Donald Trump. Are you shocked?
No. The Democratic Party lost its way. They're no longer in touch with the electorate. There was a certain arrogance they had, and I think the problem started when Biden left the ticket, because in the democratic process, usually you have a convention, and so you start from scratch, and that process weeds out any weakness in candidates. If they have an inability to articulate their position, for example, or they're not able to debate their colleagues or whatever. But the other advantage of the convention, and there's been many very famous conventions back as far as the 40s, 50s, and 60s, is that the party realigns itself with a new message because it's trying to figure out what's the best candidate for the times. And they also get a tremendous amount of press, almost 5-6 weeks of press. That's not what happened here. What occurred was, I don't know if you want to call them the party elite, but the Pelosi's, the Schumers, the Obama,
the deep
even
state,
some movie stars, you know, they said, well, we're going to anoint Harris. And that was a mistake because Harris, well, a very fine person, I'm sure, has never won anything. And last time she tried this, she didn't get a single delegate. So in 2020, in 2019, she failed. 2020, she failed. She failed again in 2024. The analogy I think that is best serving this thing is the Super Bowl of all political contests on earth is the American presidential election. There's no greater political event on earth. And if your quarterback gets injured, which is what Biden was, you don't put in a new quarterback that's never played a game or ever won one, ever. They got shellacked, and they've learned an important lesson. I looked at that map, the electoral map, while covering the election. It was turning redder than a lobster being boiled. I mean, he just took the nation. And I think they're doing a little soul searching now. But they had it coming to them. And as I like to say, Trump did them a huge favor. He actually helped that party. They don't know it yet, but they're going to have to take a spatula to it and scrape all of those candidates away and start from scratch with new leadership. They'll be a very competitive party. There's a lot of talent in the Democratic Party that never got a chance to compete. Now they will.
Yeah, and speaking of Donald Trump, I've heard you say every Democrat has to thank him for saving American entrepreneurship and the American economy.
Yeah, the concept, some of the ideas being proposed, specifically taxing unrealized gains, that's un-American. The idea of price controls, Soviet-style price controls, that's un-American. The focus on gender identity was not the #1 concern of people that can't even afford chicken on their kitchen table. So when you get that lost, the system corrects itself, and that's exactly what happened. That's the amazing thing about democracy. When you try and stretch it too far in any direction, boom, it self-corrects. Now, you happen to be in the way of the self-correction, you get decimated, and that's what happened to that party.
Yes, and the effect of social media has been really interesting. Obviously, Elon Musk has played a huge part. Obviously, he paid it $44 billion. Do you see that as a good investment in the future of free speech?
Well, as an investment, it wasn't a good investment because it's valued now at 11 to 12 billion. But that doesn't matter. What he did do is keep alive the concept of free speech, because in a democracy, you're always dealing with 2.5% lunatic fringe. The cost of freedom of speech is the lunatic fringe. The minute you try and shut down the lunatic fringe, you're moving away from the concept freedom of speech. Everybody has a voice. You may not like what they say, but because they're part of the narrative, that is the core and the DNA of democracy. And so many ideas get tested, some get thrown out. And when you try and change that, again, the system self-corrects, and that's what happened here. So it's a very divided country now. We are going to have a new president with a full mandate. I mean, it looks like he's going to win the Senate and the House and the presidency. You can get a lot done for the first 2 years when you control everything. And so that's what's going to happen.
And obviously Trump in his first 4 years, it might have been called a little inexperienced. I think this time he won't mess around.
Well, he's actually signaled the market that he intends to hire seasoned veterans, AAA players, that don't have a mandate to go in the White House and write a book 6 weeks later after they're fired. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want a rotating door anymore. He wants A players, and he's grooming his... he's got some very interesting people working on the inside to find the right people for every single position in cabinet. And I think it's going to be a fantastic government, because it's going to focus on what the people want. They want security at the border. They've already said that. They want a reduction in inflation. The way you do that is you reduce energy costs. They want to strip away all the regulatory environment that the Biden administration put on. $1 trillion worth of burdensome regulation. He will tear that off like a Band-Aid, rip it right off, and the economy, as you can see, indexed by the market, the buoyancy that happened as soon as they figured out that he was going to be president, was pretty happy with that outcome. This is good for business. And when the economy is buoyant and people are getting employed, it's good for everybody. So, you know, the Democrats are licking their wounds, but in 6 weeks, everybody forget about it, and we'll move on. It'll be a great thing for everybody. I think the U.S. is in a renaissance period. And I'm not really shilling for politicians. I never do that. I shill for policy. I care about policy. I care about entrepreneurship. I care about investing. I care about the American dream. I'm an ambassador for it. I want that to work, because my family, you know, is American, and they're working in the U.S. I want the best we can get for that country every day, and this is how you do it.
And speaking in terms of efficiency, Elon Musk has famously, he sacked, or he got rid of 85% of Twitter, and it's still running pretty flawlessly. There's been a lot of speculation that he might get the Secretary of State for Government Efficiency. Would you like to see that? What could someone like Elon Musk do in terms of saving tax dollars?
I don't think he'll take an actual specific role in cabinet. I think what he will do is be a consultant for the American people, identify inefficiencies, and get the whacking stick out. I love that idea. I love the idea that we've never really scraped the fat out of the federal government, and it's big, porky, fat, dripping with opportunity to cut. But the only way you can do that is you need a mandate from the top dog, the president, because no agency wants to be downsized. You walk in saying, I want to fire a third of you. They're not going to help you. But he'll identify opportunity. I call it release the hounds, because what taxpayer, regardless of what your politics are, red or blue or independent, who wouldn't want to save money by just chopping out all the waste in the federal government? And I think if there's one man that has the ability to do that, proven executional skills, it's Elon Musk. So I really endorse this idea.
Well, I think it could be a great team, obviously, with Donald Trump and the art of the deal. To speak on the international scale, with tariffs, obviously it's a word that Trump has bandied around a lot. What does that mean for, I suppose, the average Joe in America, and for the future of international trade? We're looking at China, we're looking at EV production. What do Trump's tariffs mean?
So tariffs were used as a form of rhetoric weaponry during the election cycle. Harris called them sales tax, like a VAT tax that we have in Europe. That's not what they are. In fact, there's a bill cruising around the Hill right now in the U.S. It's a tariff reciprocal act. And what it says is any of our trading partners that impose tariffs will put a reciprocal, identical tariff. So if Germany puts 10% on cars, we'll put 10% on their cars coming to the U.S., that kind of thing. And of course, there's a new act, the new NAFTA 2.0, if you want to call it that governs Canada, the United States, and Mexico, big trading partners. The one entity that I think you're going to see a lot more pressure on is China. China doesn't abide by the rules of the WTO. They joined in 1999 with all kinds of promises to play by the rules. They never did. So I'm an advocate for using tariffs to squeeze their heads like teenage pimples. And the way I make that is, point that out, is to say, look, the only way a supreme leader stays in power perpetually is everybody has bread and butter. You have to have a job. Otherwise, you ride against the supreme leader. And that's just the way it is in a communist dictatorship. So the way you squeeze the supreme leader's head is you say, look, let's pick a sector. I'm just going to use an example. Yoga mats. Let's say the U.S. orders 1 million yoga mats a week from China. You put a 400% tariff on it. And all the people making yoga mats in China lose their jobs. And they don't have any bread and butter anymore. And the Supreme Leader goes, oh my goodness, I don't have any jobs for these yoga mat makers. And then you say, well, where else can we inflict some damage? Let's do it in this sector. Put on 400% tariff there. Squeezing that teenage pimple till it pops. Then he gets on an airplane and flies to Washington saying, just kidding, just kidding. I want to work out and be part of the, reciprocal tariff act. Because China only understands the stick. They don't understand anything else.
It's a game of chicken.
Well, Trump scares his adversaries because he's unpredictable. He's just very unpredictable. When you know what your adversary is going to do all the time and they signal it to you beforehand, you're not scared of him anymore. They're scared shitless of Trump. And that's, excuse my French, but that's basically how it works. That's why you're seeing all these guys saying, oh, we want to have peace now. No, we want to stop. Because he's very unpredictable. So in the case of China, squeezing the supreme leader to the table is a good thing. So I would like to go to 400% tariffs. Because I do business in China. They don't play by the rules.
And how about on EVs? Because obviously, even a 20% or even a 30% tariff on EVs, I believe in the EU, they're trying to flood the market. Obviously, Germany's not happened. We've seen Volkswagen cut 1,000 jobs in 2 months ago.
The point is, tariffs are temporary. They're a negotiating tactic. But if you're going to put them on, don't screw around. Go to 400%. Make it impossible for them to sell any widgets anywhere. So if you put 400% on an EV, no one's going to buy it. Only the Chinese can buy it. So all the people making the EVs, no bread, no butter. That's how you do it. Now, if I was the minister of Chinese head squeezing, that's how I would do it. And believe me, they will be at the table so fast because they cannot afford to have unemployment in that economy. And it's showing some cracks there. So you want to hit them while they're down and bring them to the table. They cheat on IP, they steal, you can't use their courts. A good example that people should focus on is Twitter, or not Twitter, but TikTok. TikTok has been deemed Chinese spyware by the American Congress. That's a bipartisan bill. By midnight on Jan 19th in the U.S., the servers are going to get turned off.
I've heard you say as well that you would like to buy it by a consortium. Do you want to buy Twitter?
Yeah,
TikTok?
I would definitely buy TikTok. I would buy it because it's a great. It depends what I get with it. If I don't get the algorithm, all I'm getting is a mailing list, so I pay a lot less for that. But we'll see how this goes because remember they did this in India. After 4 years, they had 200 million users on it, and the supreme leader would not, play by the rules with the Indian government, and they said, we'll just turn it off. And everybody was squeamish for a week, and then they forgot about it. They just drifted onto other social media platforms. So, again, squeezing the supreme leader's head there is good. And it is spyware. I would never put that on a phone that I have sensitive data on. It's Chinese spyware. Everybody knows that. That's why it's shut down. They just shut it down in Canada. I mean, they're going to shut it down everywhere. But this is the arrogance of the supreme leader. He doesn't care. So you've got to squeeze his head. He will appreciate the head squeezing. He will thank you for it.
And is it the same, obviously, with the likes of Vladimir Putin and the war between Israel and Hamas? War is not good for business. Do you think Trump is going to have a large enough impact? He said famously, I will stop the wars within the first day of office. Do you think that's true?
Putin is, understands force. Not a very nice guy. He's killed a lot of people. But 25,000 young Russians a month lose their lives. He's buying their services now. There's no more patriots left. You get coffin money, your family gets a house, but you go die or get blown up. That's pretty brutal. So I would think giving him a call and saying, look, you know, I've been thinking about this war. I don't like it. I don't want to pay for the Ukrainian costs, and I want it to stop. Come to the table, or I'll do something that will really surprise you, which is probably what people worry about with Trump, because we saw how he ended the Syrian conflict by just saying, I'm going to kill this guy. And he did. And I think that kind of erratic nature is what these adversaries worry about. Now, a lot of NATO players don't like to hear this, but I think war's horrible. I think all these people and children losing their lives is horrible. It's just, somebody has to stop this.
Exactly, and on a human level, but as well as
obviously
markets. So
the world
affects
is
the bread and
uncomfortable.
butter as well. So you're taking food off of people's tables, affecting jobs, as well as the human suffering. It's bad all around.
It is. So I think people are willing to try a different way. Now, whether Trump's successful or not, we'll see. But this carnage of death of young children, I can't watch it anymore. No one can.
Of course.
It's got to stop.
Then, moving on to cryptocurrency, we've seen markets as well as the price of Bitcoin increase. It broke $72,000, I believe, in the past few days. Do you believe under Trump, what is the height that you think it can get to under a Trump presidency?
So Trump has signaled, and the market knows this, that he is in favor of digital payment system, which includes Bitcoin, which is an asset class. I'm not saying that's a digital payment system, but it's no different than gold. I mean, you can own some gold, you can own some Bitcoin. I own both. What the problem is, we don't have institutional support for it yet because it's not regulated in the U.S. The way other commodities are. So the rumor on the street is that the CFTC, which regulates commodities, is going to get the mandate for crypto, and they're looking for someone to run it. And they'll probably take a lot of that away from Gensler at the SEC, who's been litigating this sector, and successfully, I might add. He's, all the crypto cowboys, like Binance, CZ, he's a felon now. You know what happened to Sam Bankman-Fried. So people that took on Gensler all lost, and this is probably a good thing. So we move into a phase now where it's going to be regulated. There's a lot of optimism about it. Here in Abu Dhabi, we have the M2 exchange, which is a very interesting idea because it's completely compliant with its regulator. I see a lot of upside coming in crypto.
And a figure, just briefly, do you think, what's the limit? Do you think it can reach
I think
200K under a Trump presidency?
I think we'll all see 100,000 shortly. I feel everybody should have 5% weighting in gold in their portfolio. Nothing wrong with 5% weighting in Bitcoin. I mean, why not? I mean, unless you really think... and you don't have to do this. I'm just saying alternative asset classes in times of uncertainty and inflation are good. I mean, I own gold and I've had it my whole life. I was given a locket from my Irish father when I was 11 years old that had a gold coin in it. That's when I fell in love with it. I've had that ever since. And I own bullion, I own ETFs. I mean, gold is gold. The Romans loved it, I love it. Bitcoin is the new. It's not as old as gold, but it's performed very well for me.
Yeah. And just lastly, speaking on gold, obviously to have Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful in the studio, it would be a shame if I didn't ask about watches. You are, I would say, the most famous watch collector in the world now, doing millions of views on YouTube every month with the likes of Teddy Baldassar. He has just opened his new watch shop. I want to ask you, would you ever think of entering the watch strap business? The red bands are... They're synonymous with you.
It's a great question, but what I've learned about watch collecting and getting access, I mean, the thing that in my journey into horology is, in order to get watchmakers that are really unique, who make only a few pieces a year, you need to be known as a collector. And what does that mean? It means that you support the art. It's no different than contemporary art. And you don't flip them. So flipping a watch, when you get a reputation for buying it at the entry price from the watchmaker and then turning around and selling it for 4 times that the next week, you're not a collector. You're just a flipper. And the watch community is very small. It's, you know, in terms of the makers, there's probably 25 makers of consequence worldwide. The word gets out overnight that you're not a real collector. And so it takes a long time to earn the trust of an F.P. Journe or Simon Britt or any of these makers. And I'm known I've never sold a watch. And so I have a very vast collection, and I'm a dial guy, as you know. So I'm always looking for the new dial. I'm wearing a Moser,
let's see.
a unique dial here. And of course, this is a classic Daytona. I thought, this is New York time, this is Abu Dhabi time. And so I support. The thing about getting into the business of retailing watches or retailing bands is all of a sudden...
I'd buy it, Kevin.
Yeah, no, I'm
100%.
You're no
I'll pay
longer
a penny
collector.
for an O'Leary band.
But I'm very fortunate. Every watch company knows I won't wear it unless it has a red band. So they don't even offer me watches if they can't put a red band on. I would never buy them. So my whole thing's red band because it looks fantastic. Great with gold, great with platinum. I mean, this looks gorgeous. Works with my red.
Of course.
I just wonder if
like on Shark Tank.
Yeah, the whole thing is, you know, it's just over the years it's become one of my things. But each maker, watches are really a beautiful thing because they mark a period in your life. Every time I do a big deal, I buy a new watch. And I associate that deal with that watch. And, you know, my daughters try and steal them, my wife, my son. Nobody gets to touch my watches. Like, that's it. That's the one thing that I've got. They're in vaults all around the world, you know, and I just love it. I just have so much fun. And the reason I like it is the community of watch collectors that I know all around the world are very eclectic. Surgeons, artists, financiers, royalty, you name it. And
journalists?
Yes, journalists. We share the passion of watches, and I think it enriches my life.
Great. Kevin O'Leary, a millionaire investor, host of the Smash Hit Show at Shark Tank. Thank you so much for your time.
You got it. Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at